Author's Preface of The Awkward Age. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Awkward Age by Henry James. Author's Preface. I recall with perfect ease the idea in which The Awkward Age had its origin, but reperusal gives me pause in respect to naming it. This composition, as it stands, makes to my vision, and will have made perhaps still more to that of its readers, so considerable a mass beside the germ sunk in it, and still possibly distinguishable, that I am half moved to leave my small secret undivulged. I shall encounter, I think, in the course of this copious commentary, no better example, and none on behalf of which I shall venture to invite more interest, of the quite incalculable tendency of a mere grain of subject matter to expand and develop and cover the ground when conditions happen to favour it. I say all, surely, when I speak of the thing as planned, in perfect good faith, for brevity, for levity, for simplicity, for jocosity, in fine, and for an accommodating irony. I invoked for my protection the spirit of the lightest comedy, but The Awkward Age was to belong, in the event, to a group of productions here reintroduced which have in common, to their author's eyes, the endearing sign that they asserted in each case an unforeseen principle of growth. They were projected as small things, yet had finally to be provided for as comparative monsters. That is my own title for them, though I should perhaps resent it if applied by another critic, above all in the case of the piece before us, the careful measure of which I have just freshly taken. The result of this consideration has been in the first place to render sharp for me again the interest of the whole process thus illustrated, and in the second quite to place me on unexpectedly good terms with the work itself. As I scan my list, I encounter none the history of which embodies a greater number of curious truths, or of truths at least by which I found contemplation more enlivened. The thing done and dismissed as ever at the best for the ambitious workman, a trick of looking dead, if not buried, so that he almost throbs with ecstasy when, on an anxious review, the flush of life reappears. It is verily on recognizing that flush on a whole side of The Awkward Age that I brand it all, but ever so tenderly, as monstrous, which is but my way of noting the quantity of finish it stows away. Since I speak so undauntedly, when need is, of the value of composition, I shall not beat about the bush to claim for these pages the maximum of that advantage. If such a feat be possible in this field as really taking a lesson from one's own adventure, I feel I have now not failed of it, to so much more demonstration of my profit than I can hope to carry through do I find myself urged. Thus it is that, still with a remnant of self-respect, or at least of sanity, one may turn to complacency, one may linger with pride. Let my pride provoke a frown till I justify it, which, though with more matters to be noted here than I have room for, I shall accordingly proceed to do. Yet I must first make a brave face, no doubt, and present in its native humility my scant but quite ponderable germ. The seed sprouted in that vast nursery of sharp appeals and concrete images which calls itself, for blessed convenience, London. It fell even into the order of the minor social phenomena with which, as fruit for the observer, that mightiest of the trees of suggestion bristles. It was not, no doubt, a fine purple peach, but it might pass for a round ripe plum, the note one had inevitably had to take of the difference made in certain friendly houses and for certain flourishing mothers by the sometimes dreaded, often delayed, but never fully arrested, coming to the forefront of some vague slip of a daughter. For such mild revolutions as these not, to one's imagination, to remain mild, one had had, I dare say, to be infinitely addicted to noticing, under the rule of that secret vice, or that unfair advantage, at any rate, the sitting downstairs, from a given date, of the merciless maiden previously perched aloft, could easily be felt as a crisis. This crisis, and the sense for it in those whom it most concerns, has to confess itself courageously the prime propulsive force of the awkward age. Such a matter might well make a scant show for a thick book, and no thick book, but just a quite charmingly thin one, was in fact originally dreamt of. For its proposed scale the little idea seemed happy, that is, above all in having come very straight, but its proposed scale was the limit of a small square canvas. One had been present again and again at the exhibition I refer to, which is what I mean by the coming straight of this particular London impression. Yet one was, and through fallibilities that after all had their sweetness, so that one would on the whole rather have kept them than parted with them, still capable of so false a measurement. When I think indeed of those of my many false measurements that have resulted, after much anguish, in decent symmetries, I find the whole case, I profess, a theme for the philosopher. The little ideas one wouldn't have treated save for the design of keeping them small, the developed situations that one would never with malice prepense have undertaken, the long stories that had thoroughly meant to be short, the short subjects that had underhandedly plotted to be long, the hypocrisy of modest beginnings, the audacity of misplaced middles, the triumph of intentions never entertained. With these patches as I look about I see my experience paved, an experience to which nothing is wanting save, I confess, some grasp of its final lesson. This lesson would, if operative, surely provide some law for the recognition, the determination in advance, of the just limits and the just extent of the situation, any situation, that appeals and that yet, by the presumable, the helpful law of situations, must have its reserves as well as its promises. The story-teller considers it because it promises, and undertakes it, often, just because also making out, as he believes, where the promise conveniently drops. The promise, for instance, of the case I have just named, the case of the account to be taken, in a circle of free talk, of a new and innocent, a wholly unacclimatized presence, as to which such accommodations have never had to come up, might well have appeared as limited as it was lively, and if these pages were not before us to register my illusion, I should never have made a braver claim for it. They themselves admonish me, however, in 50 interesting ways, and they especially emphasize that truth of the vanity of the a priori test of what an idée mere may have to give. The truth is that what a happy thought has to give depends immensely on the general turn of the mind capable of it, and on the fact that its loyal entertainer, cultivating fondly its possible relations and extensions, the bright efflorescence latent in it, but having to take other things in their order too, is terribly at the mercy of his mind. That organ has only to exhale, in its degree, a fostering tropic air, in order to produce complications almost beyond reckoning. The trap laid for his superficial convenience resides in the fact that, though the relations of a human figure or a social occurrence are what makes such objects interesting, they also make them, to the same tune, difficult to isolate, to surround with the sharp black line, to frame in the square, the circle, the charming oval that helps any arrangement of objects to become a picture. The story-teller has but to have been condemned by nature to a liberally amused and beguiled, a richly sophisticated view of relations and a fine inquisitive speculative sense for them, to find himself at moments flounder in a deep, warm jungle. These are the moments at which he recalls ruefully that the great merit of such and such a small case, the merit for his particular advised use, had been precisely in the smallness. I may say at once that this had seemed to me, under the first flush of recognition, the good mark for the pretty notion of the free circle put about by having, of a sudden, an ingenious mind and a pair of limpid searching eyes to count with. Half the attraction was in the current actuality of the thing. Repeatedly, right and left, as I have said, one had seen such a drama constituted, and always to the effect of proposing to the interested view one of those questions that are of the essence of drama. What will happen? Who suffer? Who not suffer? What turn be determined? What crisis created? What issue found? There had of course to be, as a basis, the free circle, but this was material of that admirable order with which the good London never leaves its true lover and believer long unprovided. One could count them on one's fingers, an abundant allowance, the liberal firesides beyond the white glow of which, in a comparative dimness, female adolescence hovered and waited. The white glow was bright, was favourable to real talk, to play of mind, to an explicit interest in life, a due demonstration of the interest by persons I qualified to feel it, all of which meant frankness and ease, the perfection almost, as it were, of intercourse, and a tone as far as possible removed from that of the nursery and the schoolroom, as far as possible removed even, no doubt, in its appealing modernity, from that of supposedly privileged scenes of conversation 20 years ago. The charm was, with 100 other things, in the freedom menaced by the inevitable irruption of the ingenious mind, whereby, if the freedom should be sacrificed, what would truly become of the charm? The charm might be figured as dear to members of the circle consciously contributing to it, but it was none the less true that some sacrifice in some quarter would have to be made, and what meditator worth his salt could fail to hold his breath while waiting on the event? The ingenious mind might, it was true, be suppressed altogether, the general disconcertment averted either by some master stroke of diplomacy or some rude simplification, yet these were ugly matters, and in the examples before one's eyes nothing ugly, nothing harsh or crude had flourished. A girl might be married off the day after her eruption, or better still the day before it, to remove her from the sphere of the play of mind, but these were exactly not crudities, and even then, at the worst, an interval had to be bridged. The awkward age is precisely a study of one of these curtailed or extended periods of tension and apprehension, an account of the manner in which the resented interference with ancient liberties came to be in a particular instance dealt with. I note once again that I had not escaped seeing it actually and traceably dealt with, I admit, a good deal of friendly suspense, also with the nature and degree of the sacrifice left very much to one's appreciation. In circles highly civilized, the great things, the real things, the hard, the cruel, and even the tender things, the true elements of any tension and true facts of any crisis, have ever, for the outsiders, for the critic's use, to be translated into terms in the distinguished name of which, terms for the right employment of which, more than one situation of the type I glance at had struck me as all irresistibly appealing. There appeared in fact at moments no end to the things they said, the suggestions into which they flowered, one of these latter in especial arriving at the highest intensity. Putting vividly before one the perfect system on which the awkward age is handled in most other European societies, it threw again into relief the inveterate English trick of the so morally well meant and so intellectually helpless compromise. We live notoriously, as I suppose every age lives, in an epoch of transition, but it may still be said of the French, for instance, I assume, that their social scheme absolutely provides against awkwardness. That is, it would be, by this scheme, so infinitely awkward, so awkward beyond any patching up, for the hovering female young to be conceived as present at good talk, that their presence is, theoretically at least, not permitted till their youth has been promptly corrected by marriage, in which case they have ceased to be merely young. The better the talk prevailing in any circle, accordingly, the more organized, the more complete, the element of precaution and exclusion. Talk, giving the term a wide application, is one thing, and a proper inexperience another, and it has never occurred to a logical people that the interest of the greater, the general, need be sacrificed to that of the less, the particular. Such sacrifices strike them as gratuitous and barbarous, as cruel above all to the social intelligence, also as perfectly preventable by wise arrangement. Nothing comes home more, on the other hand, to the observer of English manners than the very moderate degree in which wise arrangement, in the French sense of a scientific economy, has ever been invoked, a fact indeed largely explaining the great interest of their incoherence, their heterogeneity, their wild abundance. The French, all analytically, have conceived of 50 different proprieties, meeting 50 different cases, whereas the English mind, less intensely at work, has never conceived but of one. the grand propriety, for every case, it should in fairness be said, of just being English. As practice, however, has always to be a looser thing than theory, so no application of that rigour has been possible in the London world without 1,000 departures from the grim ideal. The American theory, if I may drag it in, would be, I think, that talk should never become better than the female young, either actually or constructively present, are minded to allow it. That system involves as little compromise as the French. It has been absolutely simple, and the beauty of its success shines out in every record of our conditions of intercourse, premising always our basic assumption that the female young read the newspapers. The English theory may be in itself almost as simple, but different and much more complex forces have ruled the application of it. So much does the goodness of talk depend on what there may be to talk about. There are more things in London, I think, than anywhere in the world. Hence the charm of the dramatic struggle reflected in my book, the struggle somehow to fit propriety into a smooth general case which is really all the while bristling and crumbling into fierce particular ones. The circle surrounding Mrs. Brookenham in my pages is of course nothing if not a particular, even a peculiar one, and its rather vain effort, the vanity, the real inexpertness, being precisely part of my tale, is toward the courage of that condition. It is cropped up in a social order where individual appreciations of propriety have not been formally allowed for, in spite of their having very often quite rudely and violently and insolently, rather of course than insidiously, flourished; so that as the matter stands, rightly or wrongly, Nanda's retarded, but eventually none the less real incorporation means virtually Nanda's exposure. It means this, that is, and many things beside, means them for Nanda herself and, with a various intensity, for the other participants in the action. But what it particularly means, surely, is the failure of successful arrangement and the very moral, sharply pointed, of the fruits of compromise. It is compromise that has suffered her to be in question at all, and that has condemned the freedom of the circle to be self-conscious, compunctious, on the whole much more timid than brave, the consequent muddle, if the term be not too gross, representing meanwhile a great inconvenience for life, but, as I found myself feeling, an immense promise, a much greater one than on the foreign showing, for the painted picture of life. Beyond which let me add that here immediately is a prime specimen of the way in which the obscure, the lurking relations of a motive apparently simple, always in wait for their spring, may, by seizing their chance for it, send simplicity flying. Poor Nanda's little case, and her mother's, and Mr. Longdon's, and Vanderbank's, and Mitch's, to say nothing of that of the others, has only to catch a reflected light from over the channel in order to double at once its appeal to the imagination. Open brackets. I am considering all these matters, I need scarce say, only as they are concerned with that faculty. With a relation not imaginative to his material, the storyteller has nothing whatever to do. Close brackets. It exactly happened, moreover, that my own material here was to profit in a particular way by that extension of view. My idea was to be treated with light irony. It would be light and ironical, or it would be nothing; so that I asked myself, naturally, what might be the least solemn form to give it, among recognized and familiar forms. The question thus at once arose: what form so familiar, so recognized among alert readers, as that in which the ingenious and inexhaustible, the charming philosophic Gyp casts most of her social studies? Gyp had long struck me as mistress, in her levity, of one of the happiest forms, the only objection to my use of which was a certain extraordinary benightedness on the part of the Anglo-Saxon reader. One had noted this reader as perverse and inconsequent in respect to the absorption of dialogue, observed the public for fiction consume it, in certain connections, on the scale and with the smack of lips that mark the consumption of bread and jam by a children's school feast, consume it even at the theatre, so far as our theatre ever vouchsafes it, and yet as flagrantly reject it when served, so to speak, au naturel. One had seen good solid slices of fiction, well endued, one might surely have thought, with this easiest of lubrications, deplored by editor and publisher as positively not, for the general gullet as known to them, made adequately slick. Dialogue. Always dialogue. I had seemed from far back to hear them mostly cry, "We can't have too much of it, we can't have enough of it, and no excess of it in the form of no matter what savourless dilution, or what boneless dispersion, ever began to injure a book so much as even the very scantest claim put in for form and substance." This wisdom had always been in one's ears, but it had at the same time been equally in one's eyes that really constructive dialogue, dialogue organic and dramatic, speaking for itself, representing and embodying substance and form, is among us an uncanny and abhorrent thing, not to be dealt with on any terms. A comedy or a tragedy may run for 1,000 nights without prompting 20 persons in London or in New York to desire that view of its text which is so desired in Paris as soon as a play begins to loom at all large, that the number of copies of the printed piece in circulation far exceeds at last the number of performances. But as with the printed piece our own public, infatuated as it may be with the theatre, refuses all commerce, though indeed this can't but be, without cynicism, very much through the infirmity the piece, if printed, would reveal, so the same horror seems to attach to any typographic hint of the proscribed play-book or any insidious plea for it. The immense oddity resides in the almost exclusively typographic order of the offence. An English, an American jibe would typographically offend, and that would be the end of her. There gloomed at me my warning, as well as shone at me my provocation, in respect to the example of this delightful writer. I might emulate her, since I presumptuously would, but dishonour would await me if, proposing to treat the different phases of my subject in the most completely instituted colloquial form, I should evoke the figure and affirm the presence of participants by the repeated and prefixed name rather than by the recurrent and affixed "said he" and "said she." All I have space to go into here, much as the funny fact I refer to might seem to invite us to dance hand in hand round it, is that I was at any rate duly admonished, that I took my measures accordingly, and that the manner in which I took them has lived again for me ever so arrestingly, so amusingly, on re-examination of the book. But that I did, positively and seriously, so seriously, emulate the levity of Gyp, and, by the same token, of the hardiest of flowers fostered in her school, Monsieur Henri Lavedan, is a contribution to the history of the awkward age that I shall obviously have had to brace myself in order to make. Vivid enough, to me, the expression of face of any kindest of critics, even, moved to declare that he would never in the least have suspected it. Let me say at once, in extenuation of the too respectful distance at which I may thus have appeared to follow my model, that my first care had to be the covering of my tracks, lest I truly should be caught in the act of arranging, of organizing dialogue to speak for itself. What I now see to have happened is that I organized and arranged but too well. Too well, I mean, for any betrayal of the Gyp taint, however faded and feeble. The trouble appears to have been that while I on the one hand exercised a baleful association, I succeeded in rousing on nobody's part a sense of any other association whatever, or of my having cast myself into any conceivable or calculable form. My private inspiration had been in the Gyp plan (open brackets), artfully dissimulated for dear life and applied with the very subtlest consistency, but none the less kept in secret view (close brackets). Yet I was to fail to make out in the event that the book succeeded in producing the impression of any plan on any person. No hint of that sort of success, or of any critical perception at all in relation to the business, has ever come my way, in spite of which when I speak, as just above, of what was to happen under the law of my ingenious labour, I fairly lose myself in the vision of 100 bright phenomena. Some of these incidents I must treat myself to naming, for they are among the best I shall have on any occasion to retail. But I must first give the measure of the degree in which they were mere matters of the study. This composition had originally appeared in Harper's Weekly during the autumn of 1898 and the first weeks of the winter, and the volume containing it was published that spring. I had meanwhile been absent from England, and it was not till my return some time later that I had from my publisher any news of our venture. But the news then met at a stroke all my curiosity. I am sorry to say the book has done nothing to speak of. I have never in all my experience seen one treated with more general and complete disrespect. There was thus to be nothing left me for fond subsequent reference, of which I doubtless give even now so adequate an illustration, save the rich reward of the singular interest attaching to the very intimacies of the effort. It comes back to me, the whole job, as wonderfully amusing and delightfully difficult from the first. Since amusement deeply abides, I think, in any artistic attempt the basis and groundwork of which are conscious of a particular firmness. On that hard fine floor the element of execution feels it may more or less confidently dance; in which case puzzling questions, sharp obstacles, dangers of detail, may come up for it by the dozen without breaking its heart or shaking its nerve. It is the difficulty produced by the loose foundation or the vague scheme that breaks the heart, when a luckless fatuity has overpersuaded an author of the saving virtue of treatment. Being "treated" is never, in a workable idea, a mere passive condition, and I hold no subject ever susceptible of help that isn't, like the embarrassed man of our proverbial wisdom, first of all able to help itself. I was thus to have here an envious glimpse, in carrying my design through, of that artistic rage and that artistic felicity which I have ever supposed to be intensest and highest, the confidence of the dramatist strong in the sense of his postulate. The dramatist has verily to build, is committed to architecture, to construction at any cost, to driving in deep his vertical supports and laying across and firmly fixing his horizontal, his resting pieces, at the risk of no matter what vibration from the tap of his master hammer. This makes the active value of his basis immense, enabling him, with his flanks protected, to advance undistractedly, even if not at all carelessly, into the comparative fairyland of the mere minor anxiety. In other words, his scheme holds, and as he feels this in spite of noted strains and under repeated tests, so he keeps his face to the day. I rejoiced, by that same token, to feel my scheme hold, and even a little ruefully watched it give me much more than I had ventured to hope. For I promptly found my conceived arrangement of my material open the door wide to ingenuity. I remember that in sketching my project for the conductors of the periodical I have named, I drew on a sheet of paper, and possibly with an effect of the cabalistic, it now comes over me, that even anxious amplification may have but vainly attenuated, the neat figure of a circle consisting of a number of small rounds disposed at equal distances about a central object. The central object was my situation, my subject in itself, to which the thing would owe its title, and the small rounds represented so many distinct lamps, as I liked to call them, the function of each of which would be to light with all due intensity on one of its aspects. I had divided it, didn't they see, into aspects, uncanny as the little term might sound, though not for a moment did I suggest we should use it for the public, and by that sign we would conquer. They saw, all genially and generously, for I must add that I had made, to the best of my recollection, no morbid scruple of not blabbing about Gyp and her strange incitement. I the more boldly held my tongue over this that the more I, by my intelligence, lived in my arrangement and moved about in it, the more I sank into satisfaction. It was clearly to work to a charm, and, during this process, by calling at every step for an exquisite management, to haunt, to startle and waylay. Each of my lamps would be the light of a single social occasion in the history and intercourse of the characters concerned, and would bring out to the full the latent colour of the scene in question and cause it to illustrate to the last drop its bearing on my theme. I revelled in this notion of the occasion as a thing by itself, really and completely a scenic thing, and could scarce name it while crouching amid the thick arcana of my plan with a large enough O. The beauty of the conception was in this approximation of the respective divisions of my form to the successive acts of a play, as to which it was more than ever a case for charmed capitals. The divine distinction of the act of a play, and a greater than any other it easily succeeds in arriving at, was, I reasoned, in its special, its guarded objectivity. This objectivity, in turn, when achieving its ideal, came from the imposed absence of that going behind, to compass explanations and amplifications, to drag out odds and ends from the mere story-teller's great property shop of aids to illusion, a resource under denial of which it was equally perplexing and delightful, for a change, to proceed. Everything, for that matter, becomes interesting from the moment it has closely to consider, for full effect positively to bestride, the law of its kind. Kinds are the very life of literature, and truth and strength come from the complete recognition of them, from abounding to the utmost in their respective senses and sinking deep into their consistency. I myself have scarcely to plead the cause of going behind, which is right and beautiful and fruitful in its place and order, but as the confusion of kinds is the inelegance of letters and the stultification of values, so to renounce that line utterly and do something quite different instead may become in another connection the true course and the vehicle of effect. Something in the very nature, in the fine rigour of this special sacrifice, which is capable of affecting the form lover, I think, as really more of a projected form than any other, lends it moreover a coercive charm, a charm that grows in proportion as the appeal to it tests and stretches and strains it, puts it powerfully to the touch. To make the presented occasion tell all its story itself, remain shut up in its own presence, and yet on that patch of staked out ground become thoroughly interesting and remain thoroughly clear, is a process not remarkable, no doubt, so long as a very light weight is laid on it, but difficult enough to challenge and inspire great adroitness so soon as the elements to be dealt with begin at all to size up. The disdainers of the contemporary drama deny, obviously, with all promptness, that the matter to be expressed by its means, richly and successfully expressed, that is, can loom with any largeness, since from the moment it does one of the conditions breaks down. The process simply collapses under the pressure, they contend, proves its weakness as quickly as the office laid on it ceases to be simple. Remember, they say to the dramatist, that you have to be, supremely, three things. You have to be true to your form, you have to be interesting, you have to be clear. You have, in other words, to prove yourself adequate to taking a heavy weight. But we defy you really to conform to your conditions with any but a light one. Make the thing you have to convey, make the picture you have to paint, at all rich and complex, and you cease to be clear. Remain clear, and with the clearness required by the infantine intelligence of any public consenting to see a play. And what becomes of the importance of your subject? If it's important by any other critical measure than the little foot rule the produced piece has to conform to, it is predestined to be a muddle. When it has escaped being a muddle, the note it has succeeded in striking at the furthest will be recognized as one of those that are called high, but by the courtesy, by the intellectual provinciality of theatrical criticism, which, as we can see for ourselves any morning, is, well, an abyss even deeper than the theatre itself. Don't attempt to crush us with Dumas and Ibsen, for such values are from any informed and enlightened point of view, that is, measured by other high values, literary, critical, philosophic, of the most moderate order. Ibsen and Dumas are precisely cases of men in their degree, in their poor theatrical strait-jacket, speculative, who have had to renounce the finer thing for the coarser, the thick, in short, for the thin, and the curious for the self-evident. What earthly intellectual distinction, what prestige of achievement would have attached to the substance of such things as Denise, as Monsieur Alphonse, as Francelon, and we take the Dumas of the supposedly subtler period, in any other form, what virtues of the same order would have attached to The Pillars of Society, to An Enemy of the People, to Ghosts, to Rosmersholm, or taking also Ibsen's subtler period, to John Gabriel Borkman, to The Master Builder? Ibsen is in fact wonderfully a case in point, since from the moment he's clear, from the moment he's amusing, it's on the footing of a thesis as simple and superficial as that of A Doll's House, while from the moment he's by apparent intention comprehensive and searching, it's on the footing of an effect as confused and obscure as The Wild Duck, from which you easily see all the conditions can't be met. The dramatist has to choose but those he's most capable of, and by that choice he's known. So the objector concludes, and never surely without great profit from his having been drawn. His apparent triumph, if it be even apparent, still leaves, it will be noted, convenient cover for retort in the riddled face of the opposite stronghold. The last word in these cases is for nobody who can't pretend to be an absolute test. The terms here used, obviously, are matters of appreciation, and there is no short cut to prove, luckily for us all round, either that Monsieur Alphonse develops itself on the highest plane of irony, or that Ghosts simplifies almost to excruciation. If John Gabriel Borkman is but a pennyworth of effect as to a character we can imagine much more amply presented, and if Hedda Gabler makes an appeal enfeebled by remarkable vagueness, there is by the nature of the case no catching the convinced, or call him the deluded, spectator or reader in the act of a mistake. He is to be caught at the worst in the act of attention, of the very greatest attention, and that is all, as a precious preliminary at least, that the playwright asks of him, besides being all the very divinest poet can get. I remember rejoicing as much to remark this after getting launched in The Awkward Age as if I were in fact constructing a play, just as I may doubtless appear now not less anxious to keep the philosophy of the dramatist's course before me than if I belonged to his order. I felt certainly the support he feels, I participated in his technical amusement, I tasted to the full the bitter sweetness of his draught, the beauty and the difficulty, to harp again on that string, of escaping poverty even though the references in one's action can only be, with intensity, to each other, to things exactly on the same plane of exhibition with themselves. Exhibition may mean in a story 20 different ways, 50 excursions, alternatives, excrescences, and the novel, as largely practiced in English, is the perfect paradise of the loose end. The play consents to the logic of but one way, mathematically right, and with the loose end as gross an impertinence on its surface and as grave a dishonour as the dangle of a snippet of silk or wool on the right side of a tapestry. We are shut up wholly to cross relations, relations all within the action itself, no part of which is related to anything but some other part, save of course by the relation of the total to life. And, after invoking the protection of Gyp, I saw the point of my game all in the problem of keeping these conditioned relations crystalline at the same time that I should, in emulation of life, consent to their being numerous and fine and characteristic of the London world, as the London world was in this quarter and that to be deciphered. All of which was to make in the event for complications. I see now, of course, how far, with my complications, I got away from Gyp. But I see today so much else too that this particular deflection from simplicity makes scarce a figure among the others, after having once served its purpose, I mean, of lighting my original, imitative innocence. For I recognize in especial, with a waking vibration of that interest in which, as I say, the plan of the book is embalmed for me, that my subject was probably condemned in advance to appreciable, or more exactly perhaps to almost preposterously appreciative over-treatment. It places itself for me thus in a group of small productions exhibiting this perversity, representations of conceived cases in which my process has been to pump the case gaspingly dry, dry not only of superfluous moisture, but absolutely, for I have encountered the charge, of breathable air. I may note, in fine, that coming back to the pages before us with a strong impression of their recording to my shame that disaster, even to the extent of its disqualifying them for decent reappearance, I have found the adventure taking, to my relief, quite another turn, and have lost myself in the wonder of what over-treatment may, in the detail of its desperate ingenuity, consist of. The revived interest I speak of has been therefore that of following critically, from page to page, even as the Red Indian tracks in the forest the paleface, the footsteps of the systematic loyalty I was able to achieve. The amusement of this constatation is, as I have hinted, in the detail of the matter, and the detail is so dense, the texture of the figured and smoothed tapestry so loose, that the genius of Gyp herself, muse of general looseness, would certainly, once warned, have uttered the first disavowal of my homage. But what has occurred meanwhile is that this high consistency has itself, so to speak, constituted an exhibition, and that an important artistic truth has seemed to me thereby lighted. We brushed against that truth just now in our glance at the denial of expansibility to any idea the moulds of the stage play may hope to express without cracking and bursting, and we bear in mind at the same time that the picture of Nanda Brookenham's situation, though perhaps seeming to a careless eye so to wander and sprawl, yet presents itself on absolutely scenic lines, and that each of these scenes in itself, and each as related to each and to all of its companions, abides without a moment's deflection by the principle of the stage play. In doing this then it does more. It helps us ever so happily to see the grave distinction between substance and form in a really wrought work of art signally break down. I hold it impossible to say, before the awkward age, where one of these elements ends and the other begins. I have been unable, at least myself, on re-examination, to mark any such joint or seam, to see the two discharged offices as separate. They are separate before the fact, but the sacrament of execution indissolubly marries them, and the marriage, like any other marriage, has only to be a true one for the scandal of a breach not to show. The thing done, artistically, is a fusion, or it has not been done, in which case of course the artist may be, and all deservedly, pelted with any fragment of its botch the critic shall choose to pick up. But his ground once conquered in this particular field, he knows nothing of fragments, and may say in all security, "Detach one if you can analyze in your way, oh yes, to relate, to report, to explain, but you can't disintegrate my synthesis. You can't resolve the elements of my whole into different responsible agents, or find your way at all for your own fell purpose. My mixture has only to be perfect literally to bewilder you. You are lost in the tangle of the forest. Prove this value, this effect, in the air of the whole result to be of my subject, and that other value, other effect, to be of my treatment. Prove that I haven't so shaken them together as the conjurer I profess to be must consummately shake, and I consent but to parade as before Booth at the fair." The exemplary closeness of The Awkward Age even affects me on reperusal, I confess, as treasure quite instinctively and foreseeingly laid up against my present opportunity for these remarks. I have been positively struck by the quantity of meaning and the number of intentions, the extent of ground for interest, as I may call it, that I have succeeded in working scenically, yet without loss of sharpness, clearness, or atmosphere, into each of my illuminating occasions, where at certain junctures the due preservation of all these values took, in the familiar phrase, a good deal of doing. I should have liked just here to re-examine with the reader some of the positively most artful passages I have in mind, such as the hour of Mr. Longdon's beautiful and, as it were, mystic attempt at a compact with Vanderbank, late at night, in the billiard-room of the country house at which they are staying; such as the other nocturnal passage, under Mr. Longdon's roof, between Vanderbank and Mitchy, where the conduct of so much fine meaning, so many flares of the exhibitory torch through the labyrinth of mere immediate appearances, mere familiar allusions, is successfully and safely effected; such as the whole array of the terms of presentation that are made to serve, all systematically, yet without a gap anywhere, for the presentation throughout of immediacy subtle, no less than concrete, and concrete no less than deprived of that officious explanation which we know as going behind, such as, briefly, the general service of coordination and vivification rendered, on lines of ferocious, of really quite heroic compression, by the picture of the assembled group at Mrs. Grendon's, where the cross-references of the action are as thick as the green leaves of a garden, but none the less, as they have scenically to be, counted and disposed, weighted with responsibility. Were I minded to use in this connection a loud word, and the critic in general hates loud words, as a man of taste may hate loud colours, I should speak of the composition of the chapters entitled Tishy Grendon, with all the pieces of the game on the table together, and each confusedly and contributively placed, as triumphantly scientific. I must properly remind myself rather that the better lesson of my retrospect would seem to be really a supreme revision of the question of what it may be for a subject to suffer, to call it suffering, by over-treatment. Bowed down so long by the inference that its product had in this case proved such a betrayal, my artistic conscience meets the relief of having to recognize truly here no traces of suffering. The thing carries itself to my maturer and gratified sense as with every symptom of soundness, an insolence of health and joy. And from this precisely I deduce my moral, which is to the effect that since our only way, in general, of knowing that we have had too much of anything is by feeling that too much, so by the same token, when we don't feel the excess, and I am contending, mind, that in the awkward age the multiplicity yields to the order, how do we know that the measure not recorded, the notch not reached, does represent adequacy or satiety? The mere feeling helps us for certain degrees of congestion, but for exact science, that is, for the criticism of fine art, we want the notation. The notation, however, is what we lack, and the verdict of the mere feeling is liable to fluctuate. In other words, an imputed defect is never, at the worst, disengageable, or other than matter for appreciation. To come back to my claim for that felicity of the dramatist's case that his synthetic whole is his form, the only one we have to do with. I like to profit in his company by the fact that if our art has certainly, for the impression it produces, to defer to the rise and fall, in the critical temperature, of the telltale mercury, it still hasn't to reckon with the engraved thermometer face. Henry James. End of author's preface. Section 1 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book First, Lady Julia. Chapter 1. Save when it happened to rain, Vanderbank always walked home, but he usually took a hansom when the rain was moderate, and adopted the preference of the philosopher when it was heavy. On this occasion he therefore recognized, as the servant opened the door, a congruity between the weather and the four-wheeler that, in the empty street, under the glazed radiance, waited and trickled and blackly glittered. The butler mentioned it as on such a wild night the only thing they could get, and Vanderbank, having replied that it was exactly what would do best, prepared in the doorway to put up his umbrella and dash down to it. At this moment he heard his name pronounced from behind, and on turning found himself joined by the elderly fellow guest with whom he had talked after dinner, and about whom later on, upstairs, he had sounded his hostess. It was at present a clear question of how this amiable, this apparently unassertive person should get home, of the possibility of the other cab, for which even now one of the footmen, with a whistle to his lips, craned out his head and listened through the storm. Mr. Longdon wondered to Vanderbank if their course might by any chance be the same, which led our young friend immediately to express a readiness to see him safely in any direction that should accommodate him. As the footman's whistle spent itself in vain, they got together into the four-wheeler, where at the end of a few moments more Vanderbank became conscious of having proposed his own rooms as a wind-up to their drive. Wouldn't that be a better finish of the evening than just separating in the wet? He liked his new acquaintance, who struck him as in a manner clinging to him, who was staying at a hotel presumably at that hour dismal, and who, confessing with easy humility to a connection positively timid with a club at which one couldn't have a visitor, accepted his invitation under pressure. Vanderbank, when they arrived, was amused at the air of added extravagance with which he said he would keep the cab. He so clearly enjoyed to that extent the sense of making a night of it. "You young men, I believe, keep them for hours, eh? At least they did in my time," he laughed. "The wild ones. But I think of them as all wild then. I dare say that when one settles in town one learns how to manage. Only I'm afraid, you know, that I've got completely out of it. I feel really quite mouldy. It's a matter of 30 years." "Since you've been in London?" "For more than a few days at a time, upon my honour. You won't understand that. Any more, I dare say, than I myself quite understand how at the end of all I've accepted this queer view of the doom of coming back. But I don't doubt I shall ask you, if you'll be so good as to let me, for the help of a hint or two. As to how to do, don't you know? And not to, what do you fellows call it, be done. How about one of these things?" One of these things was the lift in which, at no great pace and with much rumbling and creaking, the porter conveyed the two gentlemen to the alarming eminence, as Mr. Longdon measured their flight, at which Vanderbank perched. The impression made on him by this contrivance showed him as unsophisticated, yet when his companion, at the top, ushering him in, gave a touch to the quick light and, in the pleasant ruddy room, all convenience and character, had before the fire another look at him, it was not to catch in him any protrusive angle. Mr. Longdon was slight and neat, delicate of body and both keen and kind of face, with black brows finely marked and thick smooth hair in which the silver had deep shadows. He wore neither whisker nor moustache, and seemed to carry in the flicker of his quick brown eyes and the positive sun play of his smile even more than the equivalent of what might, superficially or stupidly, elsewhere be missed in him, which was mass, substance, presence, what is vulgarly called importance. He had indeed no presence, but had somehow an effect. He might almost have been a priest, if priests, as it occurred to Vanderbank, were ever such dandies. He had at all events conclusively doubled the Cape of the years. He would never again see 55. To the warning light of that bleak headland he presented a back sufficiently conscious. Yet though to Vanderbank he couldn't look young he came near, strikingly and amusingly, looking new. This, after a minute, appeared mainly perhaps indeed in the perfection of his evening dress and the special smartness of the sleeveless overcoat he had evidently had made to wear with it, and might even actually be wearing for the first time. He had talked to Vanderbank at Mrs. Brookenham's about Beccles and Suffolk, but it was not at Beccles, nor anywhere in the county, that these ornaments had been designed. His action had already been, with however little purpose, to present the region to his interlocutor in a favourable light. Vanderbank, for that matter, had the kind of imagination that likes to place an object, even to the point of losing sight of it in the conditions. He already saw the nice old nook it must have taken to keep a man of intelligence so fresh while suffering him to remain so fine. The product of Beccles accepted at all events a cigarette, still much as a joke and an adventure, and looked about him as if even more pleased than he expected. Then he broke, through his double eyeglass, into an exclamation that was like a passing pang of envy and regret. "You young man! You young man!" "Well, what about us?" Vanderbank's tone encouraged the courtesy of the reference. "I'm not so young moreover as that comes to." "How old are you then, pray?" "Why, I'm 34." "What do you call that? I'm 103." Mr. Longdon at all events took out his watch. "It's only 11:15." Then with a quick change of interest, "What did you say is your public office?" he enquired. The General Audit. I'm Deputy Chairman." "Dear." Mr. Longdon looked at him as if he had had 50 windows. "What a head you must have." "Oh yes, our head's Sir Digby Dent's." "And what do we do for you?" "Well, you gild the pill, though not perhaps very thick. But it's a decent berth." "A thing a good many fellows would give a pound of their flesh for." Vanderbank's visitor appeared so to deprecate too faint a picture that he dropped all scruples. "I'm the most envied man I know, so that if I were a shade less amiable I should be one of the most hated." Mr. Longdon laughed, yet not quite as if they were joking. "I see. Your pleasant way carries it off." Vanderbank was, however, not serious. "Wouldn't it carry off anything?" Again his friend, through the pince nez, appeared to crown him with a Whitehall cornice. "I think I ought to let you know I'm studying you. It's really fair to tell you," he continued with an earnestness not discomposed by the indulgence in Vanderbank's face. "It's all right, he reassuringly added, having meanwhile stopped before a photograph suspended on the wall. "That's your mother," he brought out with something of the elation of a child making a discovery or guessing a riddle. "I don't make you out in her yet, in my recollection of her, which, as I told you, is perfect. But I dare say I soon shall." Vanderbank was more and more aware that the kind of amusement he excited would never in the least be a bar to affection. "Please take all your time." Mr. Longdon looked at his watch again. "Do you think I had better keep it?" "The cab?" Vanderbank liked him so, found in him such a promise of pleasant things that he was almost tempted to say: "Dear and delightful sir, don't weigh that question. I'll pay, myself, for the man's whole night." His approval at all events was complete. "Most certainly. That's the only way not to think of it." "Oh you young men, you young men!" his guest again murmured. He had passed on to the photograph Vanderbank had many, too many photographs of some other relation, and stood wiping the gold mounted glasses through which he had been darting admirations and catching sidelights for shocks. "Don't talk nonsense," he continued as his friend attempted once more to throw in a protest. "I belong to a different period of history. There have been things this evening that have made me feel as if I had been disinterred, literally dug up from a long sleep. I assure you there have." He really pressed the point. Vanderbank wondered a moment what things in particular these might be. He found himself wanting to get at everything his visitor represented, to enter into his consciousness and feel as it were on his side. He glanced with an intention freely sarcastic at an easy possibility. "The extraordinary vitality of Brookenham." Mr. Longdon, with nippers in place again, fixed on him a gravity that failed to prevent his discovering in the eyes behind them a shy reflexion of his irony. "Oh Brookenham. You must tell me all about Brookenham." "I see that's not what you mean." Mr. Longdon forbore to deny it. "I wonder if you'll understand what I mean." Vanderbank bristled with the wish to be put to the test, but was checked before he could say so. "And what's his place, Brookenham's?" "Oh, rivers and lakes. An awfully good thing. He got it last year." Mr. Longdon, but not too grossly, wondered. "How did he get it?" Vanderbank laughed. "Well, she got it." His friend remained grave. "And about how much now?" "Oh, 1,200, and lots of allowances and boats and things. To do the work," Vanderbank, still with a certain levity, added. "And what is the work?" The young man had a pause. "Ask him. He'll like to tell you." "Yet he seemed to have but little to say." Mr. Longdon exactly measured it again. "Ah, not about that. Try him." He looked more sharply at his host, as if vaguely suspicious of a trap. Then not less vaguely he sighed. "Well, It's what I came up for, to try you all. But do they live on that?" he continued. Vanderbank once more debated. "One doesn't quite know what they live on. But they've means, for it was just that fact, I remember, that showed Brookenham's getting the place wasn't a job. It was given, I mean, not to his mere domestic need, but to his notorious efficiency. He has a property, an ugly little place in Gloucestershire, which they sometimes let. His elder brother has the better one, but they make up an income." Mr. Longdon for an instant lost himself. "Yes, I remember. One heard of those things at the time. And she must have had something." "Yes, indeed, she had something. And she always has her intense cleverness. She knows thoroughly how. They do it tremendously well." "Tremendously well," Mr. Longdon intelligently echoed. "But a house in Buckingham Crescent, with the way they seem to have built through to all sorts of other places." "Oh, they're all right," Vanderbank soothingly dropped. "One likes to feel that of people with whom one has dined. There are 4 children?" his friend went on. "The older boy whom you saw and who in his way is a wonder, the older girl whom you must see, and 2 youngsters, male and female, whom you mustn't." There might by this time, in the growing interest of their talk, have been almost nothing too uncanny for Mr. Longdon to fear it. "You mean the youngsters are unfortunate?" "No, they're only, like all the modern young, I think, mysteries. Terrible little baffling mysteries." Vanderbank had found amusement again. It flickered so from his friend's face that, really at moments to the point of alarm, his explanations deepened darkness. Then with more interest he harked back. "I know the thing you just mentioned, the thing that strikes you as odd." He produced his knowledge quite with elation. "The talk." Mr. Longdon, on this, only looked at him in silence and harder, but he went on with assurance. "Yes, the talk. For we do talk, I think." Still his guest left him without relief, only fixing him and his suggestion with a suspended judgement. Whatever the old man was on the point of saying, however, he disposed of in a curtailed murmur. He had already turned afresh to the series of portraits, and as he glanced at another Vanderbank spoke afresh. "It was very interesting to me to hear from you there, when the ladies had left us, how many old threads you were prepared to pick up." Mr. Longdon had paused. "I'm an old boy who remembers the mothers," he at last replied. "Yes, you told me how well you remember Mrs. Brookenham's." Oh," and he arrived at a new subject. "This must be your sister Mary." "Yes, it's very bad, but as she's dead." "Dead? Dear, dear." "Oh, long ago," Vanderbank eased him off. "It's delightful of you," this informant went on, "to have known also such a lot of my people." Mr. Longdon turned from his contemplation with a visible effort. "I feel obliged to you for taking it so. It mightn't, one never knows, have amused you. As I told you there, the first thing I did was to ask Fernanda about the company, and when she mentioned your name I immediately said, 'Would he like me to speak to him?'" "And what did Fernanda say?" Mr. Longdon stared. "Do you call her Fernanda?" Vanderbank felt ever so much more guilty than he would have expected. "Do you think it too much in the manner we just mentioned?" His friend hesitated; then with a smile a trifle strange: "Pardon me, I didn't mention—" "No, you didn't, and your scruple was magnificent. In point of fact," Vanderbank pursued, "I don't call Mrs. Brookenham by her Christian name." Mr. Longdon's clear eyes were searching. "Unless in speaking of her to others?" He seemed really to wish to know. Vanderbank was but too ready to satisfy him. "I dare say we seem to you a vulgar lot of people. That's not the way, I can see, you speak of ladies at Beccles." "Oh, if you laugh at me?" And his visitor turned off. "Don't threaten me," said Vanderbank, "or I will send away the cab. Of course I know what you mean. It will be tremendously interesting to hear how the sort of thing we've fallen into—oh, we HAVE fallen in!—strikes your fresh, your uncorrupted ear. Do have another cigarette. Sunk as I must appear to you, it sometimes strikes even mine. But I'm not sure as regards Mrs. Brookenham, whom I've known a long time." Mr. Longdon again took him up. "What do you people call a long time?" Vanderbank considered. "Ah, there you are. And now we're 'we people.' That's right. Give it to us. I'm sure that in one way or another it's all earned. Well, I've known her 10 years. But awfully well." "What do you call awfully well?" "We people?" Vanderbank's inquirer, with his continued restless observation, moving nearer, the young man had laid on his shoulder the lightest of friendly hands. "Don't you perhaps ask too much? But no," he added quickly and gaily, "of course you don't. If I don't look out I shall have exactly the effect on you I don't want. I dare say I don't know how well I know Mrs. Brookenham. Mustn't that sort of thing be put in a manner to the proof? What I meant to say just now was that I wouldn't, at least I hope I shouldn't, have named her as I did save to an old friend." Mr. Longdon looked promptly satisfied and reassured. "You probably heard me address her myself." "I did. But you've your rights and that wouldn't excuse me. The only thing is that I go to see her every Sunday." Mr. Longdon pondered and then, a little to Vanderbank's surprise, at any rate to his deeper amusement, candidly asked: "Only Fernanda? No other lady?" "Oh yes, several other ladies." Mr. Longdon appeared to hear this with pleasure. "You're quite right. We don't make enough of Sunday at Beccles." "Oh we make plenty of it in London," Vanderbank said. "And I think it's rather in my interest I should mention that Mrs. Brookenham calls me—" His visitor covered him now with an attention that just operated as a check. "By your Christian name?" Before Vanderbank could in any degree attenuate, "What IS your Christian name?" Mr. Longdon asked. Vanderbank felt of a sudden almost guilty, as if his answer could only impute extravagance to the lady. "My Christian name," he blushed it out, "is Gustavus." His friend took a droll conscious leap. "And she calls you Gussy?" "No, not even Gussy. But I scarcely think I ought to tell you," he pursued, "if she herself gave you no glimpse of the fact. Any implication that she consciously avoided it might make you see deeper depths." He spoke with pointed levity, but his companion showed him after an instant a face just covered, and a little painfully, with the vision of the possibility brushed away by the joke. "Oh I'm not so bad as that!" Mr. Longdon modestly ejaculated. "Well, she doesn't do it always," Vanderbank laughed. "And it's nothing moreover to what some people are called. Why, there was a fellow there—" He pulled up, however, and thinking better of it selected another instance. "The Duchess. Weren't you introduced to the Duchess? Never calls me anything but Vanderbank, unless she calls me caro mio. It wouldn't have taken much to make her appeal to you with an 'I say, Longdon,' I can quite hear her." Mr. Longdon, focussing the effect of the sketch, pointed its moral with an indulgent "Oh well, a foreign Duchess." He could make his distinctions. "Yes, she is invidiously, cruelly foreign," Vanderbank agreed. "I've never indeed seen a woman avail herself so cleverly to make up for the obloquy of that state, of the benefits and immunities it brings with it. She has bloomed in the hothouse of her widowhood. She's a Neapolitan hatched by an incubator." "A Neapolitan?" Mr. Longdon seemed all civilly to wish he had only known it. "Her husband was one. But I believe that dukes at Naples are as thick as princes at Petersburg. He's dead at any rate, poor man, and she's come back here to live." "Gloomily, I should think, after Naples," Mr. Longdon threw out. "Oh it would take more than even a Neapolitan past. However," and the young man caught himself up, "she lives not in what's behind her, but in what's before. She lives in her precious little Aggie." "Little Aggie?" Mr. Longdon risked a cautious interest. "I don't take a liberty there," Vanderbank smiled. "I speak only of the young Agnesina, a little girl, the Duchess's niece, or rather I believe her husband's, whom she has adopted, in the place of a daughter early lost, and has brought to England to marry." "Ah To some great man, of course. Vanderbank thought. I don't know. He gave a vague but expressive sigh. She's rather lovely, little Aggie. Mr. Longdon looked conspicuously subtle. Then perhaps you're the man. Do I look like a great one? Vanderbank broke in. His visitor, turning away from him, again embraced the room. Oh dear, yes. Well then, to show how right you are, there's the young lady. He pointed to an object on one of the tables, a small photograph with a very wide border of something that looked like crimson fur. Mr. Longdon took up the picture. He was serious now. She's very beautiful, but she's not a little girl. At Naples they develop early. She's only 17 or 18, I suppose, but I never know how old, or at least how young, girls are, and I'm not sure. An aunt, at any rate, has of course nothing to conceal. She is extremely pretty, with extraordinary red hair and a complexion to match. Great rarities, I believe, in that race and latitude. She gave me the portrait, frame and all. The frame is Neapolitan enough, and little Aggie's charming. Then Vanderbank subjoined, but not so charming as little Nanda. Little Nanda? Have you got her? The old man was all eagerness. She's over there, beside the lamp. Also a present from the original. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the First, Chapter 2. Mr. Longdon had gone to the place. Little Nanda was in glazed white wood. He took her up and held her out. For a moment he said nothing, but presently, over his glasses, rested on his host a look intenser even than his scrutiny of the faded image. Do they give their portraits now? Little girls? Innocent lambs? Surely, to old friends. Didn't they in your time? Mr. Longdon studied the portrait again, after which, with an exhalation of something between superiority and regret, "They never did to me," he returned. "Well, you can have all you want now," Vanderbank laughed. His friend gave a slow droll headshake. "I don't want them now." "You could do with them, my dear sir, still," Vanderbank continued in the same manner. "Every bit I do." "I'm sure you do nothing you oughtn't." Mr. Longdon kept the photograph and continued to look at it. "Her mother told me about her. Promised me I should see her next time." "You must. She's a great friend of mine." Mr. Longdon was really deep in it. "Is she clever?" Vanderbank turned it over. "Well, you'll tell me if you think so." "Ah, with a child of 17." Mr. Longdon murmured it as if in dread of having to pronounce. "This one too is 17." Vanderbank again considered. 18. He just hung fire once more, then brought out, "Well, call it nearly 19. I've kept her birthdays," he laughed. His companion caught at the idea. "Upon my honour, I should like to. When is the next?" "You've plenty of time. The 15th of June." "I'm only too sorry to wait." Laying down the object he had been examining, Mr. Longdon took another turn about the room, and his manner was such an appeal to his host to accept his restlessness that as he circulated the latter watched him with encouragement. "I said to you just now that I knew the mothers, but it would have been more to the point to say the grandmothers." He stopped before his young friend, then nodded at the image of Nanda. "I knew hers. She put it at something less." Vanderbank rather failed to understand. "The old lady? Put what?" Mr. Longdon's face showed him as for a moment feeling his way. "I'm speaking of Mrs. Brookenham. She spoke of her daughter as only 16. Vanderbank's amusement at the tone of this broke out. "She usually does. She's done so, I think, for the last year or two." His visitor dropped upon his sofa as with the weight of something sudden and fresh, then from this place, with a sharp little movement, tossed into the fire the end of a cigarette. Vanderbank offered him another, and as he accepted it and took a light he said: "I don't know what you're doing with me. I never at home smoke so much." But he puffed away and, seated near, laid his hand on Vanderbank's arm as to help himself to utter something too delicate not to be guarded and yet too important not to be risked. "Now that's the sort of thing I did mean, as one of my impressions." Vanderbank continued at a loss, and he went on: "I refer, if you don't mind my saying so, to what you said just now." Vanderbank was conscious of a deep desire to draw from him whatever might come, so sensible was it somehow that whatever in him was good was also thoroughly personal. But our young friend had to think a minute. I see. Nothing's more probable than that I've said something nasty. But which of my particular horrors?" "Well then, you're conveying that she makes her daughter out younger." "To make herself out the same?" Vanderbank took him straight up. "It was nasty my doing that? I see. Yes. I rather gave her away, and you're struck by it, as is most delightful you should be, because you're in every way of a better tradition, and, knowing Mrs. Brookenham's my friend, can't conceive of one's playing on a friend a trick so vulgar and odious. It strikes you also probably as the kind of thing we must be constantly doing. It strikes you that right and left, probably, we keep giving each other away. Well, I dare say we do. Yes, come to think of it, as they say in America, we do. But what shall I tell you? Practically we all know it and allow for it, and it's as broad as it's long. What's London life after all? It's tit for tat." "Ah, but what becomes of friendship?" Mr. Longdon earnestly and pleadingly asked, while he still held Vanderbank's arm as if under the spell of the vivid explanation supplied him. The young man met his eyes only the more sociably. "Friendship?" "Friendship." Mr. Longdon maintained the full value of the word. "Well," his companion risked, "I dare say it isn't in London by any means what it is at Beccles. I quite literally mean that," Vanderbank reassuringly added. "I never really have believed in the existence of friendship in big societies, in great towns and great crowds. It's a plant that takes time and space and air. And London society is a huge squash, as we elegantly call it, an elbowing, pushing, perspiring, chattering mob." "Ah, I don't say that of you," the visitor murmured with a withdrawal of his hand and a visible scruple for the sweeping concession he had evoked. "Do say it then. For God's sake, let someone say it, so that something or other, whatever it may come of it. It's impossible to say too much. It's impossible to say enough. There isn't anything any one can say that I won't agree to." "That shows you really don't care," the old man returned with acuteness. "Oh, we're past saving, if that's what you mean," Vanderbank laughed. "You don't care, his guest repeated. "And, if I may be frank with you, I shouldn't wonder if it were rather a pity." "A pity I don't care?" You ought to. And Mr. Longdon paused. "May I say all I think?" "I assure you I shall. You're awfully interesting." "So are you, if you come to that. It's just what I've had in my head. There's something I seem to make out in you." He abruptly dropped this, however, going on in another way. "I remember the rest of you, but why did I never see you?" "I must have been at school, at college. Perhaps you did know my brothers, elder and younger." "There was a boy with your mother at Malvern. I was near her there for 3 months in what was the year?" "Yes, I know," Vanderbank replied while his guest tried to fix the date. "It was my brother Miles. He was awfully clever but had no health, poor chap, and we lost him at 17. She used to take houses at such places with him. It was supposed to be for his benefit." Mr. Longdon listened with a visible recovery. "He used to talk to me. I remember he asked me questions I couldn't answer and made me dreadfully ashamed. But I lent him books, partly, upon my honour, to make him think that as I had them I did know something. He read everything and had a lot to say about it. I used to tell your mother he had a great future." Vanderbank shook his head sadly and kindly. "So he had. And you remember Nancy, who was handsome and was usually with them?" he went on. Mr. Longdon looked so uncertain that he explained he meant his other sister, on which his companion said: "Oh, her. Yes, she was charming. She evidently had a future too." "Well, she's in the midst of her future now. She's married." "And whom did she marry?" "A fellow called Toovey, a man in the city." "Oh," said Mr. Longdon a little blankly. Then, as if to retrieve his blankness: "But why do you call her Nancy? Wasn't her name Blanche?" "Exactly. Blanche Bertha Vanderbank." Mr. Longdon looked half mystified and half distressed. "And now she's Nancy Toovey?" Vanderbank broke into laughter at his dismay. "That's what everyone calls her." "But why?" "Nobody knows. You see you were right about her future." Mr. Longdon gave another of his soft smothered sighs. He had turned back again to the first photograph, which he looked at for a longer time. "Well, it wasn't her way." "My mother's? No indeed. Oh, my mother's way!" Vanderbank waited, then added gravely: "She was taken in time." Mr. Longdon turned half round as to reply to this, but instead of replying proceeded afresh to an examination of the expressive oval in the red plush frame. He took up little Aggie, who appeared to interest him, and abruptly observed: "Nanda isn't so pretty." "No, not nearly. There's a great question whether Nanda's pretty at all." Mr. Longdon continued to inspect her more favoured friend, which led him after a moment to bring out: "She ought to be, you know. Her grandmother was." "Oh, and her mother," Vanderbank threw in. "Don't you think Mrs. Brookenham lovely?" Mr. Longdon kept him waiting a little. "Not so lovely as Lady Julia. Lady Julia had—" he faltered, then, as if there were too much to say, disposed of the question. "Lady Julia had everything." Vanderbank gathered hence an impression that determined him more and more to diplomacy. "But isn't that just what Mrs. Brookenham has?" This time the old man was prompt. "Yes, she's very brilliant, but it's a totally different thing." He laid little Aggie down and moved away as without a purpose, but his friend presently perceived his purpose to be another glance at the other young lady. As if all accidentally and absently he bent again over the portrait of Nanda. Lady Julia was exquisite, and this child's exactly like her. Vanderbank, more and more conscious of something working in him, was more and more interested. "If Nanda's so like her, was she so exquisite?" "Oh yes, every one was agreed about that." Mr. Longdon kept his eyes on the face, trying a little, Vanderbank even thought, to conceal his own. "She was one of the greatest beauties of her day." "Then IS Nanda so like her?" Vanderbank persisted, amused at his friend's transparency. "Extraordinarily. Her mother told me all about her." "Told you she's as beautiful as her grandmother?" Mr. Longdon turned it over. "Well, that she has just Lady Julia's expression. She absolutely has it. I see it here." He was delightfully positive. "She's much more like the dead than like the living." Vanderbank saw in this too many deep things not to follow them up. One of these was, to begin with, that his guest had not more than half succumbed to Mrs. Brookenham's attraction, if indeed he had by a fine originality not resisted it altogether. That in itself, for an observer deeply versed in this lady, was attaching and beguiling. Another indication was that he found himself, in spite of such a break in the chain, distinctly predisposed to Nanda. "If she reproduces then so vividly Lady Julia," the young man threw out, "why does she strike you as so much less pretty than her foreign friend there, who is after all by no means a prodigy. The subject of this address, with one of the photographs in his hand, glanced, while he reflected, at the other. Then, with a subtlety that matched itself for the moment with Vanderbank's, "You just told me yourself that the little foreign person is ever so much the lovelier of the two. So I did. But you've promptly recognized it. It's the first time," Vanderbank went on, to let him down more gently, "that I've heard Mrs. Brookenham admit the girl's good looks." "Her own girls? Admit them?" "I mean grant them to be even as good as they are. I myself, I must tell you, extremely like Nanda's appearance. I think Lady Julia's granddaughter has in her face, in spite of everything—" "What do you mean by everything?" Mr. Longdon broke in with such an approach to resentment that his host's gaiety overflowed. "You'll see, when you do see. She has no features. No, not one," Vanderbank inexorably pursued. "Unless indeed you put it that she has two or three too many. What I was going to say was that she has in her expression all that's charming in her nature. But beauty in London," and feeling that he held his visitor's attention he gave himself the pleasure of freely presenting his idea, "staring glaring obvious knock-down beauty, as plain as a poster on a wall, an advertisement of soap or whisky, something that speaks to the crowd and crosses the footlights, fetches such a price in the market that the absence of it, for a woman with a girl to marry, inspires endless terrors and constitutes for the wretched pair, to speak of mother and daughter alone, a sort of social bankruptcy. London doesn't love the latent or the lurking, has neither time nor taste nor sense for anything less discernible than the red flag in front of the steam-roller. It wants cash over the counter and letters 10 feet high. Therefore, you see, it's all as yet rather a dark question for poor Nanda, a question that in a way quite occupies the foreground of her mother's earnest little life. How will she look? What will be thought of her? What will she be able to do for herself? She's at the age when the whole thing, speaking of her attractions, her possible share of good looks, is still to a degree in a fog. But everything depends on it." Mr. Longdon had by this time come back to him. "Excuse my asking it again, for you take such jumps. What, once more, do you mean by everything?" "Why, naturally, her marrying. Above all her marrying early." Mr. Longdon stood before the sofa. "What do you mean by early?" "Well, we do doubtless get up later than at Beccles, but that gives us, you see, shorter days. I mean in a couple of seasons. Soon enough," Vanderbank developed, "to limit the strain." He was moved to higher gaiety by his friend's expression. "What do you mean by the strain?" "Well, the complication of her being there." "Being where?" "You do put one through!" Vanderbank laughed, but he showed himself perfectly prepared. "Out of the schoolroom and where she is now, in her mother's drawing room, at her mother's fireside." Mr. Longdon stared. "But where else should she be?" "At her husband's, don't you see?" He looked as if he quite saw, yet was nevertheless not to be put off from his original challenge. "Ah, certainly. But not as if she had been pushed down the chimney. All in good time." "What do you call good time?" "Why, time to make herself loved." Vanderbank wondered. "By the men who come to the house?" Mr. Longdon slightly attenuated this way of putting it. "Yes, and in the home circle. Where's the strain of her being suffered to be a member of it?" End of section 2. Section 3 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the First, Chapter 3. Vanderbank at this left his corner of the sofa and, with his hands in his pockets and a manner so amused that it might have passed for excited, took several paces about the room while his interlocutor, watching him, waited for his response. That gentleman, as this response for a minute hung fire, took his turn at sitting down, and then Vanderbank stopped before him with a face in which something had been still more brightly kindled. "You ask me more things than I can tell you. You ask me more than I think you suspect. You must come and see me again. You must let me come and see you. You raise the most interesting questions, and we must sooner or later have them all out." Mr. Longdon looked happy in such a prospect, but once more took out his watch. "It wants 5 minutes to midnight, which means that I must go now." "Not in the least. There are satisfactions you too must give." His host, with an irresistible hand, confirmed him in his position and pressed upon him another cigarette. His resistance rang hollow. It was clearly, he judged, such an occasion for sacrifices. Vanderbank's view of it, meanwhile, was quite as marked. "You see, there's ever so much more you must in common kindness tell me." Mr. Longdon sat there like a shy singer invited to strike up. "I told you everything at Mrs. Brookenham's. It comes over me now how I dropped on you." "What you told me," Vanderbank returned, "was excellent so far as it went. But it was only after all that, having caught my name, you had asked of our friend if I belonged to people you had known years before, and then, from what she had said, had, with what you were so good as to call great pleasure, made out that I did. You came round to me on this after dinner and gave me a pleasure still greater. But that only takes us part of the way." Mr. Longdon said nothing, but there was something appreciative in his conscious lapses. They were a tribute to his young friend's frequent felicity. This personage indeed appeared more and more to take them for that, which was not without its effect on his spirits. At last, with a flight of some freedom, he brought their pause to a close. "You loved Lady Julia?" Then, as the attitude of his guest, who serenely met his eyes, was practically a contribution to the subject, he went on with a feeling that he had positively pleased. "You lost her, and you're unmarried." Mr. Longdon's smile was beautiful. It supplied so many meanings that when presently he spoke he seemed already to have told half his story. "Well, my life took a form. It had to, or I don't know what would have become of me, and several things that all happened at once helped me out. My father died. I came into the little place in Suffolk. My sister, my only one, who had married and was older than I, lost within a year or two both her husband and her little boy. I offered her in the country a home, for her trouble was greater than any trouble of mine. She came. She stayed. It went on, and we lived there together. We were sorry for each other, and it somehow suited us. But she died 2 years ago." Vanderbank took all this in, only wishing to show, wishing by this time quite tenderly, that he even read into it deeply enough all the unsaid. He filled out another of his friend's gaps. "And here you are." Then he invited Mr. Longdon himself to make the stride. "Well, you'll be a great success." "What do you mean by that?" "Why, that we shall be so infatuated with you that we shall make your life a burden to you. You'll see soon enough what I mean by it." "Possibly," the old man said. "To understand you I shall have to. You speak of something that as yet, with my race practically run, I know nothing about. I was no success as a young man. I mean of the sort that would have made most difference. People wouldn't look at me." "Well, we shall look at you," Vanderbank declared. Then he added, "What people do you mean?" And before his friend could reply, "Lady Julia?" Mr. Longdon's assent was mute. "Ah, she was not the worst. I mean that what made it so bad," he continued, "was that they all really liked me. Your mother, I think. As to that, the dreadful consolatory liking, even more than the others." "My mother?" Vanderbank was surprised. "You mean there was a question?" "Oh, for but half a minute. It didn't take her long. It was 5 years after your father's death." This explanation was very delicately made. "She could marry again." "And I suppose you know she did," Vanderbank returned. "I knew it soon enough." With this, abruptly, Mr. Longdon pulled himself forward. "Good night, good night." "Good night," said Vanderbank. But wasn't that after Lady Julia?" On the edge of the sofa, his hands supporting him, Mr. Longdon looked straight. "There was nothing after Lady Julia." "I see." His companion smiled. "My mother was earlier." "She was extremely good to me. I'm not speaking of that time at Malvern. That came later." "Precisely. I understand. You're speaking of the first years of her widowhood." Mr. Longdon just faltered. "I should call them rather the last. 6 months later came her second marriage." Vanderbank's interest visibly improved. "Ah, it was then. That was about my 7th year." He called things back and pieced them together. "But she must have been older than you." "Yes, a little. She was kindness itself to me at all events, then and afterwards. That was the charm of the weeks at Malvern." "I see." The young man laughed. "The charm was that you had recovered." "Oh dear, no!" Mr. Longdon, rather to his mystification, exclaimed. "I'm afraid I hadn't recovered at all. Hadn't, if that's what you mean, got over my misery and my melancholy. She knew I hadn't, and that was what was nice of her. She was a person with whom I could talk about her." Vanderbank took a moment to clear up the ambiguity. "Oh, you mean you could talk about the other? You hadn't got over Lady Julia?" Mr. Longdon sadly smiled at him. "I haven't got over her yet." Then, however, as if not to look morbid, he took pains to be clear. "The first wound was bad, but from that one always comes round. Your mother, dear woman, had known how to help me. Lady Julia was at that time her intimate friend. It was she who introduced me there. She couldn't help what happened. She did her best. What I meant just now was that in the aftertime, when opportunity occurred, she was the one person with whom I could always talk and who always understood." He lost himself an instant in the deep memories to attest which she had survived alone. Then he sighed out as if the taste of it all came back to him with a faint sweetness. "I think they must both have been good to me. At the Malvern time, the particular time I just mentioned to you, Lady Julia was already married, and during those first years she had been whirled out of my ken. Then her own life took a quieter turn. We met again. I went for a good while often to her house. I think she rather liked the state to which she had reduced me, though she didn't, you know, in the least presume on it. The better a woman is, it has often struck me, the more she enjoys in a quiet way some fellows having been rather bad, rather dark and desperate about her, for her. I dare say, I mean, that though Lady Julia insisted I ought to marry, she wouldn't really have liked it much if I had. At any rate, it was in those years I saw her daughter just cease to be a child, the little girl who was to be transformed by time into the so different person with whom we dined tonight. That comes back to me when I hear you speak of the growing up, in turn, of that person's own daughter." "I follow you with a sympathy," Vanderbank replied. "The situation's reproduced." "Ah, partly. Not altogether. The things that are unlike, well, are so very unlike." Mr. Longdon, for a moment, on this, fixed his companion with eyes that betrayed one of the restless little jumps of his mind. "I told you just now that there's something I seem to make out in you." "Yes, that was meant for better things?" Vanderbank frankly took him up. "There is something, I really believe, meant for ever so much better ones. Those are just the sort I like to be supposed to have a real affinity with. Help me to them, Mr. Longdon. Help me to them, and I don't know what I won't do for you." "Then after all," and his friend made the point with innocent sharpness, "you're not past saving." "Well, I individually, how shall I put it to you? If I tell you," Vanderbank went on, "that I've that sort of fulcrum for salvation which consists at least in a deep consciousness and the absence of a rag of illusion, I shall appear to say I'm wholly different from the world I live in, and to that extent present myself as superior and fatuous. Try me at any rate. Let me try myself. Don't abandon me. See what can be done with me. Perhaps I'm after all a case. I shall certainly cling to you." "You're too clever. You're too clever. That's what's the matter with you all." Mr. Longdon sighed. "With us all?" Vanderbank echoed. "Dear Mr. Longdon, it's the first time I've heard it. If you should say the matter with me in particular, why there might be something in it. What you mean at any rate, I see where you come out, is that we're cold and sarcastic and cynical, without the soft human spot. I think you flatter us even while you attempt to warn. But what's extremely interesting at all events is that, as I gather, we made on you this evening, in a particular way, a collective impression, something in which our trifling varieties are merged." His visitor's face, at this, appeared to acknowledge his putting the case in perfection, so that he was encouraged to go on. "There was something particular with which you weren't altogether pleasantly struck." Mr. Longdon, who decidedly changed colour easily, showed in his clear cheek the effect at once of feeling a finger on his fault and of admiring his companion's insight. But he accepted the situation. "I couldn't help noticing your tone." "Do you mean its being so low?" He had smiled at first, but looked grave now. "Do you really want to know?" "Just how you were affected? I assure you there's at this moment nothing I desire nearly so much." "I'm no judge then," Mr. Longdon began. "I'm no critic. I'm no talker myself. I'm old-fashioned and narrow and ignorant. I've lived for years in a hole. I'm not a man of the world." Vanderbank considered him with a benevolence, a geniality of approval, that he literally had to hold in check for fear of seeming to patronize. "There's not one of us who can touch you. You're delightful, you're wonderful, and I'm intensely curious to hear you," the young man pursued. "Were we absolutely odious?" Before his guest's puzzled, finally almost pained face, such an air of appreciating so much candour, yet of looking askance at so much freedom, he could only try to smooth the way and light the subject. "You see, we don't in the least know where we are. We're lost, and you find us." Mr. Longdon, as he spoke, had prepared at last really to go, reaching the door with a manner that denoted, however, by no means so much satiety as an attention that felt itself positively too agitated. Vanderbank had helped him on with the Inverness Cape and for an instant detained him by it. "Just tell me as a kindness, do we talk?" "Too freely?" Mr. Longdon, with his clear eyes so untouched by time, speculatively murmured. "Too outrageously? I want the truth." The truth evidently for Mr. Longdon was difficult to tell. "Well, it was certainly different." "From you and Lady Julia? I see. Well, of course with time some change is natural, isn't it? But so different," Vanderbank pressed, "that you are really shocked?" His visitor smiled at this, but the smile somehow made the face graver. "I think I was rather frightened. Good night." End of section 3. Section 4 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book Second, Little Aggie. Chapter 1. Mrs. Brookenham stopped on the threshold with a sharp surprise at the sight of her son, and there was disappointment, though rather of the afflicted than of the irritated sort, in the question that, slowly advancing, she launched at him. "If you're still lolling about, why did you tell me 2 hours ago that you were leaving immediately?" Deep in a large brocaded chair with his little legs stuck out to the fire, he was so much at his ease that he was almost flat on his back. She had evidently roused him from sleep, and it took him a couple of minutes, during which, without again looking at him, she directly approached a beautiful old French secretary, a fine piece of the period of Louis XVI, to justify his presence. "I changed my mind. I couldn't get off." "Do you mean to say you're not going?" "Well, I'm thinking it over. What's a fellow to do?" He sat up a little, staring with conscious solemnity at the fire, and if it had been, as it was not, one of the annoyances she in general expected from him, she might have received the impression that his flush was the heat of liquor. "He's to keep out of the way," she returned, "when he has led one so deeply to hope it." There had been a bunch of keys dangling from the secretary, of which as she said these words Mrs. Brookenham took possession. Her air on observing them had promptly become that of having been in search of them, and a moment after she had passed across the room they were in her pocket. "If you don't go, what excuse will you give?" "Do you mean to you, mummy?" She stood before him and now dismally looked at him. "What's the matter with you? What an extraordinary time to take a nap!" He had fallen back in the chair, from the depths of which he met her eyes. "Why, it's just the time, mummy. I did it on purpose. I can always go to sleep when I like. I assure you it sees one through things." She turned away with impatience and, glancing about the room, perceived on a small table of the same type as the secretary a somewhat massive book with a label of a circulating library, which she proceeded to pick up as for refuge from the impression made on her by her boy. He watched her do this, and watched her then slightly pause at the wide window that, in Buckingham Crescent, commanded the prospect they had ramified rearward to enjoy, a medley of smoky brick and spotty stucco, of other undressed backs, of glass invidiously opaque, of roofs and chimney-pots and stables unnaturally near, one of the private pictures that in London, in select situations, run up, as the phrase is, the rent. There was no indication of value now, however, in the character conferred on the scene by a cold spring rain. The place had moreover a confessed out-of-season vacancy. She appeared to have determined on silence for the present mark of her relation with Harold, yet she soon failed to resist a sufficiently poor reason for breaking it. "Be so good as to get out of my chair." "What will you do for me," he asked, "if I oblige you?" He never moved, but as if only the more directly and intimately to meet her, and she stood again before the fire and sounded his strange little face. "I don't know what it is, but you give me sometimes a kind of terror." "A terror, mamma?" She found another place, sinking sadly down and opening her book, and the next moment he got up and came over to kiss her, on which she drew her cheek wearily aside. "You bore me quite to death," she coldly said, "and I give you up to your fate." "What do you call my fate?" "Oh, something dreadful, if only by its being publicly ridiculous." She turned vaguely the pages of her book. "You're too selfish, too sickening." "Oh dear, dear," he wonderingly whistled while he wandered back to the hearthrug, on which, with his hands behind him, he lingered a while. He was small and had a slight stoop which somehow gave him character. Character of the insidious sort carried out in the acuteness, difficult to trace to a source, of his smooth fair face, where the lines were all curves and the expression all needles. He had the voice of a man of 40 and was dressed, as if markedly not for London, with an air of experience that seemed to match it. He pulled down his waistcoat, smoothing himself, feeling his neat hair and looking at his shoes. "I took your £5. Also 2 of the sovereigns," he went on. "I left you £2.10." His mother jerked up her head at this, facing him in dismay, and, immediately on her feet, passed back to the secretary. "It's quite as I say," he insisted. "You should have locked it before, don't you know? It grinned at me there with all its charming brasses, and what was I to do? Darling mummy, I couldn't start. That was the truth. I thought I should find something. I'd noticed. And I do hope you'll let me keep it, because if you don't, it's all up with me. I stopped over on purpose. On purpose, I mean, to tell you what I've done. Don't you call that a sense of honour? And now you only stand and glower at me. Mrs. Brookenham was, in her 41st year, still charmingly pretty, and the nearest approach she made at this moment to meeting her son's description of her was by looking beautifully desperate. She had about her the pure light of youth, would always have it. Her head, her figure, her flexibility, her flickering colour, her lovely silly eyes, her natural quavering tone, all played together toward this effect by some trick that had never yet been exposed. It was at the same time remarkable that, at least in the bosom of her family, she rarely wore an appearance of gaiety less qualified than at the present juncture. She suggested for the most part the luxury, the novelty of woe, the excitement of strange sorrows, and the cultivation of fine indifferences. This was her special sign, an innocence dimly tragic. It gave immense effect to her other resources. She opened the secretary with the key she had quickly found, then with the aid of another rattled out a small drawer, after which she pushed the drawer back, closing the whole thing. "You terrify me, you terrify me," she again said. "How can you say that, when you showed me just now how well you know me? Wasn't it just on account of what you thought I might do that you took out the keys as soon as you came in?" Harold's manner had a way of clearing up whenever he could talk of himself. "You are too utterly disgusting. I shall speak to your father." With which, going to the chair he had given up, his mother sank down again with her heavy book. There was no anger, however, in her voice, and not even a harsh plaint, only a detached accepted disenchantment. Mrs. Brookenham's supreme rebellion against fate was just to show with the last frankness how much she was bored. "No, darling mummy, you won't speak to my father. You'll do anything in the world rather than that," Harold replied, quite as if he were kindly explaining her to herself. "I thank you immensely for the charming way you take what I've done. It was because I had a conviction of that I waited for you to know it. It was all very well to tell you I'd start on my visit, but how the deuce was I to start without a penny in the world? Don't you see that if you want me to go about, you must really enter into my needs?" "I wish to heaven you'd leave me. I wish to heaven you'd get out of the house," Mrs. Brookenham went on without looking up. Harold took out his watch. "Well, mamma, now I am ready. I wasn't in the least before. But it will be going forth, you know, quite to seek my fortune. For do you really think, I must have from you what you do think, that it will be all right for me?" She fixed him at last with a pretty pathos. "You mean for you to go to Brander?" "You know," he answered, with his manner as of letting her see her own attitude, "you know, you try to make me do things you wouldn't at all do yourself. At least, I hope you wouldn't. And don't you see that if I so far oblige you, I must at least be paid for it?" His mother leaned back in her chair, gazed for a moment at the ceiling, and then closed her eyes. "You are frightful," she said. "You're appalling." "You're always wanting to get me out of the house," he continued. "I think you want to get us all out, for you manage to keep Nanda from showing even more than you do me. Don't you think your children good enough, mummy dear? At any rate, it's as plain as possible that if you don't keep us at home, you must keep us in other places. One can't live anywhere for nothing. It's all bosh that a fellow saves by staying with people. I don't know how it is for a lady, but a man's practically let in." "Do you know you kill me, Harold?" Mrs. Brookenham woefully interposed, but was with the same remote melancholy that she asked in the next breath: "It wasn't an invitation to Brander?" "It's as I told you. She said she'd write, fixing a time, but she never did write." "But if you wrote?" "It comes to the same thing? Does it? That's the question. If on my note she didn't write. That's what I mean. Should one simply take it that one's wanted? I like to have these things from you, mother. I do. I believe everything you say. But to feel safe and right I must just have them. Anyone would want me, eh?" Mrs. Brookenham had opened her eyes, but she still attached them to the cornice. If she hadn't wanted you, she'd have written to keep you off. In a great house like that there's always room." The young man watched her a moment. "How you do like to tuck us in and then sit up yourself. What do you want to do, anyway? What are you up to, mummy?" She rose at this, turning her eyes about the room as if from the extremity of martyrdom or the wistfulness of some deep thought. Yet when she spoke it was with a different expression, an expression that would have served for an observer as a marked illustration of that disconnectedness of her parts which frequently was laughable even to the degree of contributing to her social success. "You spent then more than £4 in 5 days. It was on Friday I gave them to you. What in the world do you suppose is going to become of me?" Harold continued to look at her as if the question demanded some answer really helpful. "Do we live beyond our means?" She now moved her gaze to the floor. "Will you please get away?" "Anything to assist you. Only, if I should find I'm not wanted." She met his look after an instant, and the wan loveliness and vagueness of her own had never been greater. "Be wanted, and you won't find it. You're odious, but you're not a fool." He put his arms about her now for farewell, and she submitted as if it was absolutely indifferent to her to whose bosom she was pressed. "You do, dearest," he laughed, "say such sweet things." And with that he reached the door, on opening which he pulled up at a sound from below. "The Duchess! She's coming up?" Mrs. Brookenham looked quickly round the room, but she spoke with utter detachment. "Well, let her come." "As I'd let her go. I take it as a happy sign she won't be at Brander." He stood with his hand on the knob. He had another quick appeal. "But after Tuesday?" Mrs. Brookenham had passed half round the room with a glide that looked languid, but that was really a remarkable form of activity, and had given a transforming touch, on sofa and chairs, to 3 or 4 crushed cushions. It was all with the hanging head of a broken lily. "You're to stay till the 12th. "But if I am kicked out?" It was as a broken lily that she considered it. "Then go to the Mangers." "Happy thought. And shall I write?" His mother raised a little more a window blind. "No. I will." "Delicious mummy!" and Harold blew her a kiss. "Yes, rather," she corrected herself. "Do write, from Brander. It's the sort of thing for the Mangers. Or even wire." "Both?" The young man laughed. "Oh, you duck!" he cried. "And from where will you let them have it?" "From Pewbury," she replied without wincing. "I'll write on Sunday." "Good. How d'ye do, Duchess?" And Harold, before he disappeared, greeted with a rapid concentration of all the shades of familiarity a large high lady, the visitor he had announced, who rose in the doorway with the manner of a person used to arriving on thresholds very much as people arrive at stations, with the expectation of being met. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book the Second, Chapter 2. "Goodbye. He's off," Mrs. Brookenham, who had remained quite on her own side of the room, explained to her friend. "Where's he off to?" this friend enquired, with a casual advance and a look not so much at her hostess as at the cushions just rearranged. "Oh, to some places. To Brander today." "How he does run about!" And the Duchess, still with a glance hither and yon, sank upon the sofa to which she had made her way unaided. Mrs. Brookenham knew perfectly the meaning of this glance. She had but 3 or 4 comparatively good pieces, whereas the Duchess, rich with the spoils of Italy, had but 3 or 4 comparatively bad. This was the relation, as between intimate friends, that the Duchess visibly preferred, and it was quite groundless, in Buckingham Crescent, ever to enter the drawing room with an expression suspicious of disloyalty. The Duchess was a woman who so cultivated her passions that she would have regarded it as disloyal to introduce there a new piece of furniture in an underhand way, that is, without a full appeal to herself, the highest authority, and the consequent bestowal of opportunity to nip the mistake in the bud. Mrs. Brookenham had repeatedly asked herself where in the world she might have found the money to be disloyal. The Duchess's standard was of a height. It matched for that matter her other elements, which were wontedly conspicuous as usual as she sat there suggestive of early tea. She always suggested tea before the hour, and her friend always, but with so different a wistfulness, rang for it. "Who's to be at Brander?" she asked. "I haven't the least idea. He didn't tell me. But they've always a lot of people." "Oh, I know. Extraordinary mixtures. Has he been there before?" Mrs. Brookenham thought. "Oh yes, if I remember, more than once. In fact, her note, which he showed me, but which only mentioned some friends, was a sort of appeal on the ground of something or other that had happened the last time." The Duchess dealt with it. "She writes the most extraordinary notes." "Well, this was nice, I thought," Mrs. Brookenham said, "from a woman of her age and her immense position to so young a man." Again the Duchess reflected. "My dear, she's not an American and she's not on the stage. Aren't those what you call positions in this country? And she's also not 100." "Yes, but Harold's a mere baby." "Then he doesn't seem to want for nurses," the Duchess replied. She smiled at her hostess. "Your children are like their mother. They're eternally young." "Well, I'm not 100," moaned Mrs. Brookenham, as if she wished with dim perversity she were. "Everyone's at any rate awfully kind to Harold." She waited a moment to give her visitor the chance to pronounce that eminently natural. But no pronouncement came. Nothing but the footman who had answered her ring and of whom she ordered tea. "And where did you say you're going?" she inquired after this. "For Easter?" The Duchess achieved a direct encounter with her charming eyes, which was not in general an easy feat. "I didn't say I was going anywhere. I haven't of a sudden changed my habits. You know whether I leave my child, except in the sense of having left her an hour ago at Mr. Garlick's class in Modern Light Literature. I confess I'm a little nervous about the subjects and am going for her at 5. "And then where do you take her?" "Home to her tea. Where should you think?" Mrs. Brookenham declined, in connexion with the matter, any responsibility of thought. She did indeed much better by saying after a moment: "You are devoted." "Miss Merriman has her afternoon. I can't imagine what they do with their afternoons," the Duchess went on. "But she's to be back in the schoolroom at 7. And you have Aggie till then?" "Till then," said the Duchess cheerfully. "You're off for Easter to where is it?" she continued. Mrs. Brookenham had received with no flush of betrayal the various discriminations thus conveyed by her visitor, and her only revenge for the moment was to look as sweetly resigned as if she really saw what was in them. Where were they going for Easter? She had to think an instant, but she brought it out. "Oh, to Pewbury. We've been engaged so long that I'd forgotten. We go once a year. One does it for Edward." "Oh, you spoil him," smiled the Duchess. "Who's to be there?" "Oh, the usual thing, I suppose. A lot of my lord's tiresome supporters." "To pay his debt? Then why are you poor things asked?" Mrs. Brookenham looked, on this, quite adorably, that is most wonderingly, grave. "How do I know, my dear Jane, why in the world we're ever asked anywhere? Fancy people wanting Edward!" she exhaled with stupefaction. "Yet we can never get off Pewbury." "You're better for getting on, cara mia, than for getting off," the Duchess blandly returned. She was a person of no small presence, filling her place, however, without ponderosity, with a massiveness indeed rather artfully kept in bounds. Her head, her chin, her shoulders were well aloft, but she had not abandoned the cultivation of a figure, or any of the distinctively finer reasons for passing as a handsome woman. She was secretly at war, moreover, in this endeavour, with a lurking no less than with a public foe, and thoroughly aware that if she didn't look well she might at times only, and quite dreadfully, look good. There were definite ways of escape, none of which she neglected, and from the total of which, as she flattered herself, the air of distinction almost mathematically resulted. This air corresponded superficially with her acquired Calabrian sonorities, from her voluminous title down, but the colourless hair, the passionless forehead, the mild cheek and long lip of the British matron, the type that had set its trap for her earlier than any other, were elements difficult to deal with and were at moments all a sharp observer saw. The battleground then was the haunting danger of the bourgeois. She gave Mrs. Brookenham no time to resent her last note before inquiring if Nanda were to accompany the couple. "Mercy, mercy, no, she's not asked." Mrs. Brookenham, on Nanda's behalf, fairly radiated obscurity. "My children don't go where they're not asked." "I never said they did, love," the Duchess returned. "But what then do you do with her?" "If you mean socially." Mrs. Brookenham looked as if there might be in some distant sphere, for which she almost yearned, a maternal opportunity very different from that. "If you mean socially, I don't do anything at all. I've never pretended to do anything. You know as well as I do, dear Jane, that I haven't begun yet." Jane's hostess now spoke as simply as an earnest, anxious child. She gave a vague, patient sigh. "I suppose I must begin." The Duchess remained for a little rather grimly silent. "How old is she? 20?" "30," said Mrs. Brookenham with distilled sweetness. Then, with no transition of tone, "She has gone for a few days to Tishy Grendon." "In the country?" "She stays with her tonight in Hill Street. They go down together tomorrow. Why hasn't Aggie been?" Mrs. Brookenham went on. The Duchess handsomely stared. "Been where?" "Why, here, to see Nanda." "Here?" the Duchess echoed, fairly looking again about the room. "When is Nanda ever here?" "Ah, you know I've given her a room of her own, the sweetest little room in the world." Mrs. Brookenham never looked so comparatively hopeful as when obliged to explain. "She has everything there a girl can want." "My dear woman," asked the Duchess, "has she sometimes her own mother?" The men had now come in to place the tea table, and it was the movements of the red haired footman that Mrs. Brookenham followed. "You had better ask my child herself." The Duchess was frank and jovial. "I would, I promise you, if I could get at her. But isn't that woman always with her?" Mrs. Brookenham smoothed the little embroidered tea cloth. "Do you call Tishy Grendon a woman?" Again the Duchess had one of her pauses, which were indeed so frequent in her talks with this intimate that an auditor could sometimes wonder what particular form of relief they represented. They might have been a habit proceeding from the fear of undue impatience. If the Duchess had been as impatient with Mrs. Brookenham as she would possibly have seemed without them, her frequent visits in the face of irritation would have had to be accounted for. "What do you call her?" she demanded. "Why, Nanda's best friend, if not her only one. That's the place I should have liked for Aggie." Mrs. Brookenham ever so graciously smiled. The Duchess hereupon, going beyond her, gave way to free mirth. "My dear thing, you're delightful. Aggie or Tishy is a sweet thought. Since you're so good as to ask why Aggie has fallen off, you'll excuse my telling you that you've just named the reason. You've known ever since we came to England what I feel about the proper persons and the most improper for her to meet. The Tishy Grandons are not a bit the proper." Mrs. Brookenham continued to assist a little in the preparations for tea. "Why not say at once, Jane," and her tone, in its appeal, was almost infantine, "that you've come at last to placing even poor Nanda, for Aggie's wonderful purpose, in the same impossible class?" The Duchess took her time, but at last she accepted her duty. "Well, if you will have it. You know my ideas. If it isn't my notion of the way to bring up a girl to give her up, in extreme youth, to an intimacy with a young married woman who's both unhappy and silly, whose conversation has absolutely no limits, who says everything that comes into her head and talks to the poor child about God only knows what, if I should never dream of such an arrangement for my niece, I can almost as little face the prospect of throwing her much, don't you see, with any young person exposed to such an association. It would be in the natural order, certainly." In spite of which natural order the Duchess made the point, with but moderate emphasis, "that since dear Edward is my cousin, Aggie should see at least as much of Nanda as of any other girl of their age. But what will you have? I must recognize the predicament I am placed in by the more and more extraordinary development of English manners. Many things have altered, goodness knows, since I was Aggie's age, but nothing so different as what you all do with your girls. It's all a muddle, a compromise, a monstrosity, like everything else you produce. There's nothing in it that goes on all fours. I see but one consistent way, which is our fine old foreign way, and which makes, in the upper classes, mind you, for it's with them only I'm concerned, des femmes bien gracieuses. I allude to the immemorial custom of my husband's race, which was good enough for his mother and his mother's mother, for Aggie's own, for his other sisters, for toutes ces dames. It would have been good enough for my child, as I call her my dear husband called her his if, not losing her parents, she had remained in her own country. She would have been brought up there under an anxious eye. That's the great point. Privately, carefully, tenderly, and with what she was not to learn, till the proper time, looked after quite as much as the rest. I can only go on with her in that spirit and make of her, under Providence, what I consider any young person of her condition, of her name, of her particular traditions should be. Voilà, ma chère. Should you put it to me whether I think you're surrounding Nanda with any such security as that? Well, I shouldn't be able to help it if I offended you by an honest answer. What it comes to, simply stated, is that really she must choose between Aggie and Tishy. I'm afraid I should shock you were I to tell you what I should think of myself for packing my child all alone off for a week with Mrs. Grandon." Mrs. Brookenham, who had many talents, had none perhaps that she oftener found useful than that of listening with the appearance of being fairly hypnotized. It was the way she listened to her housekeeper at their regular morning conference, and if the rejoinder ensuing upon it frequently appeared to have nothing to do with her manner, this was a puzzle for her interlocutor alone. "Oh, of course I know your theory, dear Jane, and I dare say it's very charming and old-fashioned, and, if you like, aristocratic, in a frowsy foolish old way, though even upon that, at the same time, there would be something too to be said. But I can only congratulate you on finding it more workable than there can be any question of my finding it. If you're all armed for the sacrifices you speak of, I simply am not. I don't think I'm quite a monster, but I don't pretend to be a saint. I'm an English wife and an English mother. I live in the mixed English world. My daughter, at any rate, is just my daughter, I thank my stars, and one of a good English bunch. She's not the unique niece of my dead Italian husband, nor doubtless either, in spite of her excellent birth, of a lineage like Aggie's, so very tremendous. I've my life to lead, and she's a part of it. Sugar?" she wound up on a still softer note as she handed the cup of tea. "Never. Well, with me," said the Duchess with spirit, "she would be all." "All is soon said. Life is composed of many things," Mrs. Brookenham gently rang out, "of such mingled intertwisted strands." Then still with the silver bell, "Don't you really think Tishy nice?" she asked. "I think little girls should live with little girls, and young femmes du monde so immensely initiated should well," said the Duchess with a toss of her head, "let them alone. What do they want of them at all, at all?" "Well, my dear, if Tishy strikes you as initiated, all one can ask is, initiated into what? I should as soon think of applying such a term to a little shivering shorn lamb. Is it your theory," Mrs. Brookenham pursued, "that our unfortunate unmarried daughters are to have no intelligent friends?" "Unfortunate indeed!" cried the Duchess. "Precisely because they're unmarried, and unmarried, if you don't mind my saying so, a good deal because they're unmarriageable. Men, after all, the nice ones, by which I mean the possible ones, are not on the lookout for little brides whose usual associates are so up to snuff. It's not their idea that the girls they marry shall already have been pitchforked by talk and contacts and visits and newspapers, and by the way the poor creatures rush about, and all the extraordinary things they do, quite into everything. A girl's most intelligent friend is her mother, or the relative acting as such. Perhaps you consider that Tishy takes your place?" Mrs. Brookenham waited so long to say what she considered that before she next spoke the question appeared to have dropped. Then she only replied as if suddenly remembering her manners. "Won't you eat something?" She indicated a particular plate. "One of the nice little round ones?" The Duchess appropriated a nice little round one, and her hostess presently went on: "There's one thing I mustn't forget. Don't let us eat them all. I believe they're what Lord Petherton really comes for." The Duchess finished her mouthful imperturbably before she took this up. "Does he come so often?" Mrs. Brookenham might have been, for judicious candour, the muse of history. "I don't know what he calls it, but he said yesterday that he'd come to-day. I've had tea earlier for you," she went on with her most melancholy kindness, "and he's always late. But we mustn't, between us, lick the platter clean." The Duchess entered very sufficiently into her companion's tone. "Oh, I don't feel at all obliged to consider him, for he has not of late particularly put himself out for me. He has not been to see me since I don't know when, and the last time he did come he brought Mr. Mitchett." Here it was the other way round. It was Mr. Mitchett the other year who first brought Lord Petherton. "And who," asked the Duchess, "had first brought Mr. Mitchett?" Mrs. Brookenham, meeting her friend's eyes, looked for an instant as if trying to recall. "I give it up. I muddle beginnings." "That doesn't matter if you only make them," the Duchess smiled. "No, does it?" To which Mrs. Brookenham added: "Did he bring Mr. Mitchett for Aggie?" "If he did they'll have been disappointed. Neither of them has seen in my house the tip of her nose." The Duchess announced it with a pomp of pride. "Ah, but with your ideas that doesn't prevent." "Prevent what?" "Why, what I suppose you call the pourparlers." "For Aggie's hand? My dear," said the Duchess, "I'm glad you do me the justice of feeling that I'm a person to take time by the forelock. It was not, as you seem to remember, with the sight of Mr. Mitchett that the question of Aggie's hand began to occupy me. I should be ashamed of myself if it weren't constantly before me and if I hadn't my feelers out in more quarters than one. But I've not so much as thought of Mr. Mitchett, who, rich as he may be, is the son of a shoemaker and superlatively hideous, for a reason I don't at all mind telling you. Don't be outraged if I say that I've for a long time hoped you yourself would find the right use for him." She paused, at present with a momentary failure of assurance, from which he rallied, however, to proceed with a burst of earnestness that was fairly noble. "Forgive me if I just tell you once for all how it strikes me. I'm stupefied at your not seeming to recognize either your interest or your duty. Oh, I know you want to, but you appear to me, in your perfect good faith of course, utterly at sea. They're one and the same thing, don't you make out? Your interest and your duty. Why isn't it convincingly plain to you that the thing to do with Nanda is just to marry her, and to marry her soon? That's the great thing. Do it while you can. If you don't want her downstairs, at which, let me say, I don't in the least wonder, your remedy is to take the right alternative. Don't send her to Tishy." "Send her to Mr. Mitchett?" Mrs. Brookenham unresentfully quavered. Her colour, during her visitor's address, had distinctly risen, but there was no irritation in her voice. "How do you know, Jane, that I don't want her downstairs?" The Duchess looked at her with an audacity confirmed by the absence from her face of everything but the plaintive. "There you are with your eternal English false positions. J'aime, moi, les situations nettes. Je rien comprends pas d'autre. It wouldn't be to your honour, to that of your delicacy, that with your impossible house you should wish to plant your girl in your drawing-room, but such a way of keeping her out of it as throwing her into a worse." "Well, Jane, you do say things to me," Mrs. Brookenham blandly broke in. She had sunk back into her chair. Her hands, in her lap, pressed themselves together, and her wan smile brought a tear into each of her eyes by the very effort to be brighter. It might have been guessed of her that she hated to seem to care, but that she had other dislikes too. "If one were to take up, you know, some of the things you say," and she positively sighed for the wealth of amusement at them of which her tears were the sign. Her friend could quite match her indifference. "Well, my child, take them up. If you were to do that with them candidly, one by one, you would do really very much what I should like to bring you to. Do you see?" Mrs. Brookenham's failure to repudiate the vision appeared to suffice, and her visitor cheerfully took a further jump. "As much of Tishy as she wants, after, but not before." "After what?" "Well, say after Mr. Mitchett. Mr. Mitchett won't take her after Mrs. Grendon." "And what are your grounds for assuming that he'll take her at all?" Then, as the Duchess hung fire a moment, "Have you got it by chance from Lord Petherton?" The eyes of the two women met for a little on this, and there might have been a consequence of it in the manner of what came. "I've got it from not being a fool. Men, I repeat, like the girls they marry. Oh, I already know your old song. The way they like the girls they don't marry seems to be," Mrs. Brookenham mused, "what more immediately concerns us. You had better wait till you HAVE made Aggie's fortune perhaps, to be so sure of the working of your system. Pardon me, darling, if I don't take you for an example until you've a little more successfully become one. I know what the sort of men worth speaking of are not looking for. They are looking for smart, safe, sensible English girls." The Duchess glanced at the clock. "What's Mr. Vanderbank looking for?" Her companion appeared to oblige her by anxiously thinking. "Oh he, I'm afraid, poor dear, for nothing at all." The Duchess had taken off a glove to appease her appetite, and now, drawing it on, she smoothed it down. "I think he has his ideas." "The same as yours?" "Well, more like them than like yours." "Ah, perhaps then, for he and I," said Mrs. Brookenham, "don't agree, I feel, on two things in the world. So you think poor Mitchy," she went on, "who's the son of a shoemaker and who might be the grandson of a grasshopper, good enough for my child?" The Duchess appreciated for a moment the superior fit of her glove. "I look facts in the face. It's exactly what I'm doing for Aggie." Then she grew easy to extravagance. "What are you giving her?" But Mrs. Brookenham took without wincing whatever, as between a masterful relative and an exposed frivolity, might have been the sting of it. "That you must ask Edward. I haven't the least idea." "There you are again, the virtuous English mother. I've got Aggie's little fortune in an old stocking and I count it over every night. If you've no old stocking for a Nanda, there are worse fates than shoemakers and grasshoppers. Even with one, you know, I don't at all say that I should sniff at poor Mitchy. We must take what we can get, and I shall be the first to take it. You can't have everything for ninepence." And the Duchess got up, shining, however, with a confessed light of fantasy. "Speak to him, my dear, speak to him." "Do you mean offer him my child?" She laughed at the intonation. "There you are once more, vous autres. If you're shocked at the idea you place drôlement your delicacy. I'd offer mine to the son of a chimney sweep if the principal guarantees were there. Nanda's charming. You don't do her justice. I don't say Mr. Mitchett's either beautiful or noble, and he certainly hasn't as much distinction as would cover the point of a pin. He doesn't mind moreover what he says, the lengths he sometimes goes to. But that," added the Duchess with decision, "is no doubt much a matter of how he finds you'll take it. And after marriage what does it signify? He has 40,000 a year, an excellent idea of how to take care of it, and a good disposition." Mrs. Brookenham sat still. She only looked up at her friend. "Is it by Lord Petherton that you know of his excellent idea?" The Duchess showed she was challenged, but also that she made allowances. "I go by my impression. But Lord Petherton has spoken for him." "He ought to do that," said Mrs. Brookenham, "since he wholly lives on him." "Lord Petherton? On Mr. Mitchett?" The Duchess stared, but rather in amusement than in horror. "Why, hasn't he a property?" "The loveliest. Mr. Mitchett's his property. Didn't you know?" There was an artless wail in Mrs. Brookenham's surprise. "How should I know? Still a stranger, as I'm often rather happy to feel myself here, and choosing my friends and picking my steps very much, I can assure you. How should I know about all your social scandals and things?" "Oh, we don't call that a social scandal," Mrs. Brookenham inimitably returned. "Well, if you should wish to, you'd have the way I tell you of to stop it. Divert the stream of Mr. Mitchett's wealth." "Oh, there's plenty for every one," Mrs. Brookenham kept up her tone. "He's always giving us things. Bonbons and dinners and opera boxes." "He has never given me any," the Duchess contentedly declared. Mrs. Brookenham waited a little. "Lord Petherton has the giving of some. He has never in his life before, I imagine, made so many presents." "Ah, then it's a shame one has nothing." On which before reaching the door the Duchess changed the subject. "You say I never bring Aggie. If you like I'll bring her back." Mrs. Brookenham wondered. "Do you mean today?" "Yes, when I've picked her up. It will be something to do with her till Miss Merriman can take her." "Delighted, dearest. Do bring her. And I think she should see Mr. Mitchett." "Shall I find him here too then?" "Oh, take the chance." The two women, on this, exchanged, tacitly and across the room, the Duchess at the door, which a servant had arrived to open for her, and Mrs. Brookenham still at her tea table, a further stroke of intercourse over which the latter was not on this occasion the first to lower her lids. "I think I've shown high scruples," the departing guest said. "But I understand then that I am free." "Free as air, dear Jane." "Good." Then just as she was off, "Ah, dear old Edward!" the guest exclaimed. Her kinsman, as she was fond of calling him, had reached the top of the staircase, and Mrs. Brookenham, by the fire, heard them meet on the landing; heard also the Duchess protest against his turning to see her down. Mrs. Brookenham, listening to them, hoped Edward would accept the protest and think it sufficient to leave her with the footman. Their common consciousness that she was a kind of cousin, a consciousness not devoid of satisfaction, was quite consistent with a view, early arrived at, of the absurdity of any fuss about her. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 2nd, Chapter 3. When Mr. Brookenham appeared, his wife was prompt. "She's coming back for Lord Petherton." "Oh?" he simply said. "There's something between them." "Oh?" he merely repeated. And it would have taken many such sounds on his part to represent the spirit of response discernible to anyone but his mate. "There have been things before," she went on, "but I haven't felt sure. Don't you know how one is sometimes a flash?" It couldn't be said of Edward Brookenham, who seemed to bend for sitting down more hinges than most men, that he looked as if he knew either this or anything else. He had a pale cold face, marked and made regular, made even in a manner handsome, by a hardness of line in which, oddly, there was no significance, no accent. Clean shaven, slightly bald, with unlighted grey eyes and a mouth that gave the impression of not working easily, he suggested a stippled drawing by an inferior master. Lean, moreover, and stiff, and with the air of having here and there in his person a bone or two more than his share, he had once or twice, at fancy balls, been thought striking in a dress copied from one of Holbein's English portraits. But when once some such meaning as that had been put into him, it took a long time to put another, a longer time than even his extreme exposure or anybody's study of the problem had yet made possible. If anything particular had finally been expected from him, it might have been a summary or an explanation of the things he had always not said. But there was something in him that had long since pacified all impatience, drugged all curiosity. He had never in his life answered such a question as his wife had just put him, and which she would not have put had she feared a reply. So dry and decent and even distinguished did he look, as if he had positively been created to meet a propriety and match some other piece, that lady with her famous perceptions would no more have appealed to him seriously on a general proposition than she would, for such a response, have rung the drawing-room bell. He was none the less held to have a great promiscuous wisdom. "What is it that's between them?" he demanded. "What's between any woman and the man she's making up to?" "Why, there may often be nothing. I didn't know she even particularly knew him," Brookenham added. "It's exactly what she would like to prevent anyone's knowing. And they're coming here to be with him when she knows I know she knows, don't you see, that he's to be here, is just one of those calculations that ARE subtle enough to put off the scent a woman who has but half a nose." Mrs. Brookenham, as she spoke, appeared to attest by the pretty star-gazing way she thrusted into the air her own possession of the totality of such a feature. "I don't know yet quite what I think, but one wakes up to such things soon enough." "Do you suppose it's her idea that he'll marry her?" Brookenham asked in his colourless way. "My dear Edward," his wife murmured for all answer. "But if she can see him in other places, why should she want to see him here?" Edward persisted, in a voice destitute of expression. Mrs. Brookenham now had plenty of that. "Do you mean if she can see him in his own house?" "No cream, please," her husband said. "Hasn't she a house too?" "Yes, but so pervaded all over by Aggie and Miss Merriman." "Oh," Brookenham commented. "There has always been some man. I've always known there has. And now it's Petherton," said his companion. "But where's the attraction?" "In him? Why, lots of women could tell you. Petherton has had a career." "But I mean in old Jane." "Well, I dare say lots of men could tell you. She's no older than anyone else. She has also such great elements." "Oh, I dare say she's all right," Brookenham returned, as if his interest in the case had dropped. "You might have felt you got a little nearer to him on guessing that in so peopled a circle satiety was never far from him." "I mean for instance she has such a grand idea of duty. She thinks we're nowhere." "Nowhere?" "With our children, with our home life. She's awfully down on Tishy." "Tishy?" Edward appeared for a moment at a loss. "Tishy Grendon and her craze for Nanda." "Has she a craze for Nanda?" "Surely I told you Nanda's to be with her for Easter." "I believe you did," he bethought himself. "But you didn't say anything about a craze. And where's Harold?" he went on. "He's at Brander. That is, he will be by dinner. He has just gone." "And how does he get there?" "Why, by the South Western. They'll send to meet him." Brookenham appeared for a moment to view this statement in the dry light of experience. "They'll only send if there are others too." "Of course then there'll be others. Lots. The more the better for Harold." This young man's father was silent a little. "Perhaps if they don't play high." "Ah," said his mother, "however Harold plays he has a way of winning." "He has a way too of being a hopeless ass. What I meant was how he comes there at all," Edward explained. "Why, as any one comes, by being invited. She wrote to him weeks ago." Brookenham just traceably took this in, but to what profit was not calculable. "To Harold? Very good natured." He had another short reflection, after which he continued: "If they don't send he'll be in for 5 miles in a fly, and the man will see that he gets his money." "They will send after her note." "Did it say so?" Her melancholy eyes seemed, from afar, to run over the page. "I don't remember, but it was so cordial." Again he meditated. "That often doesn't prevent one's being let in for 10 shillings." There was more gloom in this forecast than his wife had desired to produce. "Well, my dear Edward, what do you want me to do? Whatever a young man does, it seems to me, he's let in for 10 shillings." "Ah, but he needn't be. That's my point. I wasn't at his age." Harold's mother took up her book again. "Perhaps you weren't the same success. I mean at such places." "Well, I didn't borrow money to make me one, as I've a sharp idea our young scamp does." Mrs. Brookenham hesitated. "From whom do you mean? The Jews?" He looked at her as if her vagueness might be assumed. "No. They, I take it, are not quite so cordial to him, since you call it so, as the old ladies. He gets it from Mitchy." "Oh," said Mrs. Brookenham. "Are you very sure?" she then demanded. He had got up and put his empty cup back on the tea table, wandering afterwards a little about the room and looking out, as his wife had done half an hour before, at the dreary rain and the now duskier ugliness. He reverted in this attitude, with a complete unconsciousness of making for irritation, to an issue they might be supposed to have dropped. "He'll have a lovely drive for his money." His companion, however, said nothing, and he presently came round again. "No, I'm not absolutely sure of his having had it from Mitchy. If I were I should do something." "What would you do?" She put it as if she couldn't possibly imagine. "I'd speak to him." "To Harold?" "No, that might just put it into his head." Brookenham walked up and down a little, with his hands in his pockets, after which, with a complete concealment of the steps of the transition, "Where are we dining tonight?" he brought out. "Nowhere, thank heaven. We grace our own board." "Oh, with those fellows, as you said, and Jane?" "That's not for dinner. The Beggars and Mary Pinthorpe and upon my word I forget." "You'll see when she comes," suggested Brookenham, who was again at the window. "It isn't a she, it's 2 or 3 he's, I think," his wife replied with her indifferent anxiety. "But I don't know what dinner it is," she bethought herself. "It may be the one that's after Easter. Then that one's this one," she added with her eyes once more on her book. "Well, it's a relief to dine at home," and Brookenham faced about. "Would you mind finding out?" he asked with some abruptness. "Do you mean who's to dine?" "No, that doesn't matter. But whether Mitchy has come down." "I can only find out by asking him." "Oh, I could ask him." He seemed disappointed at his wife's want of resource. "And you don't want to?" He looked coldly from before the fire over the prettiness of her brown bent head. "It will be such a beastly bore if he admits it." "And you think poor I can make him not admit it?" She put the question as if it were really her own thought too, but they were a couple who could, even face to face and unlike the augurs behind the altar, think these things without laughing. "If he should admit it," Mrs. Brookenham threw in, "will you give me the money?" "The money?" "To pay Mitchy back." She had now raised her eyes to her husband, but, turning away, he failed to meet them. "He'll deny it." "Well, if they all deny it," she presently remarked, "it's a simple enough matter. I'm sure I don't want them to come down on us. But that's the advantage," she almost prattled on, "of having so many such charming friends. They don't come down." This again was a remark of a sweep that there appeared to be nothing in Brookham's mind to match; so that, scarcely pausing in the walk he had resumed, he only said: "Who do you mean by 'all'?" "Why, if he has had anything from Mitchy I dare say he has had something from Van." "Oh?" Brookenham returned as if with a still deeper drop of interest. "They oughtn't to do it," she declared. "They ought to tell us, and when they don't it serves them right." Even this observation, however, failed to rouse in her husband a response, and, as she had quite formed the habit of doing, she philosophically answered herself: "But I don't suppose they do it on spec." It was less apparent than ever what Edward supposed. "Oh, Van hasn't money to chuck about." "Ah, I only mean a sovereign here and there." "Well," Brookenham threw out after another turn, "I think Van, you know, is your affair." "It all seems to be my affair," she lamented too woefully to have other than a comic effect. "And of course then it will be still more so if you should begin to apply to Mr. Longdon." "We must stop that in time." "Do you mean by warning Mr. Longdon and requesting him immediately to tell us? That won't be very pleasant," Mrs. Brookenham noted. "Well then, wait and see." She waited only a minute. It might have appeared she already saw. "I want him to be kind to Harold and can't help thinking he will." "Yes, but I fancy that that will be his notion of it keeping him from making debts. I dare say one needn't trouble about him," Brookenham added. "He can take care of himself." "He appears to have done so pretty well all these years," she mused. "As I saw him in my childhood I see him now, and I see now that I saw then even how awfully in love he was with mamma. He's too lovely about mamma," Mrs. Brookenham pursued. "Oh?" her husband replied. The vivid past held her a moment. "I see now I must have known a lot as a child." "Oh?" her companion repeated. "I want him to take an interest in us, above all in the children. He ought to like us." She followed it up. "It will be a sort of poetic justice. He sees the reasons for himself and we mustn't prevent it." She turned the possibilities over, but they produced a reserve. "The thing is, I don't see how he can like Harold." "Then he won't lend him money," said Brookenham with all his grimness. This contingency too she considered. "You make me feel as if I wished he would. Which is too dreadful. And I don't think he really likes me," she went on. "Oh?" her husband again ejaculated. "I mean not utterly really. He has to try to. But it won't make any difference," she next remarked. "Do you mean his trying?" "No, I mean his not succeeding. He'll be just the same." She saw it steadily and saw it whole. "On account of mamma." Brookenham also, with his perfect propriety, put it before himself. "And will he, on account of your mother, also like me?" She waited. "No, Edward." She covered him with her loveliest expression. "No, not really either. But it won't make any difference." This time she had pulled him up. "Not if he doesn't like Harold, or like you, or like me?" Edward clearly found himself able to accept only the premise. "He'll be perfectly loyal. It will be the advantage of mamma," Mrs. Brookenham cried. "Mamma, Edward," she brought out with a flash of solemnity, "mamma was wonderful. There have been times when I've always felt her still with us. But Mr. Longdon makes it somehow so real. Whether she's with me or not, at any rate she's with him. So that when he's with me, don't you see?" "It comes to the same thing?" her husband intelligently asked. "I see. And when was he with you last?" "Not since the day he dined. But that was only last week. He'll come soon. I know from Van." "And what does Van know?" "Oh, all sorts of things. He has taken the greatest fancy to him." "The old boy to Van?" "Van to Mr. Longdon. And the other way too. Mr. Longdon has been most kind to him." Brookenham still moved about. "Well, if he likes Van and doesn't like us, what good will that do us?" "You'd understand soon enough if you felt Van's loyalty." "Oh, the things you expect me to feel, my dear!" Edward Brookenham lightly moaned. "Well, it doesn't matter. But he is as loyal to me as Mr. Longdon to mamma." The statement produced on his part an unusual vision of the comedy of things. "Every Jenny has her jockey." Yet perhaps, remarkably enough, there was even more imagination in his next words. "And what sort of means?" "Mr. Longdon? Oh very good. Mamma wouldn't have been the loser. Not that she cared. He MUST like Nanda," Mrs. Brookenham wound up. Her companion appeared to look at the idea and then meet it. "He'll have to see her first." "Oh he shall see her!" she rang out. "It's time for her at any rate to sit downstairs." "It was time, you know, I thought, a year ago." "Yes, I know what you thought. But it wasn't." She had spoken with decision, but he seemed unwilling to concede the point. "You allowed yourself she was all ready." "She was all ready, yes. But I wasn't. I am now," Mrs. Brookenham, with a fine emphasis on her adverb, proclaimed as she turned to meet the opening of the door and the appearance of the butler, whose announcement, "Lord Petherton and Mr. Mitchett," might for an observer have seemed immediately to offer support to her changed state. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 2nd, Chapter 4. Lord Petherton, a man of 35, whose robust but symmetrical proportions gave to his dark blue double-breasted coat an air of tightness that just failed of compromising his tailor, had for his main facial sign a certain pleasant brutality, the effect partly of a bold, handsome parade of carnivorous teeth, partly of an expression of nose suggesting that this feature had paid a little, in the heat of youth, for some aggression, at the time admired and even publicly commemorated. He would have been ugly, he substantively granted, had he not been happy. He would have been dangerous had he not been warranted. Many things doubtless performed for him this last service, but none so much as the delightful sound of his voice, the voice, as it were, of another man, a nature reclaimed, supercivilized, adjusted to the perpetual chaff which kept him smiling in a way that would have been a mistake and indeed an impossibility, if he had really been witty. His bright familiarity was that of a young prince whose confidence had never had to falter, and the only thing that at all qualified the resemblance was the equal familiarity excited in his subjects. Mr. Mitchett had so little intrinsic appearance that an observer would have felt indebted for help in placing him to the rare prominence of his colourless eyes and the positive attention drawn to his chin by the precipitation of its retreat from discovery. Dressed on the other hand not as gentlemen dress in London to pay their respects to the fair, he excited by the exhibition of garments that had nothing in common save the violence and the independence of their pattern, a belief that in the desperation of humility he wished to render public his having thrown to the winds the effort to please. It was written all over him that he had judged once for all his personal case and that, as his character, superficially disposed to gaiety, deprived him of the resource of shyness and shade, the effect of comedy might not escape him if secured by a real plunge. There was comedy therefore in the form of his pot hat and the colour of his spotted shirt, in a systematic disagreement above all of his coat, waistcoat and trousers. It was only on long acquaintance that his so many ingenious ways of showing he appreciated his commonness could present him as secretly rare. "And where's the child this time?" he asked of his hostess as soon as he was seated near her. "Why do you say 'this time' as if it were different from any other time?" she replied as she gave him his tea. "Only because, as the months and the years elapse, it's more and more of a wonder, whenever I don't see her, to think what she does with herself, or what you do with her. What it does show, I suppose," Mr. Mitchett went on, "is that she takes no trouble to meet me." "My dear Mitchy," said Mrs. Brookenham, "what do you know about trouble, either poor Nanda's or mine or anybody's else? You've never had to take any in your life. You're the spoiled child of fortune, and you skim over the surface of things in a way that seems often to represent you as supposing everybody else has wings. Most other people are sticking fast in their native mud." "Mud, Mrs. Brook? Mud? Mud?" he protestingly cried as, while he watched his fellow visitor move to a distance with their host, he glanced about the room, taking in afresh the Louis XVI secretary, which looked better closed than open and for which he always had a knowing eye. "Remarkably charming mud." "Well, that's what a great deal of the element really appears to-day to be thought. And precisely as a specimen, Mitchy dear, those 2 French books you were so good as to send me, and which really this time, you extraordinary man!" She fell back, intimately reproachful, from the effect produced on her, renouncing all expression save that of the rolled eye. "Why, were they particularly dreadful?" Mitchy was honestly surprised. "I rather liked the one in the pink cover. What's the confounded thing called? I thought it had a sort of a something or other." He had cast his eye about as if for a glimpse of the forgotten title, and she caught the question as he vaguely and good-humouredly dropped it. "A kind of a morbid modernity? There is that," she dimly conceded. "Is that what they call it? Awfully good name. You must have got it from old Van," he gaily declared. "I dare say I did. I get the good things from him and the bad ones from you. But you're not to suppose," Mrs. Brookenham went on, "that I've discussed your horrible book with him." "Come, I say," Mr. Mitchett protested. "I've seen you with books from Vanderbank, which if you have discussed them with him, well," he laughed, "I should like to have been there." "You haven't seen me with anything like yours. No, no. Never. Never." She was particularly positive. "Van, on the contrary, gives tremendous warnings, makes apologies, in advance, for things that well, after all, haven't killed one." "That have even perhaps a little, after the warnings, let one down?" She took no notice of this coarse pleasantry. She simply adhered to her thesis. "One has taken one's dose, and one isn't such a fool as to be deaf to some fresh true note if it happens to turn up. But for abject, horrid, unredeemed vileness from beginning to end—" "So you read to the end?" Mr. Mitchett interposed. I read to see what you could possibly have sent such things to me for, and because, so long as they were in my hands, they were not in the hands of others. Please to remember in future that the children are all over the place, and that Harold and Nanda have their nose in everything." "I promise to remember," Mr. Mitchett returned, "as soon as you make old Van do the same." "I do make old Van. I pull old Van up much oftener than I succeed in pulling you. I must say," Mrs. Brookenham went on, "you're all getting to require among you, in general, an amount of what one may call editing." She gave one of her droll universal sighs. "I've got your books at any rate locked up, and I wish you'd send for them quickly again. One's too nervous about anything happening and their being perhaps found among one's relics. Charming literary remains," she laughed. The friendly Mitchy was also much amused. "By Jove, the most awful things are found. Have you heard about old Randage and what his executors have just come across? The most abominable—" "I haven't heard," she broke in, "and I don't want to. But you give me a shudder, and I beg you'll have your offerings removed, since I can't think of confiding them for the purpose to any one in this house. I might burn them up in the dead of night, but even then I should be fearfully nervous." "I'll send them my usual messenger," said Mitchy, "a person I keep for such jobs, thoroughly seasoned, as you may imagine, and of a discretion, what do you call it, a toute épreuve. Only you must let me say that I like your terror about Harold. Do you think he spends his time over Dr. Watts's hymns?" Mrs. Brookenham just hesitated, and nothing, in general, was so becoming to her as the act of hesitation. "Dear Mitchy, do you know I want awfully to talk to you about Harold." "About his French reading, Mrs. Brook?" Mitchy responded with interest. "The worse things are, let me just mention to you about that, the better they seem positively to be for one's feeling up in the language. They're more difficult, the bad ones, and there's a lot in that. All the young men know it, those who are going up for exams." She had her eyes for a little on Lord Petherton and her husband. Then, as if she had not heard what her interlocutor had just said, she overcame her last scruple. "Dear Mitchy, has he had money from you?" He stared with his good goggle eyes. He laughed out. "Why on earth? But do you suppose I'd tell you if he had?" "He hasn't really borrowed the most dreadful sums?" Mitchy was highly diverted. "Why should he? For what, please?" "That's just it. For what? What does he do with it all? What in the world becomes of it?" "Well," Mitchy suggested, "he's saving up to start a business. Harold's irreproachable, hasn't a vice. Who knows in these things what may happen? He sees further than any young man I know. Do let him save." She looked far away with her sweet world weariness. "If you weren't an angel it would be a horror to be talking to you. But I insist on knowing." She insisted now with her absurdly pathetic eyes on him. "What kind of sums?" "You shall never, never find out, not if you were never to speak to me again," Mr. Mitchett replied with extravagant firmness. "Harold's one of my great amusements. I really have awfully few, and if you deprive me of him you'll be a fiend. There are only one or two things I want to live for, but one of them is to see how far Harold will go. Please give me some more tea." "Do you positively swear?" she asked with intensity as she helped him. Then, without waiting for his answer, "You have the common charity to us, I suppose, to see the position you'd put us in. Fancy Edward!" she quite austerely threw off. Mr. Mitchett, at this, had on his side a wonder. "Does Edward imagine—" "My dear man, Edward never imagined anything in life." She still had her eyes on him. "Therefore if he sees a thing, don't you know, it must exist." Mitchy for a little fixed the person mentioned as he sat with his other guest, but whatever this person saw he failed just then to see his wife's companion, whose eyes he never met. His face only offered itself, after the fashion of a clean domestic vessel, a receptacle with the peculiar property of constantly serving, yet never filling, to Lord Petherton's talkative splash. "Well, only don't let him take it up. Let it be only between you and me," Mr. Mitchett pleaded. "Keep him quiet. don't let him speak to me." He appeared to convey with his pleasant extravagance that Edward looked dangerous, and he went on with the rigour of levity: "It must be our little quarrel." There were different ways of meeting such a tone, but Mrs. Brookenham's choice was remarkably prompt. "I don't think I quite understand what dreadful joke you may be making, but I dare say if you had let Harold borrow you'd have another manner, and I was at any rate determined to have the question out with you." "Let us always have everything out. That's quite my own idea. It's you," said Mr. Mitchett, "who are by no means always so frank with me, as I recognise. Oh, I do that! What it must have cost you to be over this little question of Harold. There's one thing, Mrs. Brook, you do dodge." "What do I ever dodge, dear Mitchy?" Mrs. Brook quite tenderly asked. "Why, when I ask you about your other child you're off like a frightened fawn. When have you ever, on my doing so, said, 'My darling Mitchy, I'll ring for her to be asked to come down so that you can see her for yourself'? When have you ever said anything like that?" "I see," Mrs. Brookenham mused. "You think I sacrifice her. You're very interesting among you all, and I've certainly a delightful circle. The Duchess has just been letting me have it most remarkably hot, and as she's presently coming back you'll be able to join forces with her." Mitchy looked a little at a loss. "On the subject of your sacrifice?" "Of my innocent and helpless, yet somehow at the same time, as a consequence of my cynicism, dreadfully damaged and depraved daughter." She took in for an instant the slight bewilderment against which, as a result of her speech, even so expert an intelligence as Mr. Mitchett's had not been proof; then with a small jerk of her head at the other side of the room made the quickest of transitions. "What is there between her and him?" Mitchy wondered at the other two. "Between Edward and the girl?" "Don't talk nonsense. Between Petherton and Jane." Mitchy could only stare, and the white noonday light of his regard was at such moments really the redemption of his ugliness. "What is there? Is there anything?" "It's too beautiful," Mrs. Brookenham appreciatively sighed. "Your relation with him. You won't compromise him." "It would be nicer of me," Mitchy laughed, "not to want to compromise HER." "Oh Jane!" Mrs. Brookenham dropped. "Does he like her?" she continued. "You must know." "Ah, it's just my knowing that constitutes the beauty of my loyalty, of my delicacy." He had his quick jumps too. "Am I never, never to see the child?" This enquiry appeared only to confirm his friend in the view of what was touching in him. "You're the most delicate thing I know, and it crops up with effect the oddest in the intervals of your corruption. Your talk's half the time impossible. You respect neither age nor sex nor condition. One doesn't know what you'll say or do next. And one has to return your books, c'est tout dire, under cover of darkness. Yet there's in the midst of all this and in the general abyss of you a little deep down delicious niceness, a sweet sensibility, that one has actually one's self, shocked as one perpetually is at you, quite to hold one's breath and stay one's hand for fear of ruffling or bruising. There's no one in talk with whom," she balmily continued, "I find myself half so often suddenly moved to pull up short. You've more little toes to tread on, though you pretend you haven't, I mean morally speaking, don't you know, than even I have myself, and I've so many that I could wish most of them cut off. You never spare me a shock. No, you don't do that. It isn't the form your delicacy takes. But you'll know what I mean, all the same, I think, when I tell you that there are lots I spare you." Mr. Mitchett fairly glowed with the candour of his intention. "Know what you mean, dearest lady? How can a man handicapped to death, a man of my origin, my appearance, my general weaknesses, drawbacks, immense indebtedness, all round, for the start, as it were, that I feel my friends have been so good as to allow me, how can such a man not be conscious every moment that every one about him goes on tiptoe and winks at every one else? What can you all mention in my presence, poor things, that isn't personal?" Mrs. Brookenham's face covered him for an instant as no painted Madonnas had ever covered the little charge at the breast beneath it. "And the finest thing of all in you is your beautiful, beautiful pride. You're prouder than all of us put together." She checked a motion that he had apparently meant as a protest. She went on with her muffled wisdom. "There isn't a man but you whom Petherton wouldn't have made vulgar. He isn't vulgar himself, at least not exceptionally, but he's just one of those people, a class one knows well, who are so fearfully, in this country, the cause of it in others. For all I know he's the cause of it in me, the cause of it even in poor Edward. For I'm vulgar, Mitchy dear, very often, and the marvel of you is that you never are." "Thank you for everything. Thank you above all for marvel," Mitchy grinned. "Oh I know what I say." She didn't in the least blush. "I'll tell you something," she pursued with the same gravity, "if you'll promise to tell no one on earth. If you're proud, I'm not. There. It's most extraordinary, and I try to conceal it even to myself, but there's no doubt whatever about it. I'm not proud pour 2 sous. And some day, on some awful occasion, I shall show it. So I notify you. Shall you love me still?" "To the bitter end," Mitchy loyally responded. For how need a woman be proud who's so preternaturally clever? Pride's only for use when wit breaks down. It's the train the cyclist takes when his tire's deflated. When that happens to your tire, Mrs. Brook, you'll let me know. And you do make me wonder just now," he confessed, "why you're taking such particular precautions and throwing out such a cloud of skirmishers. If you want to shoot me dead, a single bullet will do." He faltered but an instant before completing his sense. "Where you really want to come out is at the fact that Nanda loathes me and that I might as well give up asking for her." "Are you quite serious?" his companion after a moment resumed. "Do you really and truly like her, Mitchy?" "I like her as much as I dare to. As much as a man can like a girl when from the very first of his seeing her and judging her he has also seen, and seen with all the reasons, that there's no chance for him whatever. Of course, with all that, he has done his best not to let himself go. But there are moments," Mr. Mitchett ruefully added, "when it would relieve him awfully to feel free for a good spin." "I think you exaggerate," his hostess replied, "the difficulties in your way. What do you mean by all the reasons?" "Why, one of them I've already mentioned. I make her flesh creep." "My own Mitchy!" Mrs. Brookenham protestingly moaned. "The other is that, very naturally, she's in love." "With whom under the sun?" Mrs. Brookenham had, with her startled stare, met his eyes long enough to have taken something from him before he next spoke. "You really have never suspected? With whom conceivably but old Van?" "Nanda's in love with old Van?" The degree to which she had never suspected was scarce to be expressed. "Why, he's twice her age. He has seen her in a pinafore, with a dirty face and well slapped for it. He has never thought of her in the world." "How can a person of your acuteness, my dear woman," Mitchy asked, "mention such trifles as having the least to do with the case? How can you possibly have such a fellow about, so beastly good looking, so infernally well turned out in the way of culture, and so bringing them down in short on every side, and expect in the bosom of your family the absence of history of the reigns of the good kings? If you were a girl, wouldn't you turn purple? If I were a girl, shouldn't I? Unless, as is more likely, I turned green." Mrs. Brookenham was deeply affected. "Nanda does turn purple?" "The loveliest shade you ever saw. It's too absurd that you haven't noticed." It was characteristic of Mrs. Brookenham's amiability that, with her sudden sense of the importance of this new light, she should be quite ready to abase herself. "There are so many things in one's life. One follows false scents. One doesn't make out everything at once. If you're right, you must help me. We must see more of her." "But what good will that do me?" Mitchy appealed. "Don't you care enough for her to want to help her?" Then before he could speak, "Poor little darling dear," his hostess tenderly ejaculated. "What does she think or dream? Truly she's laying up treasure." "Oh he likes her," said Mitchy. "He likes her in fact extremely." "Do you mean he has told you so?" "Oh no, we never mention it. But he likes her," Mr. Mitchett stubbornly repeated, "and he's thoroughly straight." Mrs. Brookenham for a moment turned these things over, after which she came out in a manner that visibly surprised him. "It isn't as if you wished to be nasty about him, is it? Because I know you like him yourself. You're so wonderful to your friends." Oh she could let him see that she knew. "And in such different and exquisite ways. There are those like him," she signified her other visitor, "who get everything out of you and whom you really appear fond of, or at least to put up with, just for that. Then there are those who ask nothing and whom you're fond of in spite of it." Mitchy leaned back from this, fist within fist, watching her with a certain disguised emotion. He grinned almost too much for mere amusement. "That's the class to which you belong." "It's the best one," she returned, "and I'm careful to remain in it. You try to get us by bribery into the inferior place because, proud as you are, it bores you a little that you like us so much. But we won't go. At least I won't. You may make Van," she wonderfully continued. "There's nothing you wouldn't do for him or give him." Mitchy admired her from his position, slowly shaking his head with it. "He's the man, with no fortune and just as he is, to the smallest particular, whom you would have liked to be, whom you intensely envy, and yet to whom you're magnanimous enough for almost any sacrifice." Mitchy's appreciation had fairly deepened to a flush. "Magnificent, magnificent, Mrs. Brook. What ARE you in thunder up to?" "Therefore, as I say," she imperturbably went on, "it's not to do him an ill turn that you make a point of what you've just told me." Mr. Mitchett for a minute gave no sign but his high colour and his queer glare. "How could it do him ill turn?" "Oh it would be a way, don't you see, to put before me the need of getting rid of him. For he may like Nanda as much as you please. He'll never, never," Mrs. Brookenham resolutely quavered, "he'll never come to the scratch. And to feel that as I do," she explained, "can only be, don't you also see, to want to save her." It would have appeared at last that poor Mitchy did see. "By taking it in time? By forbidding him the house?" She seemed to stand with little nipping scissors in a garden of alternatives. "Or by shipping her off. Will you help me to save her?" she broke out again after a moment. "It isn't true," she continued, "that she has any aversion to you." "Have you charged her with it?" Mitchy demanded with a courage that amounted to high gallantry. It inspired on the spot his interlocutress, and her own pluck, of as fine a quality now as her diplomacy, which was saying much, fell but little below. "Yes, my dear friend, frankly." "Good. Then I know what she said." "She absolutely denied it." "Oh yes, they always do, because they pity me," Mitchy smiled. "She said what they always say, that the effect I produce is, though at first upsetting, one that little by little they find it possible to get used to. The world's full of people who are getting used to me," Mr. Mitchett concluded. "It's what I shall never do, for you're quite too great a luxury," Mrs. Brookenham declared. "If I haven't threshed you out really more with Nanda," she continued, "it has been from a scruple of a sort you people never do a woman the justice to impute. You're the object of views that have so much more to set them off." Mr. Mitchett on this jumped up. He was clearly conscious of his nerves. He fidgeted away a few steps and then, his hands in his pockets, fixed on his hostess a countenance more controlled. "What does the Duchess mean by her daughter's being, as I understood you to quote her just now, damaged and depraved?" Mrs. Brookenham came up. She literally rose, smiling. "You fit the cap. You know how she'd like you for little Aggie." "What does she mean? What does she mean?" Mitchy repeated. The door, as he spoke, was thrown open. Mrs. Brookenham glanced round. "You've the chance to find out from herself." The Duchess had come back, and little Aggie was in her wake. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 2nd, Chapter 5. That young lady in this relation was certainly a figure to have offered a foundation for the highest hopes. As slight and white, as delicately lovely as a gathered garden lily, her admirable training appeared to hold her out to them all as with precautionary finger-tips. She presumed, however, so little on any introduction that, shyly and submissively, waiting for the word of direction, she stopped short in the centre of the general friendliness, till Mrs. Brookenham fairly became, to meet her, also a shy little girl, put out a timid hand with wonder-struck innocent eyes that hesitated whether a kiss of greeting might be dared. "Why, you dear, good, strange, ickle thing, you haven't been here for ages, but it is a joy to see you, and I do hope you've brought your doll." Such might have been the sense of our friend's fond murmur while, looking at her up and down with pure pleasure, she drew the rare creature to a sofa. Little Aggie presented, up and down, an arrangement of dress exactly in the key of her age, her complexion, her emphasized virginity. She might have been prepared for her visit by a cluster of doting nuns, cloistered daughters of ancient houses and educators of similar products, whose taste, hereditarily good, had grown, out of the world and most delightfully, so queer as to leave on everything they touched a particular shade of distinction. The Duchess had brought in with the child an air of added confidence for which an observer would in a moment have seen the grounds, the association of the pair being so markedly favourable to each. Its younger member carried out the style of her aunt's presence quite as one of the accessory figures effectively thrown into old portraits. The Duchess, on the other hand, seemed, with becoming blandness, to draw from her niece the dignity of a kind of office of state, hereditary governess of the children of the blood. Little Aggie had a smile as softly bright as a southern dawn, and the friends of her relative looked at each other, according to a fashion frequent in Mrs. Brookenham's drawing-room, in free exchange of their happy impression. Mr. Mitchett was none the less scantily diverted from his estimate of the occasion Mrs. Brookenham had just named to him. "My dear Duchess," he promptly asked, "do you mind explaining to me an opinion I've just heard of your, with marked originality, holding?" The Duchess, her head all in the air, considered an instant her little ivory princess. "I'm always ready, Mr. Mitchett, to defend my opinions, but if it's a question of going much into the things that are the subjects of some of them, perhaps we had better, if you don't mind, choose our time and our place." "No time, gracious lady, for my impatience," Mr. Mitchett replied, "could be better than the present. But if you've reasons for wanting a better place, why shouldn't we go on the spot into another room?" Lord Petherton, at this enquiry, broke into instant mirth. "Well, of all the coolness, Mitchy! He does go at it, doesn't he, Mrs. Brook? What do you want to do in another room?" he demanded of his friend. "Upon my word, Duchess, under the nose of those—" The Duchess, on the first blush, lent herself to the humour of the case. "Well, Petherton, of those? I defy him to finish his sentence." She smiled to the others. "Of those," said his lordship, "who flatter themselves that when you do happen to find them somewhere your first idea is not quite to jump at a pretext for getting off somewhere else. Especially," he continued to jest, with a man of Mitchy's vile reputation." "Oh!" Edward Brookenham exclaimed at this, but only as with quiet relief. "Mitchy's offer is perfectly safe, I may let him know," his wife remarked, "for I happen to be sure that nothing would really induce Jane to leave Aggie 5 minutes among us here without remaining herself to see that we don't become improper." "Well then, if we're already pretty far on the way to it," Lord Petherton resumed, "what on earth might we arrive at in the absence of your control? I warn you, Duchess," he joyously pursued, "that if you go out of the room with Mitchy I shall rapidly become quite awful." The Duchess during this brief passage never took her eyes from her niece, who rewarded her attention with the sweetness of consenting dependence. The child's foreign origin was so delicately but unmistakably written in all her exquisite lines that her look might have expressed the modest attachment of a person to whom the language of her companions was unknown. Her protectress then glanced round the circle. "You're very odd people, all of you, and I don't think you quite know how ridiculous you are. Aggie and I are simple stranger folk. There's a great deal we don't understand, yet we're none the less not easily frightened. In what is it, Mr. Mitchett," the Duchess asked, "that I've wounded your susceptibilities?" Mr. Mitchett cast about. He had apparently found time to reflect on his precipitation. "I see what Petherton's up to, and I won't, by drawing you aside just now, expose your niece to anything that might immediately oblige Mrs. Brook to catch her up and flee with her. But the first time I find you more isolated, well," he laughed, though not with the clearest ring, "all I can say is, mind your eyes, dear Duchess." "It's about your thinking, Jane," Mrs. Brookenham placidly explained, "that Nanda suffers in her morals, don't you know? By my neglect. I wouldn't say anything about you that I can't bravely say to you. Therefore, since he has plumped out with it, I do confess that I've appealed to him on what, as so good an old friend, he thinks of your contention." "What in the world is Jane's contention?" Edward Brookenham put the question as if they were stuck at cards. "You really all of you," the Duchess replied with excellent coolness, "choose extraordinary conditions for the discussion of delicate matters. There are decidedly too many things on which we don't feel alike. You're all inconceivable just now. Je ne peux pourtant pas la mettre à la porte, cette chérie," whom she covered again with the gay solicitude that seemed to have in it a vibration of private entreaty. "Don't understand, my own darling, don't understand." Little Aggie looked about with an impartial politeness that, as an expression of the general blind sense of her being as to every particular in hands at full liberty either to spot or to spare her, was touching enough to bring tears to all eyes. It perhaps had to do with a sudden emotion with which, using now quite a different manner, Mrs. Brookenham again embraced her, and even with this lady's equally abrupt and altogether wonderful address to her. "Between you and me straight, my dear, and as from friend to friend, I know you'll never doubt that everything must be all right. What I spoke of to poor Mitchy," she went on to the Duchess, "is the dreadful view you take of my letting Nanda go to Tishy, and indeed of the general question of any acquaintance between young unmarried and young married females. Mr. Mitchett's sufficiently interested in us, Jane, to make it natural of me to take him into our confidence in one of our difficulties. On the other hand, we feel your solicitude, and I needn't tell you at this time of day what weight in every respect we attach to your judgment. Therefore it will be a difficulty for us, cara mia, don't you see, if we decide suddenly, under the spell of your influence, that our daughter must break off a friendship. It will be a difficulty for us to put the thing to Nanda herself in such a way as that she shall have some sort of notion of what suddenly possesses us. Then there'll be the much stiffer job of putting it to poor Tishy. Yet if her house is an impossible place, what else is one to do? Carrie Donner's to be there, and Carrie Donner's a nature apart. But how can we ask even a little lamb like Tishy to give up her own sister?" The question had been launched with an argumentative sharpness that made it for a moment keep possession of the air, and during this moment, before a single member of the circle could rally, Mrs. Brookenham's effect was superseded by that of the reappearance of the butler. "I say, my dear, don't shriek." Edward Brookenham had only time to sound this warning before a lady, presenting herself in the open doorway, followed close on the announcement of her name. "Mrs. Beach Donner." The impression was naturally marked. Everyone betrayed it a little, but Mrs. Brookenham, who, more than the others, appeared to have the help of seeing that, by a merciful stroke, her visitor had just failed to hear. This visitor, a young woman of striking, of startling appearance, who, in the manner of certain shiny house doors and railings, instantly created a presumption of the lurking label "fresh paint," found herself, with an embarrassment oddly opposed to the positive pitch of her complexion, in the presence of a group in which it was yet immediately evident that every one was a friend. Every one, to show no one had been caught, said something extremely easy, so that it was after a moment only poor Mrs. Donner who, seated close to her hostess, seemed to be in any degree in the wrong. This moreover was essentially her fault, so extreme was the anomaly of her having, without the means to back it up, committed herself to a "scheme of colour" that was practically an advertisement of courage. Irregularly pretty and painfully shy, she was retouched from brow to chin like a suburban photograph. The moral of which was simply that she should either have left more to nature or taken more from art. The Duchess had quickly reached her kinsman with a smothered hiss, an "Edward dear, for God's sake take Aggie!" and at the end of a few minutes had formed for herself in one of Mrs. Brookenham's admirable corners a society consisting of Lord Petherton and Mr. Mitchett, the latter of whom regarded Mrs. Donner across the room with articulate wonder and compassion. "It's all right, it's all right. She's frightened only at herself." The Duchess watched her as from a box at the play, comfortably shut in, as in the old operatic days at Naples, with a pair of entertainers. "You're the most interesting nation in the world. One never gets to the end of your hatred of the nuance. The sense of the suitable, the harmony of parts. What on earth were you doomed to do that, to be punished sufficiently in advance, you had to be deprived of it in your very cradles? Look at her little black dress, rather good, but not so good as it ought to be, and, mixed up with all the rest, see her type, her beauty, her timidity, her wickedness, her notoriety and her impudeur. It's only in this country that a woman is both so shocking and so shaky." The Duchess' displeasure overflowed. "If she doesn't know how to be good—" "Let her at least know how to be bad? Ah," Mitchy replied, "your irritation testifies more than anything else could do to our peculiar genius, or our peculiar want of it. Our vice is intolerably clumsy. If it can possibly be a question of vice in regard to that charming child who looks like one of the new fashioned bill posters, only, in the way of morbid modernity, as Mrs. Brook would say, more extravagant and funny than any that have yet been risked. I remember," he continued, "Mrs. Brook's having spoken of her to me lately as wild." "Wild? Why, she's simply tameness run to seed. Such an expression shows the state of training to which Mrs. Brook has reduced the rest of us." "It doesn't prevent, at any rate, Mrs. Brook's training, some of the rest of you from being horrible," the Duchess declared. "What did you mean just now, really, by asking me to explain before Aggie this so serious matter of Nanda's exposure?" Then, instantly taking herself up before Mr. Mitchett could answer, "What on earth do you suppose Edward's saying to my darling?" Brookenham had placed himself, side by side with the child, on a distant little settee, but it was impossible to make out from the countenance of either if a sound had passed between them. Aggie's little manner was too developed to show, and her host's not developed enough. "Oh, he's awfully careful," Lord Petherton reassuringly observed. If you or I or Mitchy say anything bad, it's sure to be before we know it and without particularly meaning it. But old Edward means it." "So much that as a general thing he doesn't dare to say it?" the Duchess asked. "That's a pretty picture of him, inasmuch as for the most part he never speaks. What therefore must he mean?" "He's an abyss. He's magnificent," Mr. Mitchett laughed. "I don't know a man of an understanding more profound, and he's equally incapable of uttering and of wincing. If by the same token I'm 'horrible,' as you call me," he pursued, "it's only because I'm in every way so beastly superficial. All the same I do sometimes go into things, and I insist on knowing," he again broke out, "what it exactly was you had in mind in saying to Mrs. Brook the things about Nanda and myself that she repeated to me." "You insist, you silly man?" the Duchess had veered a little to indulgence. "Pray on what ground of right, in such a connexion, do you do anything of the sort?" Poor Mitchy showed but for a moment that he felt pulled up. "Do you mean that when a girl liked by a fellow likes him so little in return—" "I don't mean anything," said the Duchess, "that may provoke you to suppose me vulgar and odious enough to try to put you out of conceit of a most interesting and unfortunate creature, and I don't quite as yet see, though I dare say I shall soon make out, what our friend has in her head in tattling to you on these matters as soon as my back's turned. Petherton will tell you I wonder he hasn't told you before why Mrs. Grendon, though not perhaps herself quite the rose, is decidedly in these days too near it." "Oh Petherton never tells me anything." Mitchy's answer was brisk and impatient, but evidently quite as sincere as if the person alluded to had not been there. The person alluded to meanwhile, fidgeting frankly in his chair, alternately stretching his legs and resting his elbows on his knees, had reckoned as small the profit he might derive from this colloquy. His bored state indeed, if he was bored, prompted in him the honest impulse to clear, as he would have perhaps considered it, the atmosphere. He indicated Mrs. Donner with a remarkable absence of precautions. "Why, what the Duchess alludes to is my poor sister Fanny's stupid grievance. Surely you know about that." He made oddly vivid for a moment the nature of his relative's allegation, his somewhat cynical treatment of which became peculiarly derisive in the light of the attitude and expression at that minute of the figure incriminated. "My brother-in-law's too thick with her. But Cashmore's such a fine old ass. It's excessively unpleasant," he added, "for affairs are just in that position in which, from one day to another, there may be something that people will get hold of. Fancy a man," he robustly reflected while the three took in more completely the subject of Mrs. Brookenham's attention, "fancy a man with that odd piece on his hands. The beauty of it is that the two women seem never to have broken off. Blest if they don't still keep seeing each other." The Duchess, as on everything else, passed succinctly on this. "Ah, how can hatreds comfortably flourish without the nourishment of such regular 'seeing' as what you call here bosom friendship alone supplies? What are parties given for in London but that enemies may meet? I grant you it's inconceivable that the husband of a superb creature like your sister should find his requirements better met by an object comme cette petite, who looks like a pen-wiper, an actress's idea of one, made up for a theatrical bazaar. At the same time, if you'll allow me to say so, it scarcely strikes one that your sister's prudence is such as to have placed all the cards in her hands. She's the most beautiful woman in England, but her esprit de conduite isn't quite on a level. One can't have everything," she philosophically sighed. Lord Petherton met her comfortably enough on this assumption of his detachments. "If you mean by that her being the biggest fool alive, I'm quite ready to agree with you. It's exactly what makes me afraid. Yet how can I decently say in especial," he asked, "of what?" The Duchess still perched on her critical height. "Of what but one of your amazing English periodical public washings of dirty linen. There's not the least necessity to say," she laughed, "if there's anything more remarkable than these purifications, it's the domestic comfort with which, when all has come and gone, you sport the articles purified." "It comes back, in all that sphere," Mr. Mitchett instructively opined, "to our national, our fatal want of style. We can never, dear Duchess, take too many lessons, and there's probably at the present time no more useful function to be performed among us than that dissemination of neater methods to which you're so good as to contribute." He had had another idea, but before he reached it his companion had gaily broken in. "Awfully good one for you, Duchess, and I'm bound to say that, for a clever woman, you exposed yourself. I've at any rate a sense of comfort," Lord Petherton pursued, "in the good relations now more and more established between poor Fanny and Mrs. Brook. Mrs. Brook's awfully kind to her and awfully sharp, and Fanny will take things from her that she won't take from me. I keep saying to Mrs. Brook, don't you know, do keep hold of her and let her have it strong. She hasn't, upon my honour, any one in the world but me." "And we know the extent of that resource," the Duchess freely commented. "That's exactly what Fanny says, that she knows it," Petherton good humouredly agreed. "She says my beastly hypocrisy makes her sick. There are people," he pleasantly rambled on, "who are awfully free with their advice, but it's mostly fearful rot. Mrs. Brook's isn't, upon my word. I've tried some myself." "You talk as if it was something nasty and home made, gooseberry wine," the Duchess laughed. "But one can't know the dear soul, of course, without knowing that she has set up, for the convenience of her friends, a little office for consultations. She listens to the case, she strokes her chin and prescribes." "And the beauty of it is," cried Lord Petherton, "that she makes no charge whatever." "She doesn't take a guinea at the time, but you may still get your account," the Duchess returned. "Of course we know that the great business she does is in husbands and wives." "This then seems the day of the wives," Mr. Mitchett interposed as he became aware, the first, of the illustration the Duchess's image was in the act of receiving. "Lady Fanny Cashmore," the butler was already in the field, and the company, with the exception of Mrs. Donner, who remained seated, was apparently conscious of a vibration that brought it afresh, but still more nimbly than on Aggie's advent, to its feet. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 2nd, Chapter 6. "Go to her straight. Be nice to her. You must have plenty to say. You stay with me. We have our affair." The latter of these commands the Duchess addressed to Mr. Mitchett, while their companion, in obedience to the former and affected, as it seemed, by an unrepressed familiar accent that stirred a fresh flicker of Mitchy's grin, met the new arrival in the middle of the room before Mrs. Brookenham had had time to reach her. The Duchess, quickly reseated, watched an instant the inexpressive concussion of the tall brother and sister. Then, while Mitchy again subsided into his place, "You're not, as a race, clever, you're not delicate, you're not sane, but you're capable of extraordinary good looks," she resumed. "Vous avez parfois la grande beauté." Mitchy was much amused. "Do you really think Petherton has?" The Duchess withstood it. "They've got, both outside and in, the same great general things, only turned in each rather different ways, a way safer for him as a man and more triumphant for her as whatever you choose to call her. What can a woman do," she richly mused, "with such beauty as that?" "Except come desperately to advise with Mrs. Brook?" Mitchy undertook to complete her question. "As to the highest use to make of it? But see," he immediately added, "how perfectly competent to instruct her our friend now looks." Their hostess had advanced to Lady Fanny with an outstretched hand, but with an eagerness of greeting merged a little in the sweet predominance of wonder as well as in the habit, at such moments most perceptible, of the languid lily bend. Nothing in general could have been less conventionally poor than the kind of reception given in Mrs. Brookenham's drawing room to the particular element, the element of physical splendour void of those disparities that make the question of others tiresome, comprised in Lady Fanny's presence. It was a place in which, at all times, before interesting objects, the unanimous occupants, almost more concerned for each other's vibrations than for anything else, were apt rather more to exchange sharp and silent searchings than to fix their eyes on the object itself. In the case of Lady Fanny, however, the object itself, and quite by the same law that had worked, though less profoundly, on the entrance of little Aggie, superseded the usual rapt communion very much in the manner of some beautiful tamed tigress who might really coerce attention. There was in Mrs. Brookenham's way of looking up at her a dim despairing abandonment of the idea of any common personal ground. Lady Fanny, magnificent, simple, stupid, had almost the stature of her brother, a forehead unsurpassably low and an air of sombre concentration just sufficiently corrected by something in her movements that failed to give it a point. Her blue eyes were heavy in spite of being perhaps a couple of shades too clear, and the wealth of her black hair, the disposition of the massive coils of which was all her own, had possibly a satin sheen depreciated by the current fashion. But the great thing in her was that she was, with unconscious heroism, thoroughly herself. And what were Mrs. Brook and Mrs. Brook's intimates after all, in their free surrender to the play of perception, but a happy association for keeping her so? The Duchess was moved to the liveliest admiration by the grand simple sweetness of her encounter with Mrs. Donner, a combination indeed in which it was a question if she or Mrs. Brook appeared to the higher advantage. It was poor Mrs. Donner, not, like Mrs. Brook, subtle in sufficiency, nor, like Lady Fanny, almost too simple, who made the poorest show. The Duchess immediately marked it to Mitchy as infinitely characteristic that their hostess, instead of letting one of her visitors go, kept them together by some sweet ingenuity, and while Lord Petherton, dropping his sister, joined Edward and Aggie in the other angle, sat there between them as if, in pursuance of some awfully clever line of her own, she were holding a hand of each. Mr. Mitchett, of course, did justice all round, or at least, as would have seemed from an enquiry he presently made, wished not to fail of it. "Is it your real impression, then, that Lady Fanny has serious grounds ?" "For jealousy of that preposterous little person? My dear Mitchett," the Duchess resumed after a moment's reflexion, "if you're so rash as to ask me in any of these connexions for my real impression, you deserve whatever you may get." The penalty Mitchy had incurred was apparently grave enough to make his companion just falter in the infliction of it, which gave him the opportunity of replying that the little person was perhaps not more preposterous than any one else, that there was something in her he rather liked, and that there were many different ways in which a woman could be interesting. This further levity it was, therefore, that laid him fully open. "Do you mean to say you've been living with Petherton so long without becoming aware that he's shockingly worried?" "My dear Duchess," Mitchy smiled, "Petherton carries his worries with a bravery. They're so many that I've long since ceased to count them, and in general I've been disposed to let those pass that I can't help him to meet. You've made, I judge," he went on, "a better use of opportunities perhaps not so good; such as at any rate enables you to see further than I into the meaning of the impatience he just now expressed." The Duchess was admirable, in conversation, for neglecting everything not essential to her present plausibility. "A woman like Lady Fanny can have no grounds for anything for any indignation, I mean, or for any revenge worth twopence. In this particular case, at all events, they've been sacrificed with such extravagance that, as an injured wife, she hasn't had the gumption to keep back an inch or two to stand on. She can do absolutely nothing." "Then you take the view?" Mitchy, who had, after all his delicacies, pulled up as at sight of a name. "I take the view," said the Duchess, "and I know exactly why. Elle se les passe, her little fancies. She's a phenomenon, poor dear, and all with what shall I call it? The absence of haunting remorse of a good house mother who makes the family accounts balance. She looks and it's what they love her for here when they say 'watch her now' like an angry saint, but she's neither a saint nor, to be perfectly fair to her, really angry at all. She has only just enough reflexion to make out that it may some day be a little better for her that her husband shall, on his side too, have committed himself. And she's only, in secret, too pleased to be sure whom it has been with. All the same, I must tell you," the Duchess still more crisply added, "that our little friend Nanda is of the opinion which I gather her to be quite ready to defend that Lady Fanny's wrong." Poor Mitchy found himself staring. "But what has our little friend Nanda to do with it?" "What indeed, bless her heart! If you will ask questions, however, you must take, as I say, your risks. There are days when between you all you stupefy me. One of them was when I happened about a month ago to make some allusion to the charming example of Mr. Cashmore's fine taste that we have there before us. What was my surprise at the tone taken by Mrs. Brook to deny on this little lady's behalf the soft impeachment! It was quite a mistake that anything had happened. Mrs. Donner had pulled through unscathed. She had been but a day or two at the most in danger, for her family and friends, the best influences, had rallied to her support. The flurry was all over. She was now perfectly safe. "Do you think she looks so?" the Duchess asked. This was not a point that Mitchy was conscious of freedom of mind to examine. "Do I understand you that Nanda was her mother's authority?" "For the exact shade of the intimacy of the two friends and the state of Mrs. Brook's information? Precisely. It was the latest before going to press. Our own correspondent. Her mother quoted her." Mr. Mitchett visibly wondered. "But how should Nanda know?" "Anything about the matter? How should she not know everything? You've not, I suppose, lost sight of the fact that this lady and Mrs. Grendon are sisters. Carrie's situation and Carrie's perils are naturally very present to the extremely unoccupied Tishy, who is unhappily married into the bargain, who has no children, and whose house, as you may imagine, has a good thick atmosphere of partisanship. So, as with Nanda, on her side, there's no more absorbing interest than her dear friend Tishy, with whom she is at present staying and under whose roof she perpetually meets this victim of unjust aspersions." "I see the whole thing from here, you imply," Mr. Mitchett, under the influence of this rapid evocation, had already taken his line. "Well," he said bravely, "Nanda's not a fool." A momentary silence on the part of the Duchess might have been her tribute to his courage. "No. I don't agree with her, as it happens, here, but that there are matters as to which she is not in general at all befogged is exactly the worst I ever said of her, and I hold that in putting it so, on the basis of my little anecdote, you clearly give out that you were answered." Mitchy turned it over. "Answered?" "In the quarrel that a while back you sought to pick with me. What I touched on to her mother was the peculiar range of aspects and interests she's compelled to cultivate by the special intimacies that Mrs. Brook permits her. There they are, and that's all I said. Judge them for yourself." The Duchess had risen as she spoke, which was also what Mrs. Donner and Mrs. Brookenham had done, and Mr. Mitchett was on his feet as well, to act on this last admonition. Mrs. Donner was taking leave, and there occurred among the three ladies in connexion with the circumstance a somewhat striking exchange of endearments. Mr. Mitchett, observing this, expressed himself suddenly as diverted. "By Jove, they're kissing! She's in Lady Fanny's arms!" But his hilarity was still to deepen. "And Lady Fanny, by Jove, is in Mrs. Brook's!" "Oh, it's all beyond me!" the Duchess cried, and the little wail of her baffled imagination had almost the austerity of a complaint. "Not a bit. They're all right. Mrs. Brook has acted," Mitchy went on. "Ah, it isn't that she doesn't act!" his interlocutress ejaculated. Mrs. Donner's face presented, as she now crossed the room, something that resembled the ravage of a death struggle between its artificial and its natural elegance. "Well," Mitchy said with decision as he caught it, "I back Nanda." And while a whiff of derision reached him from the Duchess, "Nothing has happened," he murmured. As to reward him for an indulgence that she must much more have divined than overheard, the visitor approached him with her sweet bravery of alarm. "I go on Thursday to my sister's, where I shall find Nanda Brookenham. Can I take her any message from you?" Mr. Mitchett showed a rosiness that might positively have been reflected. "Why should you dream of her expecting one?" "Oh," said the Duchess with a cheer that but half carried off her asperity, "Mrs. Brook must have told Mrs. Donner to ask you." The latter lady, at this, rested strange eyes on the speaker, and they had perhaps something to do with a quick flare of Mitchy's wit. "Tell her, please, if, as I suppose, you came here to ask the same of her mother, that I adore her still more for keeping in such happy relations with you as enable me thus to meet you." Mrs. Donner, overwhelmed, took flight with a nervous laugh, leaving Mr. Mitchett and the Duchess still confronted. Nothing had passed between the two ladies, yet it was as if there were a trace of something in the eyes of the elder, which, during a moment's silence, moved from the retreating visitor, now formally taken over at the door by Edward Brookenham, to Lady Fanny and her hostess, who, in spite of the embraces just performed, had again subsided together, while Mrs. Brook gazed up in exalted intelligence. "It's a funny house," said the Duchess at last. "She makes me such a scene over my not bringing Aggie, and still more over my very faint hint of my reasons for it, that I fly off in compunction to do what I can, on the spot, to repair my excess of prudence. I reappear, panting, with my niece, and it's to this company I introduce her." Her companion looked at the charming child, to whom Lord Petherton was talking with evident kindness and gaiety, a conjunction that evidently excited Mitchy's interest. "May we then know her?" he asked with an effect of drollery. "May I, if he may?" The Duchess's eyes, turned to him, had taken another light. He even gaped a little at their expression, which was in a manner carried out by her tone. "Go and talk to her, you perverse creature, and send him over to me." Lord Petherton, a minute later, had joined her. Old Edward had left the room with Mrs. Donner. His wife and Lady Fanny were still more closely engaged, and the young Agnesina, though visibly a little scared at Mitchy's queer countenance, had begun, after the fashion he had touched on to Mrs. Brook, politely to invoke the aid of the idea of habit. "Look here, you must help me," the Duchess said to Petherton. "You can, perfectly, and it's the first thing I've yet asked of you." "Oh, oh, oh!" her interlocutor laughed. "I must have Mitchy," she went on without noticing his particular shade of humour. "Mitchy too?" He appeared to wish to leave her in no doubt of it. "How low you are!" she simply said. "There are times when I despair of you. He's in every way your superior, and I like him so that well, he must like HER. Make him feel that he does." Lord Petherton turned it over as something put to him practically. "I could wish for him that he would. I see in her possibilities," he continued to laugh. "I dare say you do. I see them in Mitchett, and I trust you'll understand me when I say I appeal to you." "Appeal to him straight. That's much better," Petherton lucidly observed. The Duchess wore for a moment her proudest air, which made her, in the connexion, exceptionally gentle. "He doesn't like me." Her interlocutor looked at her with all his bright brutality. "Oh my dear, I can speak for you if that's what you want." The Duchess met his eyes, and so for an instant they sounded each other. "You're so abysmally coarse that I often wonder—" But as the door reopened she caught herself. It was the effect of a face apparently directed at her. "Be quiet. Here's old Edward." End of Section 9. Section 10 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 3rd. Mr. Longden. Chapter 1. If Mitchy arrived exactly at the hour, it was quite by design, and on a calculation, over and above the prized little pleasure it might give him, of 10 minutes clear with his host, whom it rarely befell him to see alone. He had a theory of something special to go into, of a plummet to sink, or a feeler to put forth. His state of mind, in short, was diplomatic and anxious. But his hopes had a drop as he crossed the threshold. His precaution had only assured him the company of a stranger, for the person in the room to whom the servant announced him was not old Van. On the other hand, this gentleman would clearly be old— what was it? The fellow Vanderbank had made it a matter of such importance he should "really know." But were they then simply to have tea there together? No, the candidate for Mr. Mitchett's acquaintance, as if quickly guessing his apprehension, mentioned on the spot that their entertainer would be with them. He had just come home in a hurry, fearing he was late, and then had rushed off to make a change. "Fortunately," said the speaker, who offered his explanation as if he had had it on his mind, "fortunately the ladies haven't yet come." "Oh, there are to be ladies?" Mr. Mitchett was all response. His fellow guest, who was shy and apparently nervous, sidled about a little, swinging an eyeglass, yet glancing in a manner a trifle bird-like from object to object. "Mrs. Edward Brookenham, I think." "Oh." Mitchy himself felt, as soon as this comment had quitted his lips, that it might sound even to a stranger like a sign, such as the votaries of Mrs. Edward Brookenham had fallen into the way of constantly throwing off, that he recognised her hand in the matter. There was, however, something in his entertainer's face that somehow encouraged frankness. It had the sociability of surprise. It hadn't the chill. Mitchy saw at the same time that this friend of old Van's would never really understand him, though that was a thing he at times liked people as much for as he liked them little for it at others. It was in fact when he most liked that he was on the whole most tempted to mystify. "Only Mrs. Brook? No others?" "Mrs. Brook?" his elder echoed, staring an instant as if literally missing the connexion, but quickly after, to show he was not stupid, and indeed it seemed to show he was delightful, smiling with extravagant intelligence. "Is that the right thing to say?" Mitchy gave the kindest of laughs. "Well, I dare say I oughtn't to." "Oh, I didn't mean to correct you," his interlocutor hastened to profess. "I meant on the contrary, will it be right for me too?" Mitchy's great goggle attentively fixed him. "Try it." "To her?" "To every one." "To her husband?" "Oh to Edward," Mitchy laughed again, "perfectly." "And must I call him Edward?" "Whatever you do will be right," Mitchy returned, "even though it should happen to be sometimes what I do." His companion, as if to look at him with a due appreciation of this, stopped swinging the nippers and put them on. "You people here have a pleasant way." "Oh we have!" Mitchy, taking him up, was gaily emphatic. He began, however, already to perceive the mystification which in this case was to be his happy effect. "Mr. Vanderbank," his victim remarked with perhaps a shade more of reserve, "has told me a good deal about you." Then, as if in a finer manner, to keep the talk off themselves, "He knows a great many ladies." "Oh yes, poor chap, he can't help it. He finds a lady wherever he turns." The stranger took this in, but seemed a little to challenge it. "Well, that's reassuring. if one sometimes fancies there are fewer." "Fewer than there used to be? I see what you mean," said Mitchy. "But if it has struck you so, that's awfully interesting." He glared and grinned and mused. "I wonder. Well, we shall see." His friend seemed to wish not to dogmatise. "Shall we?" Mitchy considered it again in its high suggestive light. "You will, but how shall I?" Then he caught himself up with a blush. "What a beastly thing to say, as if it were mere years that make you see it!" His companion this time gave way to the joke. "What else can it be, if I've thought so?" "Why, it's the facts themselves, and a fine taste, and above all something qui ne court pas les rues, an approach to some experience of what a lady is." The young man's acute reflexion appeared suddenly to flower into a vision of opportunity that swept everything else away. "Excuse my insisting on your time of life, but you HAVE seen some?" The question was of such interest that he had already begun to follow it. "Oh, the charm of talk with someone who can fill out one's idea of the really distinguished women of the past! If I could get you," he continued, "to be so awfully valuable as to fill out mine." His fellow visitor, on this, made, in a pause, a nearer approach to taking visibly his measure. "Are you sure you've got an idea?" Mr. Mitchett brightly thought. "No, that must be just why I appeal to you. And it can't therefore be for confirmation, can it?" he went on. "It must be for the beautiful primary hint altogether." His interlocutor began, with a shake of the eyeglass, to shift and sidle again, as if distinctly excited by the subject. But it was as if his very excitement made the poor gentleman a trifle coy. "Are there no nice ones now?" "Oh yes, there must be lots. In fact I know quantities." This had the effect of pulling the stranger up. "Ah, quantities. There it is." "Yes," said Mitchy. "Fancy the lady in her millions. Have you come up to London wondering, as you must, about what's happening for Vanderbank mentioned, I think, that you HAVE come up in pursuit of her?" "Ah," laughed the subject of Vanderbank's information, "I'm afraid pursuit, with me, is over." "Why, you're at the age," Mitchy returned, "of the most exquisite form of it observation." "Yet it's a form, I seem to see, that you've not waited for my age to cultivate." This was followed by a decisive headshake. "I'm not an observer. I'm a hater. That only means," Mitchy explained, "that you keep your observation for your likes, which is more admirable than prudent. But between my fear in the one direction and my desire in the other," he lightly added, "I scarcely know how to present myself. I must study the ground. Meanwhile, HAS old Van told you much about me?" Old Van's possible confidant, instead of immediately answering, again assumed the pince nez. "Is that what you call him?" "In general, I think, for shortness." "And also," the speaker hesitated, "for esteem?" Mitchy laughed out. "For veneration. Our disrespects, I think, are all tender, and we wouldn't for the world do to a person we don't like anything so nice as to call him, or even to call her, don't you know?" His questioner had quickly looked as if he knew. "Something pleasant and vulgar?" Mitchy's gaiety deepened. "That discrimination's our only austerity. You must fall in." "Then what will you call me?" "What can we?" After which, sustainingly, "I'm Mitchy," our friend stated. His interlocutor looked slightly queer. "I don't think I can quite begin. I'm Mr. Longdon," he almost blushed to articulate. "Absolutely and essentially. That's exactly what I recognise. I defy any one to see you," Mitchy declared, "as anything else, and on that footing you'll be, among us, unique." Mr. Longdon appeared to accept his prospect of isolation with a certain gravity. "I gather from you I've gathered indeed from Mr. Vanderbank that you're a little sort of a set that hang very much together." "Oh yes, not a formal association nor a secret society, still less a dangerous gang. or an organization for any definite end. We're simply a collection of natural affinities," Mitchy explained, "meeting perhaps principally in Mrs. Brook's drawing room, though sometimes also in old Van's, as you see, sometimes even in mine, and governed at any rate everywhere by Mrs. Brook, in our mysterious ebbs and flows, very much as the tides are governed by the moon. As I say," Mitchy pursued, "you must join. But if Van has got hold of you," he added, "or you've got hold of him, you HAVE joined. We're not quite so numerous as I could wish, and we want variety. We want just what I'm sure you'll bring us, a fresh eye, an outside mind." Mr. Longdon wore for a minute the air of a man knowing but too well what it was to be asked to put down his name. "My friend Vanderbank swaggers so little that it's rather from you than from himself that I seem to catch the idea." "Of his being a great figure among us? I don't know what he may have said to you or have suppressed, but you can take it from me, as between ourselves, you know, that he's very much the best of us. Old Van in fact, if you really want a candid opinion," and Mitchy shone still brighter as he talked, "is formed for a distinctly higher sphere. I should go so far as to say that on our level he's positively wasted." "And are you very sure you're not?" Mr. Longdon asked with a smile. "Dear no, I'm in my element. My element's to grovel before Van. You've only to look at me, as you must already have made out, to see I'm everything dreadful that he isn't. But you've seen him for yourself. I needn't tell you." Mitchy sighed. Mr. Longdon, as under the coercion of so much confidence, had stood in place longer than for any previous moment, and the spell continued for a minute after Mitchy had paused. Then nervously and abruptly he turned away, his friend watching him rather aimlessly wander. "Our host has spoken of you to me in high terms," he said as he came back. "You'd have no fault to find with them." Mitchy took it with his highest light. "I know from your taking the trouble to remember that how much what I've said of him pleases and touches you. We're a little sort of religion then, you and I. We're an organisation of two at any rate, and we can't help ourselves. There. That's settled." He glanced at the clock on the chimney. "But what's the matter with him?" "You gentlemen dress so much," said Mr. Longdon. Mitchy met the explanation quite halfway. "I try to look funny, but why should Apollo in person?" Mr. Longdon waited. "Do you think him like Apollo?" "The very image. Ask any of the women." "But do I know ?" "How Apollo must look?" Mitchy considered. "Why, the way it works is that it's just from Van's appearance they get the tip, and that then, don't you see, they've their term of comparison. Isn't it what you call a vicious circle? I borrow a little their vice." Mr. Longdon, who had once more been arrested, once more sidled away. Then he spoke from the other side of the expanse of a table covered with books for which the shelves had no space, covered with portfolios, with well-worn leather-cased boxes, with documents in neat piles. The place was a miscellany, yet not a litter, the picture of an admirable order. "If we're a fond association of two, you and I, let me, accepting your idea, do what, this way, under a gentleman's roof and while enjoying his hospitality, I should in ordinary circumstances think perhaps something of a breach." "Oh strike out!" Mitchy laughed. It possibly chilled his interlocutor, who again hung fire so long that he himself at last adopted his image. "Why doesn't he marry, you mean?" Mr. Longdon fairly flushed with recognition. "You're very deep, but with what we perceive, why doesn't he?" Mitchy continued visibly to have his amusement, which might have been, this time and in spite of the amalgamation he had pictured, for what they perceived; but he threw off after an instant an answer clearly intended to meet the case. "He thinks he hasn't the means. He has great ideas of what a fellow must offer a woman." Mr. Longdon's eyes travelled a while over the amenities about him. "He hasn't such a view of himself alone." "As to make him think he's enough as he stands? No," said Mitchy. I don't fancy he has a very awful view of himself alone. And since we ARE burning this incense under his nose," he added, "it's also my impression that he has no private means. Women in London cost so much." Mr. Longdon had a pause. "They come very high, I dare say." "Oh tremendously. They want so much. They want everything. I mean the sort of women he lives with. A modest man, who's also poor, isn't in it. I give you that at any rate as his view. There are lots of them that would, and only too glad, love him for himself. But things are much mixed, and these not necessarily the right ones. And at all events he doesn't see it. The result of which is that he's waiting." "Waiting to feel himself in love?" Mitchy just hesitated. "Well, we're talking of marriage. Of course you'll say there are women with money. There ARE." He seemed for a moment to meditate. "Dreadful ones." The two men, on this, exchanged a long regard. "He mustn't do that." Mitchy again hesitated. "He won't." Mr. Longdon had also a silence, which he presently terminated by one of his jerks into motion. "He shan't." Once more Mitchy watched him revolve a little, but now, familiarly yet with a sharp emphasis, he himself resumed their colloquy. "See here, Mr. Longdon, are you seriously taking him up?" Yet again, at the tone of this appeal, the old man perceptibly coloured. It was as if his friend had brought to the surface an inward excitement, and he laughed for embarrassment. "You see things with a freedom yes, and it's so I express them. I see them, I know, with a raccourci. But time, after all, rather presses, and at any rate we understand each other. What I want now is just to say," and Mitchy spoke with a simplicity and a gravity he had not yet used, "that if your interest in him should at any time reach the point of your wishing to do something or other no matter what, don't you see? For him." Mr. Longdon, as he faltered, appeared to wonder, but emitted a sound of gentleness. "Yes." "Why," said the stimulated Mitchy, "do for God's sake just let me have a finger in it." Mr. Longdon's momentary mystification was perhaps partly but the natural effect of constitutional prudence. "A finger?" "I mean let me help." "Oh," breathed the old man thoughtfully and without meeting his eyes. Mitchy, as if with more to say, watched him an instant, then before speaking caught himself up. "Look out, here he comes." Hearing the stir of the door by which he had entered, he looked round. But it opened at first only to admit Vanderbank's servant. "Miss Brookenham," the man announced; on which the two gentlemen in the room were, audibly, almost violently, precipitated into a union of surprise. Section 11 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 3rd, Chapter 2. However she might have been discussed, Nanda was not one to shrink, for though she drew up an instant on failing to find in the room the person whose invitation she had obeyed, she advanced the next moment as if either of the gentlemen before her would answer as well. "How do you do, Mr. Mitchy? How do you do, Mr. Longdon?" She made no difference for them, speaking to the elder, whom she had not yet seen, as if they were already acquainted. There was moreover in the air of that personage at this juncture little to invite such a confidence. He appeared to have been startled in the oddest manner into stillness and, holding out no hand to meet her, only stared rather stiffly and without a smile. An observer disposed to interpret the scene might have fancied him a trifle put off by the girl's familiarity, or even, as by a singular effect of her self-possession, stricken into deeper diffidence. This self-possession, however, took on her own part no account of any awkwardness. It seemed the greater from the fact that she was almost unnaturally grave, and it overflowed in the immediate challenge: "Do you mean to say Van isn't here? I've come without mother. She said I could, to see him," she went on, addressing herself more particularly to Mitchy. "But she didn't say I might do anything of that sort to see you." If there was something serious in Nanda and something blank in their companion, there was, superficially at least, nothing in Mr. Mitchett but his usual flush of gaiety. "Did she really send you off this way alone?" Then, while the girl's face met his own with a clear confession of it, "Isn't she too splendid for anything?" he asked with immense enjoyment. "What do you suppose is her idea?" Nanda's eyes had now turned to Mr. Longdon, whom she fixed with her mild straightness, which led to Mitchy's carrying on and repeating the appeal. "Isn't Mrs. Brook charming? What do you suppose is her idea?" It was a bound into the mystery, a bound of which his fellow visitor stood quite unconscious, only looking at Nanda still with the same coldness of wonder. All expression had for the minute been arrested in Mr. Longdon, but he at last began to show that it had merely been retarded. Yet it was almost with solemnity that he put forth his hand. "How do you do? How do you do? I'm so glad." Nanda shook hands with him as if she had done so already, though it might have been just her look of curiosity that detracted from her air of amusing herself. "Mother has wanted me awfully to see you. She told me to give you her love," she said. Then she added with odd irrelevance, "I didn't come in the carriage, nor in a cab, nor an omnibus." "You came on a bicycle?" Mitchy enquired. "No, I walked." She still spoke without a gleam. "Mother wants me to do everything." "Even to walk?" Mitchy laughed. "Oh yes, we must in these times keep up our walking." The ingenious observer just now suggested might even have detected in the still higher rise of this visitor's spirits a want of mere inward ease. She had taken no notice of the effect upon him of her mention of her mother, and she took none, visibly, of Mr. Longdon's manner or of his words. What she did while the two men, without offering her either a seat, practically lost themselves in their deepening vision, was to give her attention all to the place, looking at the books, pictures and other significant objects, and especially at the small table set out for tea, to which the servant who had admitted her now returned with a steaming kettle. "Isn't it charming here? Will there be any one else? Where is Mr. Van? Shall I make tea?" There was just a faint quaver, showing a command of the situation more desired perhaps than achieved, in the very rapid sequence of these ejaculations. The servant meanwhile had placed the hot water above the little silver lamp and left the room. "Do you suppose there's anything the matter? Oughtn't the man or do you know our host's room?" Mr. Longdon, addressing Mitchy with solicitude, yet began to show in a countenance less blank a return of his sense of relations. It was as if something had happened to him and he were in haste to convert the signs of it into an appearance of care for the proprieties. "Oh," said Mitchy, "Van's only making himself beautiful." Which account of their absent entertainer gained a point from his appearance at the moment in the doorway furthest removed from the place where the three were gathered. Vanderbank came in with friendly haste and with something of the look indeed, refreshed, almost rosy, brightly brushed and quickly buttoned, of emerging, out of breath, from pleasant ablutions and renewals. "What a brute to have kept you waiting! I came back from work quite begrimed. How d'ye do? How d'ye do? How d'ye do? What's the matter with you, huddled there as if you were on a street crossing? I want you to think this is a refuge. But not of that kind," he laughed. "Sit down for heaven's sake. Lie down. Be happy. Of course you've made acquaintance all, except that Mitch is so modest. Tea, tea." And he bustled to the table, where the next minute he appeared rather helpless. "Nanda, you blessed child, do YOU mind making it? How jolly of you. Are you all right?" He seemed with this for the first time to be aware of somebody's absence. "Your mother isn't coming? She let you come alone? How jolly of her!" Pulling off her gloves, Nanda had come immediately to his assistance, on which, quitting the table and laying hands on Mr. Longdon's shoulder to push him toward a sofa, he continued to talk, to sound a note of which the humour was the exaggeration of his flurry. "How jolly of you to be willing to come. Most awfully kind. I hope she isn't ill. Do, Mitchy, lie down. Down, Mitchy, down. That's the only way to keep you." He had waited for no account of Mrs. Brookenham's health, and it might have been apparent, still to our sharp spectator, that he found nothing wonderful in her daughter's unsupported arrival. "I can make tea beautifully," she said from behind her table. "Mother showed me how this morning." "This morning?" And Mitchy, who, before the fire and still erect, had declined to be laid low, greeted the simple remark with uproarious mirth. "Dear young lady, you're the most delicious family!" "She showed me at breakfast about the little things to do. She thought I might have to make it here, and told me to offer," the girl went on. "I haven't yet done it this way at home. I usually have my tea upstairs. They bring it up in a cup, all made and very weak, with a piece of bread and butter in the saucer. That's because I'm so young. Tishy never lets me touch hers either, so we had to make up for lost time. That's what mother said." She followed up her story, and her young distinctness had clearly something to do with a certain pale concentration in Mr. Longdon's face. "Mother isn't ill, but she told me already yesterday she wouldn't come. She said it's really all for me. I'm sure I hope it is." With which there flickered in her eyes, dimly but perhaps all the more prettily, the first intimation they had given of the light of laughter. "She told me you'd understand, Mr. Van, from something you've said to her. It's for my seeing Mr. Longdon without, she thinks, her spoiling it." "Oh my dear child, spoiling it!" Vanderbank protested as he took a cup of tea from her to carry to their friend. "When did your mother ever spoil anything? I told her Mr. Longdon wanted to see you, but I didn't say anything of his not yearning also for the rest of the family." A sound of protest, rather formless, escaped from the gentleman named, but Nanda continued to carry out her duty. "She told me to ask why he hadn't been again to see her. Mr. Mitchy? Sugar? Isn't that the way to say it? 3 lumps? You're like me, only that I more often take 5. Mitchy had dashed forward for his tea. She gave it to him. Then she added with her eyes on Mr. Longdon's, which she had had no difficulty in catching, "She told me to ask you all sorts of things." This acquaintance had got up to take his cup from Vanderbank, whose hand, however, dealt with him on the question of his sitting down again. Mr. Longdon, resisting, kept erect with a low gasp that his host only was near enough to catch. This suddenly appeared to confirm an impression gathered by Vanderbank in their contact, a strange sense that his visitor was so agitated as to be trembling in every limb. It brought to his own lips a kind of ejaculation. "I say!" But even as he spoke Mr. Longdon's face, still white, but with a smile that was not all pain, seemed to supplicate him not to notice, and he was not a man to require more than this to achieve a divination as deep as it was rapid. "Why, we've all been scattered for Easter, haven't we?" he asked of Nanda. "Mr. Longdon has been at home, your mother and father have been paying visits, I myself have been out of London, Mitchy has been to Paris, and you oh yes, I know where you've been." "Ah, we all know that. There has been such a row made about it," Mitchy said. "Yes, I've heard of the feeling there is," Nanda replied. "It's supposed to be awful, my knowing Tishy, quite too awful." Mr. Longdon, with Vanderbank's covert aid, had begun to appear to have pulled himself together, dropping back on his sofa and attending in a manner to his tea. It might have been with the notion of showing himself at ease that he turned, on this, a benevolent smile to the girl. "But what, my dear, is the objection?" She looked gravely from him to Vanderbank and to Mitchy, and then back again from one of these to the other. "Do you think I ought to say?" They both laughed and they both just appeared uncertain, but Vanderbank spoke first. "I don't imagine, Nanda, that you really know." "No, as a family you're perfection!" Mitchy broke out. Before the fire again, with his cup, he addressed his hilarity to Mr. Longdon. "I told you a tremendous lot, didn't I? But I didn't tell you about that." His elder maintained, yet with a certain vagueness, the attitude of amiable enquiry. "About the family?" "Well," Mitchy smiled, "about its ramifications. This young lady has a tremendous friendship, and in short It's all very complicated." "My dear Nanda," said Vanderbank, "it's all very simple. Don't believe a word of anything of the sort." He had spoken as with the intention of a large vague optimism, but there was plainly something in the girl that would always make for lucidity. "Do you mean about Carrie Donner? I don't believe it, and at any rate I don't think it's anyone's business. I shouldn't have a very high opinion of a person who would give up a friend." She stopped short with the sense apparent that she was saying more than she meant, though, strangely, as if it had been an effect of her type and of her voice, there was neither pertness nor passion in the profession she had just made. Curiously wanting as she seemed both in timidity and in levity, she was to a certainty not self-conscious. She was extraordinarily simple. Mr. Longdon looked at her now with an evident surrender to his extreme interest, and it might well have perplexed him to see her at once so downright as from experience and yet of so fresh and sweet a tenderness of youth. That's right, my dear young lady. Never, never give up a friend for anything anyone says." It was Mitchy who rang out with this lively wisdom, the action of which on Mr. Longdon, unless indeed it was the action of something else, was to make that personage, in a manner that held the others watching him in slight suspense, suddenly spring to his feet again, put down his teacup carefully on a table near, and then without a word, as if no one had been present, quietly wander away and disappear through the door left open on Vanderbank's entrance. It opened into a second, a smaller sitting room, into which the eyes of his companions followed him. "What's the matter?" Nanda asked. "Has he been taken ill?" "He is rum, my dear Van," Mitchy said. "But you're right. Of a charm, a distinction. In short, just the sort of thing we want." "The sort of thing we want, I dare say," Vanderbank laughed. "But it's not the sort of thing that's to be had for the asking. It's the sort we shall be mighty lucky if we can get." Mitchy turned with amusement to Nanda. "Van has invented him and, with the natural greed of the inventor, won't let us have him cheap. Well," he went on, "I'll stand my share." "The difficulty is that he's much too good for us," Vanderbank explained. "Ungrateful wretch!" his friend cried. "That's just what I've been telling him that YOU are. Let the return you make not be to deprive me." "Mr. Van's not at all too good for me, if you mean that," Nanda broke in. She had finished her tea making and leaned back in her chair with her hands folded on the edge of the tray. Vanderbank only smiled at her in silence, but Mitchy took it up. "There's nobody too good for you, of course, only you're not quite, don't you know, in our set. You're in Mrs. Grendon's. I know what you're going to say, that she hasn't got any set, that she's just a loose little white flower dropped on the indifferent bosom of the world. But you're the small sprig of tender green that, added to her, makes her immediately compose." Nanda looked at him with her cold kindness. "What nonsense you do talk!" "Your tone's sweet to me," he returned, "as showing that you don't think me either too good for you. No one, remember, will take that for your excuse when the world some day sees me annihilated by your having put an end to our so harmless relations." The girl appeared to lose herself a moment in the abysmal humanity over which his fairly fascinating ugliness played like the whirl of an eddy. "Martyr!" she gently exclaimed, but there was no smile with it. She turned to Vanderbank, who, during the previous minute, had moved toward the neighbouring room, then, faltering, taking counsel of discretion, had come back on a scruple. "What IS the matter?" "What do you want to get out of him, you wretch?" Mitchy went on as their host for an instant said nothing. Vanderbank, whose handsome face had a fine thought in it, looked a trifle absently from one of them to the other, but it was to Nanda he spoke. "Do you like him, Nanda?" She showed surprise at the question. "How can I know so soon?" "He knows already." Mitchy, with his eyes on her, became radiant to interpret. "He knows that he's pierced to the heart." "The matter with him, as you call it," Vanderbank brought out, "is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen." He looked at her as with a hope she'd understand. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." "Precisely," Mitchy continued, "the victim done for by one glance of the goddess." Nanda, motionless in her chair, fixed her other friend with clear curiosity. "Beautiful? Why beautiful?" Vanderbank, about to speak, checked himself. "I won't spoil it. Have it from him." And returning to their friend he this time went out. Mitchy and Nanda looked at each other. "But isn't it rather awful?" Mitchy demanded. She got up without answering. She slowly came away from the table. "I think I do know if I like him." "Well, you may," Mitchy exclaimed, "after his putting before you probably on the whole the greatest of your triumphs." "And I also know, I think, Mr. Mitchy, that I like YOU." She spoke without attention to this hyperbole. "In spite of my ineffectual attempts to be brilliant? That's a joy," he went on, "if it's not drawn out by the mere clumsiness of my flattery." She turned away from him, kindly enough, as if time for his talk in the air were always to be allowed him. She took in vaguely Vanderbank's books and prints. "Why didn't your mother come?" Mitchy then enquired. At this she again looked at him. "Do you mention her as a way of alluding to something you guess she must have told me?" "That I've always supposed I make your flesh creep? Yes," Mitchy admitted. "I see she must have said to you, 'Be nice to him to show him it isn't quite so bad as that.' So you ARE nice. So you always will be nice. But I adore you all the same, without illusions." She had opened at one of the tables, unperceivingly, a big volume of which she turned the leaves. "Don't adore a girl, Mr. Mitchy. Just help her. That's more to the purpose." "Help you?" he cried. "You bring tears to my eyes." "Can't a girl have friends?" she went on. "I never heard of anything so idiotic." Giving him, however, no chance to take her up on this, she made a quick transition. "Mother didn't come because she wants me now, as she says, more to share her own life." Mitchy looked at it. "But is this the way for her to share yours?" "Ah, that's another matter, about which you must talk to her. She wants me no longer to keep seeing only with her eyes. She's throwing me into the world." Mitchy had listened with the liveliest interest, but he presently broke into a laugh. "What a good thing then that I'm there to catch you!" Without, it might have been seen, having gathered the smallest impression of what they enclosed, she carefully drew together again the covers of her folio. There was deliberation in her movements. "I shall always be glad when you're there. But where do you suppose they've gone?" Her eyes were on what was visible of the other room, from which there arrived no sound of voices. "They're off there," said Mitchy, "but just looking unutterable things about you. The impression's too deep. Let them look, and tell me meanwhile if Mrs. Donner gave you my message." "Oh yes, she told me some humbug." "The humbug then was in the tone my perfectly sincere speech took from herself. She gives things, I recognise, rather that sound. It's her weakness," he continued, "and perhaps even one may say her danger. All the more reason you should help her, as I believe you're supposed to be doing, aren't you? I hope you feel you are," he earnestly added. He had spoken this time gravely enough, and with magnificent gravity Nanda replied: "I HAVE helped her. Tishy's sure I have. That's what Tishy wants me for. She says that to be with some nice girl's really the best thing for her." Poor Mitchy's face hereupon would have been interesting, would have been distinctly touching to other eyes, but Nanda's were not heedful of it. "Oh," he returned after an instant and without profane mirth, "that seems to me the best thing for any one." Vanderbank, however, might have caught his expression, for Vanderbank now reappeared, smiling on the pair as if struck by their intimacy. "How you ARE keeping it up!" Then to Nanda persuasively: "Do you mind going to him in there? I want him so really to see you. It's quite, you know, what he came for." Nanda seemed to wonder. "What will he do to me? Anything dreadful?" "He'll tell you what I meant just now." "Oh," said Nanda, "if he's a person who can tell me sometimes what you mean !" With which she went quickly off. "And can't I hear?" Mitchy asked of his host while they looked after her. "Yes, but only from me. Vanderbank had pushed him to a seat again and was casting about for cigarettes. "Be quiet and smoke and I'll tell you." Mitchy, on the sofa, received with meditation a light. "Will she understand? She has everything in the world but one," he added. "But that's half." Vanderbank, before him, lighted for himself. "What is it?" "A sense of humour." "Oh yes, she's serious." Mitchy smoked a little. "She's tragic." His friend, at the fire, watched a moment the empty portion of the other room, then walked across to give the door a light push that all but closed it. "It's rather odd," he remarked as he came back. "That's quite what I just said to him. But he won't treat her to comedy." End of section 11. Section 12 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 3rd, Chapter 3. "Is it the shock of the resemblance to her grandmother?" Vanderbank had asked of Mr. Longdon on rejoining him in his retreat. This victim of memory, with his back turned, was gazing out of the window, and when in answer he showed his face there were tears in his eyes. His answer in fact was just these tears, the significance of which Vanderbank immediately recognized. "It's still greater then than you gathered from her photograph?" "It's the most extraordinary thing in the world. I'm too absurd to be so upset." Mr. Longdon smiled through his tears. "But if you'd known Lady Julia you'd understand. It's she again, as I first knew her, to the life, and not only in feature, in stature, in colour, in movement, but in every bodily mark and sign, in every look of the eyes above all. Oh, to a degree! In the sound, in the charm of the voice." He spoke low and confidentially, but with an intensity that now relieved him. He was as restless as with a discovery. He moved about as with a sacred awe. He might a few steps away have been in the very presence. "She's all Lady Julia. There isn't a touch of her mother. It's unique, an absolute revival. I see nothing of her father. I see nothing of any one else. Isn't it thought wonderful by every one?" he went on. "Why didn't you tell me?" "To have prepared you a little?" Vanderbank felt almost guilty. "I see. I should have liked to make more of it, though," he added all lucidly, "I might so, by putting you on your guard, have caused myself to lose what, if you'll allow me to say it, strikes me as one of the most touching tributes I've ever seen rendered to a woman. In fact, however, how could I know? I never saw Lady Julia, and you had in advance all the evidence I could have. The portrait, pretty bad in the taste of the time, I admit, and the 3 or 4 photographs you must have noticed with it at Mrs. Brook's. These things must have compared themselves for you with my photograph in there of the granddaughter. The similarity of course we had all observed, but it has taken your wonderful memory and your happy vision to put it into all the detail." Mr. Longdon thought a moment, giving a dab with his pocket handkerchief. "Very true. You're quite right. It's far beyond any identity in the pictures. But why did you tell me," he added more sharply, "that she isn't beautiful?" "You've deprived me," Vanderbank laughed, "of the power of expressing civilly any surprise at your finding her so. But I said to you, please remember, nothing that qualified a jot my sense of the special stamp of her face. I've always positively found in it a recall of the type of the period you must be thinking of. It isn't a bit modern. It's a face for Sir Thomas Lawrence." "It's a face of Gainsborough," Mr. Longdon returned with spirit. "Lady Julia herself harked back." Vanderbank clearly was equally touched and amused. "Let us say at once that it's a face of Raphael." His old friend's hand was instantly on his arm. "That's exactly what I often said to myself of Lady Julia's." "The forehead's a little too high," said Vanderbank. "But it's just that excess that, with the exquisite eyes and the particular disposition round it of the fair hair, makes the individual grace, makes the beauty of the resemblance." Released by Lady Julia's lover, the young man in turn grasped him as an encouragement to confidence. "It's a face that should have the long side ringlets of 1830. It should have the rest of the personal arrangement, the pelisse, the shape of bonnet, the sprigged muslin dress and the cross-laced sandals. It should have arrived in a pea-green tilbury and be a reader of Mrs. Radcliffe. And all this to complete the Raphael." Mr. Longdon, who, his discovery proclaimed, had begun, as might have been said, to live with it, looked hard a moment at his companion. "How you've observed her!" Vanderbank met it without confusion. "Whom haven't I observed?" "Do you like her?" he then rather oddly and abruptly asked. The old man broke away again. "How can I tell? With such disparities." "The manner must be different," Vanderbank suggested. "And the things she says?" His visitor was before him again. "I don't know what to make of them. They don't go with the rest of her. Lady Julia," said Mr. Longdon, "was rather shy." On this too his host could meet him. "She must have been. And Nanda, yes, certainly, doesn't give that impression." "On the contrary. But Lady Julia was gay," he added with an eagerness that made Vanderbank smile. "I can also see that. Nanda doesn't joke. And yet," Vanderbank continued with his exemplary candour, "we mustn't speak of her, must we, as if she were bold and grim?" Mr. Longdon fixed him. "Do you think she's sad?" They had preserved their lowered tone and might, with their heads together, have been conferring as the party out in some game with the couple in the other room. "Yes, sad." But Vanderbank broke off. "I'll send her to you." Thus it was he had come back to her. Nanda, on joining the elder man, went straight to the point. "He says it's so beautiful what you feel in seeing me. If that is what he meant." Mr. Longdon kept silent again at first, only smiling at her, but less strangely now, and then appeared to look about him for some place where she could sit near him. There was a sofa in this room too, on which, observing it, she quickly sank down, so that they were presently together, placed a little sideways and face to face. She had shown perhaps that she supposed him to have wished to take her hand, but he forbore to touch her, though letting her feel all the kindness of his eyes and their long backward vision. These things she evidently felt soon enough. She went on before he had spoken. "I know how well you knew my grandmother. Mother has told me, and I am so glad. She told me to say to you that she wants you to tell me." Just a shade, at this, might have appeared to drop over his face, but who was there to know if the girl observed it? It didn't prevent at any rate her completing her statement. "That's why she wished me today to come alone. She said she wished you to have me all to yourself." No, decidedly she wasn't shy. That mute reflexion was in the air an instant. "That, no doubt, is the best way. I thank her very much. I called, after having had the honour of dining. I called, I think, 3 times," he went on with a sudden displacement of the question, "but I had the misfortune each time to miss her." She kept looking at him with her crude young clearness. "I didn't know about that. Mother thinks she's more at home than almost any one. She does it on purpose. She knows what it is," Nanda pursued with her perfect gravity, "for people to be disappointed of finding her." "Oh I shall find her yet," said Mr. Longdon, "and then I hope I shall also find you." She appeared simply to consider the possibility and after an instant to think well of it. "I dare say you will now, for now I shall be down." Her companion just blinked. "In the drawing room, you mean? Always?" It was quite what she meant. "Always. I shall see all the people who come. It will be a great thing for me. I want to hear all the talk. Mr. Mitchett says I ought to that it helps to form the young mind. I hoped, for that reason," she went on with a directness that made her honesty almost violent, "I hoped there would be more people here to day." "I'm very glad there are not," the old man rang equally clear. "Mr. Vanderbank kindly arranged the matter for me just this way. I met him at dinner at your mother's 3 weeks ago, and he brought me home here that night, when, as knowing you so differently, we took the liberty of talking you all over. It naturally had the effect of making me want to begin with you afresh. Only that seemed difficult too, without further help. This he good-naturedly offered me. He said," and Mr. Longdon recovered his spirits to repeat it, "Hang it, I'll have him here for you." "I see. He knew we'd come." Then she caught herself up. "But we haven't come, have we?" "Oh, it's all right, it's all right. To me the occasion's brilliant and the affluence great. I've had such talk with those young men." "I see." She was again prompt, but beyond any young person he had ever met she might have struck him as literal. "You're not used to such talk. Neither am I. It's rather wonderful, isn't it? They're thought awfully clever, Mr. Van and Mr. Mitchy. Do you like them?" she pushed on. Mr. Longdon, who, as compared with her, might have struck a spectator as infernally subtle, took an instant to think. "I've never met Mr. Mitchett before." "Well, he always thinks one doesn't like him," Nanda explained. "But one does. One ought to," she added. Her companion had another pause. "He likes you." Oh, Mr. Longdon needn't have hesitated. "I know he does. He has told mother. He has told lots of people." "He has told even you," Mr. Longdon smiled. "Yes, but that isn't the same. I don't think he's a bit dreadful," she pursued. Still, there was a greater interest. "Do you like Mr. Van?" This time her interlocutor indeed hung fire. "How can I tell? He dazzles me." "But don't you like that?" Then before he could really say, "You're afraid he may be false?" At this he fairly laughed. "You go to the point." She just coloured to have amused him so, but he quickly went on. "I think one has a little natural nervousness at being carried off one's feet. I'm afraid I've always liked too much to see where I'm going." "And you don't with him?" She spoke with her curious hard interest. "I understand. But I think I like to be dazzled." "Oh, you've got time. You can come round again. You've a margin for accidents, for disappointments and recoveries. You can take one thing with another. But I've only my last little scrap." "And you want to make no mistakes. I see." "Well, I'm too easily upset." "Ah, so am I," said Nanda. "I assure you that in spite of what you say I want to make no mistakes either. I've seen a great many. Though you mightn't think it," she persisted. "I really know what they may be." "Do you like me?" she brought forth. But even on this she spared him too. A look appeared to have been enough for her. "How can you say of course already? If you can't say for Mr. Van. I mean as you've seen him so much. When he asked me just now if I liked you I told him it was too soon. But it isn't now. You see it goes fast. I do like you." She gave him no time to acknowledge this tribute, but, as if it were a matter of course, tried him quickly with something else. "Can you say if you like mother?" He could meet it pretty well now. "There are immense reasons why I should." "Yes, I know about them, as I mentioned. Mother has told me." But what she had to put to him kept up his surprise. "Have reasons anything to do with it? I don't believe you like her!" she exclaimed. "She doesn't think so," she added. The old man's face at last, partly bewildered, partly reassured, showed something finer still in the effect she produced. "Into what mysteries you plunge!" "Oh, we do. That's what every one says of us. We discuss everything and every one. We're always discussing each other. I think we must be rather celebrated for it. And it's a kind of trick, isn't it, that's catching? But don't you think it's the most interesting sort of talk? Mother says we haven't any prejudices. You have, probably, quantities, and beautiful ones, so perhaps I oughtn't to tell you. But you'll find out for yourself." "Yes, I'm rather slow, but I generally end by finding out. And I've got, thank heaven," said Mr. Longdon, "quite prejudices enough." "Then I hope you'll tell me some of them." Nanda replied in a tone evidently marking how much he pleased her. "Ah, you must do as I do. You must find out for yourself. Your resemblance to your grandmother is quite prodigious," he immediately added. "That's what I wish you'd tell me about, your recollection of her and your wonderful feeling about her. Mother has told me things, but that I should have something straight from you is exactly what she also wants. My grandmother must have been awfully nice," the girl rambled on, "and I somehow don't see myself at all as the same sort of person." "Oh, I don't say you're in the least the same sort. All I allude to," Mr. Longdon returned, "is the miracle of the physical heredity. Nothing could be less like her than your manner and your talk." Nanda looked at him with all her honesty. "They're not so good, you must think." He hung fire an instant, but was as honest as she. "You're separated from her by a gulf, and not only of time. Personally, you see, you breathe a different air." She thought. She quite took it in. "Of course. And you breathe the same. The same old one, I mean, as my grandmother." "The same old one," Mr. Longdon smiled, "as much as possible. Some day I'll tell you more of what you're curious of. I can't go into it now." "Because I've upset you so?" Nanda frankly asked. "That's one of the reasons." "I think I can see another too," she observed after a moment. "You're not sure how much I shall understand. But I shall understand," she went on, "more perhaps than you think. In fact," she said earnestly, "I promise to understand. I've some imagination. Had my grandmother?" she asked. Her actual sequences were not rapid, but she had already anticipated him. "I thought of that before because I put the same question to mother." "And what did your mother say?" "Imagination, dear mamma? Not a grain." The old man showed a faint flush. "Your mother then has a supply that makes up for it." The girl fixed him on this with a deeper attention. "You don't like her having said that?" His colour came stronger, though a slightly strained smile did what it could to diffuse coolness. "I don't care a single scrap, my dear, in respect to the friend I'm speaking of, for any judgement but my own." "Not even for her daughters?" "Not even for her daughters." Mr. Longdon had not spoken loud, but he rang as clear as a bell. Nanda, for admiration of it, broke almost for the first time into the semblance of a smile. "You feel as if my grandmother were quite your property?" "Oh, quite." "I say, that's splendid." "I'm glad you like it," he answered kindly. The very kindness pulled her up. "Pardon my speaking so, but I'm sure you know what I mean. You mustn't think," she eagerly continued, "that mother won't also want to hear you." "On the subject of Lady Julia?" He gently but very effectively shook his head. "Your mother shall never hear me." Nanda appeared to wonder at it an instant, and it made her completely grave again. "It will be all for me?" "Whatever there may be of it, my dear." "Oh, I shall get it all out of you," she returned without hesitation. Her mixture of free familiarity and of the vividness of evocation of something, whatever it was, sharply opposed. The little worry of this contradiction, not altogether unpleasant, continued to fill his consciousness more discernibly than anything else. It was really reflected in his quick brown eyes that she alternately drew him on and warned him off, but also that what they were beginning more and more to make out was an emotion of her own trembling there beneath her tension. His glimpse of it widened, his glimpse of it fairly triumphed when suddenly, after this last declaration, she threw off with quite the same accent but quite another effect: "I'm glad to be like any one the thought of whom makes you so good. You ARE good," she continued. "I see already how I shall feel it." She stared at him with tears, the sight of which brought his own straight back, so that thus for a moment they sat there together. "My dear child," he at last simply murmured. But he laid his hand on her now, and her own immediately met it. "You'll get used to me," she said with the same gentleness that the response of her touch had tried to express. "And I shall be so careful with you that well, you'll see." She broke short off with a quaver, and the next instant she turned. There was someone at the door. Vanderbank, still not quite at his ease, had come back to smile upon them. Detaching herself from Mr. Longdon, she got straight up to meet him. "You were right, Mr. Van. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." End of section 12. Section 13 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 4th, Mr. Cashmore. Chapter 1. Harold Brookenham, whom Mr. Cashmore, ushered in and announced, had found in the act of helping himself to a cup of tea at the table apparently just prepared, Harold Brookenham arrived at the point with a dash so direct as to leave the visitor an option between but two suppositions, that of a desperate plunge to have his shame soon over, or that of the acquired habit of such appeals which had taught him the easiest way. There was no great sharpness in the face of Mr. Cashmore, who was somehow massive without majesty, yet he mightn't have been proof against the suspicion that his young friend's embarrassment was an easy precaution, a conscious corrective to the danger of audacity. It wouldn't have been impossible to divine that if Harold shut his eyes and jumped, it was mainly for the appearance of doing so. Experience was to be taken as showing that one might get a £5 note as one got a light for a cigarette, but one had to check the friendly impulse to ask for it in the same way. Mr. Cashmore had in fact looked surprised, yet not on the whole so surprised as the young man seemed to have expected of him. There was almost a quiet grace in the combination of promptitude and diffidence with which Harold took over the responsibility of all proprietorship of the crisp morsel of paper that he slipped with slow firmness into the pocket of his waistcoat, rubbing it gently in its passage against the delicately buff-coloured duck of which that garment was composed. "So quite too awfully kind of you that I really don't know what to say." There was a marked recall in the manner of this speech of the sweetness of his mother's droop and the tenderness of her wail. It was as if he had been moved for the moment to moralise, but the eyes he raised to his benefactor had the oddest effect of marking that personage himself as a theme for the moralist. Mr. Cashmore, who would have been very red-haired if he had not been very bald, showed a single eyeglass and a long upper lip. He was large and jaunty, with little petulant movements and intense ejaculations that were not in the line of his type. "You may say anything you like if you don't say you'll repay it. That's always nonsense. I hate it." Harold remained sad, but showed himself really superior. "Then I won't say it." Pensively, a minute, he appeared to figure the words, in their absurdity, on the lips of some young man not, like himself, tactful. "I know just what you mean." "But I think, you know, that you ought to tell your father," Mr. Cashmore said. "Tell him I've borrowed of you?" Mr. Cashmore good-humouredly demurred. "It would serve me right. It's so wretched my having listened to you." "Tell him, certainly," he went on after an instant. "But what I mean is that if you're in such straits you should speak to him like a man." Harold smiled at the innocence of a friend who could suppose him not to have exhausted that resource. "I'm always speaking to him like a man, and that's just what puts him so awfully out. He denies to my face that I am one. One would suppose to hear him not only that I'm a small objectionable child, but that I'm scarcely even human. He doesn't conceive me as with human wants." "Oh," Mr. Cashmore laughed, "you've all, you youngsters, as many wants, I know, as an advertisement page of the Times." Harold showed an admiration. "That's awfully good. If you think you ought to speak of it," he continued, "do it rather to mamma." He noted the hour. "I'll go, if you'll excuse me, to give you the chance." The visitor referred to his own watch. "It's your mother herself who gives the chances you take." Harold looked kind and simple. "She has come in, I know. She'll be with you in a moment." He was halfway to the door, but Mr. Cashmore, though so easy, had not done with him. "I suppose you mean that if it's only your mother who's told, you may depend on her to shield you." Harold turned this over as if it were a questionable sovereign, but on second thoughts he wonderfully smiled. Do you think that after you've let me have it, you can tell? You could, of course, if you hadn't." He appeared to work it out for Mr. Cashmore's benefit. "But I don't mind," he added, "your telling mamma." "Don't mind, you mean really? It's annoying her so awfully." The invitation to repent thrown off in this could only strike the young man as absurd. It was so previous to any enjoyment. Harold liked things in their proper order, but at the same time his evolutions were quick. "I dare say I am selfish, but what I was thinking was that the terrific wigging, don't you know, well, I take it from her. She knows about one's life, about our having to go on by no fault of our own as our parents start us. She knows all about wants. No one is more than mamma." Mr. Cashmore soundlessly glared his amusement. "So she'll say it's all right?" "Oh no, she'll let me have it hot. But she'll recognise that at such a pass more must be done for a fellow, and that may lead to something indirectly, don't you see? For she won't tell my father, she'll only in her own way work on him. That will put me on a better footing, and for which therefore at bottom I shall have to thank you." The eye assisted by Mr. Cashmore's glass had, with a discernible growth of something like alarm, fixed during this address the subject of his beneficence. The thread of their relations somehow lost itself in a subtler twist, and he fell back on mere stature, position and property, things always convenient in the presence of crookedness. "I shall say nothing to your mother, but I think I shall be rather glad you're not a son of mine." Harold wondered at this new element in their talk. "Do your sons never borrow money of their mother's visitors?" Mr. Cashmore had taken him up, eager, evidently, quite to satisfy him. But the question was caught on the wing by Mrs. Brookenham herself, who had opened the door as her friend spoke, and who quickly advanced with an echo of it. "Lady Fanny's visitors?" And though her eyes rather avoided than met his own, she seemed to cover her ladyship's husband with a vague but practised sympathy. "What on earth are you saying to Harold about them?" Thus it was that at the end of a few minutes Mr. Cashmore, on the sofa face to face with her, found his consciousness quite purged of its actual sense of his weakness, and a new turn given to the idea of what, in one's very drawing room, might go on behind one's back. Harold had quickly vanished, had been tacitly disposed of, and Mrs. Brook's caller had moved even in the short space of time so far in another direction as to have drawn from her the little cold question: "Presents? You don't mean money?" He clearly felt the importance of expressing at least by his silence and his eyeglass what he meant. "Her extravagance is beyond everything, and though there are bills enough, God knows, that do come in to me, I don't see how she pulls through unless there are others that go elsewhere." Mrs. Brookenham had given him his tea, her own she had placed on a small table near her, and she could now respond freely to the impulse felt, on this, of settling herself to something of real interest. Except to Harold she was incapable of reproach, though there were of course shades in her resignation, and her daughter's report of her to Mr. Longdon as conscious of an absence of prejudice would have been justified for a spectator by the particular feeling that Mr. Cashmore's speech caused her to disclose. What did this feeling wonderfully appear unless strangely irrelevant? "I've no patience when I hear you talk as if you weren't horribly rich." He looked at her an instant as if guessing she might have derived that impression from Harold. "What has that to do with it? Does a rich man enjoy any more than a poor his wife's making a fool of him?" Her eyes opened wider. It was one of her very few ways of betraying amusement. There was little indeed to be amused at here except his choice of the particular invidious name. "You know I don't believe a word you say." Mr. Cashmore drank his tea, then rose to carry the cup somewhere and put it down, declining with emotion any assistance. When he was on the sofa again he resumed their intimate talk. "I like tremendously to be with you, but you mustn't think I've come here to let you say to me such dreadful things as that." He was an odd compound, Mr. Cashmore, and the air of personal good health, the untarnished bloom which sometimes lent a monstrous serenity to his mention of the barely mentionable, was on occasion balanced or matched by his playful application of extravagant terms to matters of much less moment. "You know what I come to you for, Mrs. Brook. I won't come any more if you're going to be horrid and impossible." You come to me, I suppose, because, from my deep misfortune, I assure you, I have a kind of vision of things, of the wretched miseries in which you all knot yourselves up, which you yourselves are as little blessed with as if, tumbling about together in your heap, you were a litter of blind kittens." "Awfully good that. You do lift the burden of my trouble." He had laughed out in the manner of the man who made notes for platform use of things that might serve. But the next moment he was grave again, as if his observation had reminded him of Harold's praise of his wit. It was in this spirit that he abruptly brought out: "Where, by the way, is your daughter?" "I haven't the least idea. I do all I can to enter into her life, but you can't get into a railway train while it's on the rush." Mr. Cashmore swung back to hilarity. "You give me lots of things. Do you mean she's so fast?" He could keep the ball going. Mrs. Brookenham obliged him with what she meant. "No, she's a tremendous dear, and we're great friends. But she has her free young life, which, by that law of our time that I'm sure I only want, like all other laws, once I know what they are, to accept. She has her precious freshness of feeling which I say to myself that, so far as control is concerned, I ought to respect. I try to get her to sit with me, and she does so a little, because she's kind. But before I know it she leaves me again. She feels what a difference her presence makes in one's liberty of talk." Mr. Cashmore was struck by this picture. "That's awfully charming of her." "Isn't it too, dear?" The thought of it, for Mrs. Brook, seemed fairly to open out vistas. The modern daughter. "But not the ancient mother," Mr. Cashmore smiled. She shook her head with a world of accepted woe. Give me back 1 hour of my youth. Oh, I haven't a single thrill left to answer a compliment. I sit here now face to face with things as they are. They come in their turn, I assure you, and they find me," Mrs. Brook sighed, "ready. Nanda has stepped on the stage and I give her up the house. Besides," she went on musingly, "it's awfully interesting. It is the modern daughter. We're really doing her, the child and I, and as the modern has always been my own note I've gone in, I mean, frankly for my very own time who is one, after all, that one should pretend to decline to go where it may lead?" Mr. Cashmore was unprepared with an answer to this question, and his hostess continued in a different tone: "It's sweet her sparing one." This, for the visitor, was firmer ground. "Do you mean about talking before her?" Mrs. Brook's assent was positively tender. "She won't have a difference in my freedom. It's as if the dear thing knew, don't you see, what we must keep back. She wants us not to have to think. It's quite maternal," she mused again. Then, as if with the pleasure of presenting it to him afresh: "That's the modern daughter." "Well," said Mr. Cashmore, "I can't help wishing she were a trifle less considerate. In that case I might find her with you, and I may tell you frankly that I get more from her than I do from you. She has the great merit for me, in the first place, of not being such an admirer of my wife." Mrs. Brookenham took this up with interest. "No, you're right. She doesn't, as I do, see Lady Fanny, and that's a kind of mercy." "There you are then, you inconsistent creature!" he cried with a laugh. "After all you do believe me. You recognise how benighted it would be for your daughter not to feel that Fanny's bad." "You're too tiresome, my dear man," Mrs. Brook returned, "with your ridiculous simplifications. Fanny's not bad. She's magnificently good, in the sense of being generous and simple and true, too adorably unaffected, and without the least mesquinerie. She's a great calm silver statue." Mr. Cashmore showed, on this, something of the strength that comes from the practice of public debate. "Then why are you glad your daughter doesn't like her?" Mrs. Brook smiled as with the sadness of having too much to triumph. "Because I'm not, like Fanny, without mesquinerie. I'm not generous and simple. I'm exaggeratedly anxious about Nanda. I care, in spite of myself, for what people may say. Your wife doesn't. She towers above them. I can be a shade less brave through the chance of my girl's not happening to feel her as the rest of us do." Mr. Cashmore too heavily followed. "To feel her?" Mrs. Brook floated over. There would be in that case perhaps something to hint to her not to shriek on the housetops. When you say," she continued, "that one admits, as regards Fanny, anything wrong, you pervert dreadfully what one does freely grant, that she's a great glorious pagan. It's a real relief to know such a type. It's like a flash of insight into history. None the less, if you ask me why then it isn't all right for young things to shriek, as I say, I have my answer perfectly ready." After which, as our visitor seemed not only too reduced to doubt it, but too baffled to distinguish audibly, for his credit, between resignation and admiration, she produced: "Because she is purely instinctive. Her instincts are splendid. But it's terrific." "That's all I ever maintained it to be!" Mr. Cashmore cried. "It is terrific." "Well," his friend answered, "I'm watching her. We're all watching her. It's like some great natural poetic thing, an Alpine sunrise or a big high tide." "You're amazing!" Mr. Cashmore laughed. "I'm watching her too." "And I'm also watching you," Mrs. Brook lucidly continued. "What I don't for a moment believe is that her bills are paid by any one. It's much more probable," she sagaciously observed, "that they're not paid at all." "Oh well, if she can get on that way." "There can't be a place in London," Mrs. Brook pursued, "where they're not delighted to dress such a woman. She shows things, don't you see, as some fine tourist region shows the placards in the fields and the posters on the rocks. And what proof can you adduce?" she asked. Mr. Cashmore had grown restless. He picked a stray thread off the knee of his trousers. "Ah, when you talk about adducing—" He appeared to intimate, as with the hint that if she didn't take care she might bore him, that it was the kind of word he used only in the House of Commons. "When I talk about it you can't meet me," she placidly returned. But she fixed him with her wary penetration. "You try to believe what you can't believe in order to give yourself excuses. And she does the same. Only less, for she recognises less, in general, the need of them. She's so grand and simple." Poor Mr. Cashmore stared. "Grander and simpler than I, you mean?" Mrs. Brookenham thought. "Not simpler, no, but very much grander. She wouldn't, in the case you conceive, recognise really the need of what you conceive." Mr. Cashmore wondered. It was almost mystic. "I don't understand you." Mrs. Brook, seeing it all from dim depths, tracked it further and further. "We've talked her over so." Mr. Cashmore groaned as if too conscious of it. "Indeed we have." "I mean we," and it was wonderful how her accent discriminated. "We've talked you too, but of course we talk to every one." She had a pause through which there glimmered a ray from luminous hours, the inner intimacy which, privileged as he was, he couldn't pretend to share. Then she broke out almost impatiently: "We're looking after her. Leave her to us." His envy of this nearer approach to what so touched him than he could himself achieve was in his face, but he tried to throw it off. "I doubt if after all you're good for her." But Mrs. Brookenham knew. "She's just the sort of person we are good for, and the thing for her is to be with us as much as possible. Just live with us naturally and easily. Listen to our talk. Feel our confidence in her. Be kept up, don't you know, by the sense of what we expect of her splendid type. And so, little by little, let our influence act. What I meant to say just now is that I do perfectly see her taking what you call presents." "Well then," Mr. Cashmore inquired, "what do you want more?" Mrs. Brook hung fire an instant. She seemed on the point of telling him. "I don't see her, as I said, recognising the obligation." "The obligation?" "To give anything back. Anything at all." Mrs. Brook was positive. "The comprehension of petty calculations? Never." "I don't say the calculations are petty," Mr. Cashmore objected. "Well, she's a great creature. If she does fall—" His hostess lost herself in the view, which was at last all before her. "Be sure we shall all know it." "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." "Then don't be afraid till we do. She would fall, as it were, on us, don't you see, and," said Mrs. Brook, with decision this time in her headshake, "that couldn't be. We must keep her up. That's your guarantee. It's rather too much," she added with the same increase of briskness, "to have to keep you up too. Be very sure that if Carrie really wavers—" "Carrie?" His interruption was clearly too vague to be sincere, and it was as such that, going straight on, she treated it. "I shall never again give her 3 minutes' attention. To answer to you for Fanny without being able—" "To answer to Fanny for me, do you mean?" He had flushed quickly as if he waited her there. "It wouldn't suit you, do you contend? Well then, I hope it will ease you off," he went on with spirit, "to know that I wholly loathe Mrs. Donner." Mrs. Brook, staring, met the announcement with an absolute change of colour. "And since when, pray?" It was as if a fabric had crumbled. "She was here but the other day, and as full of you, poor thing, as an egg of meat." Mr. Cashmore could only blush for her. "I don't say she wasn't. My life's a burden from her." Nothing, for a spectator, could have been so odd as Mrs. Brook's disappointment, unless it had been her determination. "Have you done with her already?" "One has never done with a buzzing insect." "Until one has literally killed it?" Mrs. Brookenham wailed. "I can't take that from you, my dear man. It was yourself who originally distilled the poison that courses through her veins." He jumped up at this as if he couldn't bear it, presenting as he walked across the room, however, a large foolish fugitive back on which her eyes rested as on a proof of her penetration. "If you spoil everything by trying to deceive me, how can I help you?" He had looked, in his restlessness, at a picture or two, but he finally turned round. "With whom is it you talk us over? With Petherton and his friend Mitchy? With your adored Vanderbank? With your awful Duchess?" "You know my little circle, and you've not always despised it." She met him on his return with a figure that had visibly flashed out for her. "Don't foul your own nest. Remember that after all we've more or less produced you." She had a smile that attenuated a little her image, for there were things that on a second thought he appeared ready to take from her. She patted the sofa as if to invite him again to be seated, and though he still stood before her it was with a face that seemed to show how her touch went home. "You know I've never quite thought you'd do us full honour, but it was because she took you for one of us that Carrie first—" At this, to stop her, he dropped straight into the seat. "I assure you there's really been nothing." With a continuation of his fidget he pulled out his watch. "Won't she come in at all?" "Do you mean Nanda?" "Talk me over with her," he smiled, "if you like. If you don't believe Mrs. Donner is dust and ashes to me," he continued, "you do little justice to your daughter." "Do you wish to break it to me that you're in love with Nanda?" He hesitated, but only as if to give way to his reply. "Awfully. I can't tell you how I like her." She wondered. "And pray how will that help me? Help me, I mean, to help you. Is it what I'm to tell your wife?" He sat looking away, but he evidently had his idea, which he at last produced. "Why, wouldn't it be just the thing? It would exactly prove my purity." There might have been in her momentary silence a hint of acceptance of it as a practical contribution to their problem, and there were indeed several lights in which it could be considered. Mrs. Brook, on a quick survey, selected the ironic. "I see, I see. I might by the same law arrange somehow that Lady Fanny should find herself in love with Edward. That would prove her purity. And you could be quite at ease," she laughed. "He wouldn't make any presents." Mr. Cashmore regarded her with a candour that was almost a reproach to her mirth. "I like your daughter better than I like you." But it only amused her more. "Is that perhaps because I don't prove your purity?" What he might have replied remained in the air, for the door opened so exactly at the moment she spoke that he rose again with a start, and the butler, coming in, received her inquiry full in the face. This functionary's answer to it, however, had no more than the usual austerity. "Mr. Vanderbank and Mr. Longdon." These visitors took a minute to appear, and Mrs. Brook, not stirring, still only looking from the sofa, calmly up at Mr. Cashmore, used the time, it might have seemed, for correcting any impression of undue levity made by her recent question. "Where did you last meet Nanda?" He glanced at the door to see if he were heard. "At the Grandons." "So you do go there?" "I went over from Hicks the other day for an hour." "And Carrie was there?" "Yes. It was a dreadful horrid bore. But I talked only to your daughter." She got up, the others were at hand, and offered Mr. Cashmore an expression that might have struck him as strange. "It's serious." "Serious?" He had no eyes for the others. "She didn't tell me." He gave a sound, controlled by discretion, which sufficed none the less to make Mr. Longdon, beholding him for the first time, receive it with a little of the stiffness of a person greeted with a guffaw. Mr. Cashmore visibly liked this silence of Nanda's about their meeting. End of Section 13. Section 14 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 4th, Chapter 2. Mrs. Brookenham, who had introduced him to the elder of her visitors, had also found in serving these gentlemen with tea a chance to edge at him with an intensity not to be resisted. "Talk to Mr. Longdon. Take him off there." She had indicated the sofa at the opposite end of the room and had set him an example by possessing herself, in the place she already occupied, of her adored Vanderbank. This arrangement, however, constituted for her, in her own corner, as soon as she had made it, the ground of an appeal. "Will he hate me any worse for doing that?" Vanderbank glanced at the others. "Will Cashmore, do you mean?" "Dear no, I don't care whom he hates. But with Mr. Longdon I want to avoid mistakes." "Then don't try quite so hard," Vanderbank laughed. "Is that your reason for throwing him into Cashmore's arms?" "Yes, precisely, so that I shall have these few moments to ask you for directions. You must know him by this time so well. I only want, heaven help me, to be as nice to him as I possibly can." "That's quite the best thing for you, and altogether why this afternoon I brought him. He might have better luck in finding you it was he who suggested it than he has had by himself. I'm in a general way," Vanderbank added, "watching over him." "I see. And he's watching over you." Mrs. Brook's sweet vacancy had already taken in so much. "He wants to judge of what I may be doing to you. He wants to save you from me. He quite detests me." Vanderbank, with the interest as well as the amusement, fairly threw himself back. "There's nobody like you. You're too magnificent." "I am. And that I can look the truth in the face and not be angry or silly about it is, as you know, the one thing in the world for which I think a bit well of myself." "Oh yes, I know, I know. You're too wonderful." Mrs. Brookenham, in a brief pause, completed her covert consciousness. "They're doing beautifully. He's taking Cashmore with a seriousness." "And with what is Cashmore taking him?" "With the hope that from one moment to another Nanda may come in." "But how on earth does that concern him?" "Through an extraordinary fancy he has suddenly taken to her." Mrs. Brook had been swift to master the facts. "He's been meeting her at Tishy's, and she's talked to him so effectually about his behaviour that she's quite made him cease to care for Carrie. He prefers her now, and of course she's much nicer." Vanderbank's attention, it was clear, had now been fully seized. "She's much nicer? Rather! What you mean is," he asked the next moment, "that Nanda, this afternoon, has been the object of his call?" "Yes, really, though he tried to keep it from me. She makes him feel," she went on, "so innocent and good." Her companion for a moment said nothing, but then at last: "And will she come in?" "I haven't the least idea." "Don't you know where she is?" "I suppose she's with Tishy, who has returned to town." Vanderbank turned this over. "Is that your system now, to ask no questions?" "Why should I ask any? when I want her life to be as much as possible like my own. It's simply that the hour has struck, as you know. From the moment she is down, the only thing for us is to live as friends. I think it's so vulgar," Mrs. Brook sighed, "not to have the same good manners with one's children as one has with other people. She asks me nothing." "Nothing?" Vanderbank echoed. "Nothing." He paused again, after which, "It's very disgusting," he declared. Then, while she took it up as he had taken her word of a moment before, "It's very preposterous," he continued. Mrs. Brook appeared at a loss. "Do you mean her helping him?" "It's not of Nanda I'm speaking. It's of him." Vanderbank spoke with a certain impatience. "His being with her in any sort of direct relation at all. His mixing her up with his other beastly affairs." Mrs. Brook looked intelligent and wan about it, but also perfectly good humoured. "My dear man, he and his affairs are such twaddle." Vanderbank laughed in spite of himself. "And does that make it any better?" Mrs. Brook thought, but presently had a light. She almost smiled with it. "For US!" Then more woefully, "Don't you want Carrie to be saved?" she asked. "Why should I? Not a jot. Carrie be hanged!" "But it's for Fanny," Mrs. Brook protested. "If Carrie IS rescued it's a pretext the less for Fanny." As the young man looked for an instant rather gloomily vague, she softly quavered: "I suppose you don't positively want Fanny to bolt?" "To bolt?" "Surely I've not to remind you at this time of day how Captain Den Douglas is always round the corner with the post chaise, and how tight, on our side, we're all clutching her." "But why not let her go?" Mrs. Brook, at this, showed real resentment. "Go? Then what would become of us?" She recalled his wandering fancy. "She's the delight of our life." "Oh," Vanderbank sceptically murmured. "She's the ornament of our circle," his companion insisted. "She will, she won't. She won't, she will. It's the excitement every day of plucking the daisy over." Vanderbank's attention, as she spoke, had attached itself across the room to Mr. Longdon. It gave her thus an image of the way his imagination had just seemed to her to stray, and she saw a reason in it, moreover, for her coming up in another place. "Isn't he rather rich?" She allowed the question all its effect of abruptness. Vanderbank looked round at her. "Mr. Longdon? I haven't the least idea." "Not after becoming so intimate? It's usually with people the very first thing I get my impression of." There came into her face for another glance at their friend no crudity of curiosity but an expression more tenderly wistful. "He must have some mysterious box under his bed." "Down in Suffolk? A miser's hoard? Who knows? I dare say," Vanderbank went on. "He isn't a miser, but he strikes me as careful." Mrs. Brook meanwhile had thought it out. "Then he has something to be careful of. It would take something really handsome to inspire in a man like him that sort of interest. With his small expenses all these years his savings must be immense. And how could he have proposed to mamma unless he had originally had money?" If Vanderbank a little helplessly wondered he also laughed. "You must remember your mother refused him." "Ah, but not because there wasn't enough." "No, I imagine the force of the blow for him was just in the other reason." "Well, it would have been in that one just as much if that one had been the other." Mrs. Brook was sagacious, though a trifle obscure, and she pursued the next moment: "Mamma was so sincere. The fortune was nothing to her. That shows it was immense." "It couldn't have been as great as your logic," Vanderbank smiled. "But of course if it has been growing ever since—" "I can see it grow while he sits there," Mrs. Brook declared. But her logic had in fact its own law, and her next transition was an equal jump. "It was too lovely, the frankness of your admission a minute ago that I affect him uncannily. Ah don't spoil it by explanations," she beautifully pleaded. He's not the first, and he won't be the last with whom I shall not have been what they call a combination. The only thing that matters is that I mustn't, if possible, make the case worse. So you must guide me. What is one to do?" Vanderbank, now amused again, looked at her kindly. "Be yourself, my dear woman. Obey your fine instincts." "How can you be," she sweetly asked, "so hideously hypocritical? You know as well as you sit there that my fine instincts are the thing in the world you're most in terror of." "Be myself?" she echoed. "What you'd like to say is be somebody else. That's your only chance. Well, I'll try. I'll try." He laughed again, shaking his head. "Don't. Don't." "You mean it's too hopeless? There's no way of effacing the bad impression or of starting a good one?" On this, with a drop of his mirth, he met her eyes, and for an instant, through the superficial levity of their talk, they might have appeared to sound each other. It lasted till Mrs. Brook went on: "I should really like not to lose him." Vanderbank seemed to understand, and at last said: "I think you won't lose him." "Do you mean you'll help me, Van? You will?" Her voice had at moments the most touching tones of any in England, and humble, helpless, affectionate, she spoke with a familiarity of friendship. "It's for the sense of the link with mamma," she explained. "He's simply full of her." "Oh, I know. He's prodigious." "He has told you more? He comes back to it?" Mrs. Brook eagerly asked. "Well," the young man replied a trifle evasively, "we've had a great deal of talk, and he's the jolliest old boy possible. And in short, I like him." "I see," said Mrs. Brook blandly. "And he likes you in return as much as he despises me. That makes it all right, makes me somehow so happy for you. There's something in him what is it? That suggests the oncle d'Amérique, the eccentric benefactor, the fairy godmother. He's a little of an old woman, but all the better for it." She hung fire but an instant before she pursued: "What can we make him do for you?" Vanderbank at this was very blank. "Do for me?" "How can any one love you," she asked, "without wanting to show it in some way? You know all the ways, dear Van," she breathed, "in which I want to show it." He might have known them, something suddenly fixed in his face appeared to say, but they were not what was, on this speech of hers, most immediately present to him. "That, for instance, is the tone not to take with him." "There you are!" she sighed with discouragement. "Well, only tell me." Then as he said nothing: "I must be more like mamma?" His expression confessed to his feeling an awkwardness. "You're perhaps not quite enough like her." "Oh I know that if he deplores me as I am now she would have done so quite as much, in fact probably, as seeing it nearer, a good deal more. She'd have despised me even more than he. But if it's a question," Mrs. Brook went on, "of not saying what mamma wouldn't, how can I know, don't you see, what she would have said?" Mrs. Brook became as wonderful as if she saw in her friend's face some admiring reflexion of the fine freedom of mind that, in such a connexion quite as much as in any other, she could always show. "Of course I revere mamma just as much as he does, and there was everything in her to revere. But she was none the less in every way a charming woman too, and I don't know, after all, do I, what even she, in their peculiar relation, may not have said to him?" Vanderbank's laugh came back. "Very good, very good. I return to my first idea. Try with him whatever comes into your head. You're a woman of genius after all, and genius mostly justifies itself. To make you right," he went on pleasantly and inexorably, "might perhaps be to make you wrong. Since you HAVE so great a charm, trust it not at all or all in all. That, I dare say, is all you can do. Therefore, yes, be yourself." These remarks were followed on either side by the repetition of a somewhat intenser mutual gaze. though indeed the speaker's eyes had more the air of meeting his friends than of seeking them. "I can't be you, certainly, Van," Mrs. Brook sadly brought forth. "I know what you mean by that," he rejoined in a moment. "You mean I'm hypocritical." "Hypocritical?" "I'm diplomatic and calculating. I don't show him how bad I am, whereas with you he knows the worst." Of this observation Mrs. Brook, whose eyes attached themselves again to Mr. Longdon, took at first no further notice than might have been indicated by the way it set her musing. "Calculating?" she at last took him up. "On what is there to calculate?" "Why," said Vanderbank, "if, as you just hinted, he's a blessing in disguise, I perfectly admit," he resumed, "that I'm capable of sacrifices to keep on good terms with him." "You're not afraid he'll bore you?" "Oh yes, distinctly." "But he'll be worth it?" "Then," Mrs. Brook said as he appeared to assent, "he'll be worth a great deal." She continued to watch Mr. Longdon, who, without his glasses, stared straight at the floor while Mr. Cashmore talked to him. She pursued, however, dispassionately enough: "He must be of a narrowness." "Oh beautiful!" She was silent again. "I shall broaden him. You won't." "Heaven forbid!" Vanderbank heartily concurred. "But none the less, as I've said, I'll help you." Her attention was still fixed. "It will be him you'll help. If you're to make sacrifices to keep on good terms with him, the first sacrifice will be of me." Then, on his leaving this remark so long unanswered that she had finally looked at him again: "I'm perfectly prepared for it." It was as if, jocosely enough, he had had time to make up his mind how to meet her. "What will you have? When he loved my mother." Nothing could have been droller than the gloom of her surprise. "Yours too?" "I didn't tell you the other day out of delicacy." Mrs. Brookenham darkly thought. "He didn't tell me either." "The same consideration deterred him. But if I didn't speak of it," Vanderbank continued, "when I arranged with you, after meeting him here at dinner, that you should come to tea with him at my rooms, if I didn't mention it then it wasn't because I hadn't learned it early." Mrs. Brook more deeply sounded this affair, but she spoke with the exaggerated mildness that was the form mostly taken by her gaiety. "It was because of course it makes him out such a wretch. What becomes in that case of his loyalty?" "To your mother's memory? Oh, it's all right. He has it quite straight. She came later. Mine, after my father's death, had refused him. But you see he might have been my stepfather." Mrs. Brookenham took it in, but she had suddenly a brighter light. "He might have been my own father. Besides," she went on, "if his line is to love the mothers, why on earth doesn't he love me? I'm in all conscience enough of one." "Ah, but isn't there in your case the fact of a daughter?" Vanderbank asked with a slight embarrassment. Mrs. Brookenham stared. "What good does that do me?" "Why, didn't she tell you?" "Nanda? She told me he doesn't like her any better than he likes me." Vanderbank in his turn showed surprise. "That's really what she said?" "She had on her return from your rooms a most unusual fit of frankness, for she generally tells me nothing." "Well," said Vanderbank, "how did she put it?" Mrs. Brook reflected, recovered it. "I like him awfully, but I'm not in the least his idea." "His idea of what?" "That's just what I asked her. Of the proper grandchild for mamma." Vanderbank hesitated. "Well, she isn't." Then after another pause: "But she'll do." His companion gave him a deep look. "You'll make her?" He got up and on seeing him move Mr. Longdon also rose, so that, facing each other across the room, they exchanged a friendly signal or two. "I'll make her." End of section 14. Section 15 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 4th, Chapter 3. Their hostess's account of Mr. Cashmore's motive for his staying on was so far justified as that Vanderbank, while Mr. Longdon came over to Mrs. Brook, appeared without difficulty further to engage him. The lady in question, meanwhile, had drawn her old friend down, and her present method of approach would have interested an observer aware of the unhappy conviction she had just privately expressed. Some trace, indeed, of the glimpse of it enjoyed by Mr. Cashmore's present interlocutor might have been detected in the restlessness that Vanderbank's desire to keep the other pair uninterrupted was still not able to banish from his attitude. Not, however, that Mrs. Brook took the smallest account of it as she quickly broke out: "How can we thank you enough, my dear man, for your extraordinary kindness?" The reference was vivid, yet Mr. Longdon looked so blank about it that she had immediately to explain. "I mean to dear Van, who's told us of your giving him the great happiness, unless he's too dreadfully mistaken, of letting him really know you. He's such a tremendous friend of ours that nothing so delightful can befall him without its affecting us in the same way." She had proceeded with confidence, but suddenly she pulled up. "Don't tell me he is mistaken. I shouldn't be able to bear it." She challenged the pale old man with a loveliness that was for the moment absolutely juvenile. "Aren't you letting him really?" Mr. Longdon's smile was queer. "I can't prevent him. I'm not a great house, to give orders to go over me. The kindness is Mr. Vanderbank's own, and I've taken up, I'm afraid, a great deal of his precious time." "You have indeed." Mrs. Brook was undiscouraged. "He has been talking with me just now of nothing else. You may say," she went on, "that it's I who've kept him at it. So I have, for his pleasure's a joy to us. If you can't prevent what he feels, you know, you can't prevent either what we feel." Mr. Longdon's face reflected for a minute something he could scarcely have supposed her acute enough to make out, the struggle between his real mistrust of her, founded on the unconscious violence offered by her nature to his every memory of her mother, and his sense, on the other hand, of the high propriety of his liking her; to which latter force his interest in Vanderbank was a contribution, inasmuch as he was obliged to recognise on the part of the pair an alliance it would have been difficult to explain at Beccles. "Perhaps I don't quite see the value of what your husband and you and I are in a position to do for him." "Do you mean because he's himself so clever?" "Well," said Mr. Longdon, "I dare say that's at the bottom of my feeling so proud to be taken up by him. I think of the young men of my time and see that he takes in more. But that's what you all do." He rather helplessly sighed. "You're very, very wonderful." She met him with an almost extravagant eagerness that the meeting should be just where he wished. "I don't take in everything, but I take in all I can. That's a great affair in London to day, and I often feel as if I were a circus woman, in pink tights and no particular skirts, riding half a dozen horses at once. We're all in the troupe now, I suppose," she smiled, "and we must travel with the show. But when you say we're different," she added, "think, after all, of mamma." Mr. Longdon stared. "It's from her you ARE different." "Ah, but she had an awfully fine mind. We're not cleverer than she." His conscious, honest eyes looked away an instant. "It's perhaps enough for the present that you're cleverer than I. I was very glad the other day," he continued, "to make the acquaintance of your daughter. I hoped I should find her with you." If Mrs. Brook cast about, it was but for a few seconds. "If she had known you were coming she would certainly have been here. She wanted so to please you." Then, as her visitor took no further notice of this speech than to ask if Nanda were out of the house, she had to admit it as an aggravation of failure, but she pursued in the next breath: "Of course you won't care, but she raves about you." He appeared indeed at first not to care. "Isn't she 18?" It was oddly abrupt. "I have to think. Wouldn't it be nearer 20?" Mrs. Brook audaciously returned. She tried again. "She told me all about your interview. I stayed away on purpose. I had my idea." "And what was your idea?" "I thought she'd remind you more of mamma if I wasn't there. But she's a little person who sees. Perhaps you didn't think it, but she knew." "And what did she know?" asked Mr. Longdon, who was unable, however, to keep from his tone a certain coldness which really deprived the question of its proper curiosity. Mrs. Brook just showed the chill of it, but she had always her courage. "Why, that you don't like her." She had the courage of carrying off as well as of backing out. "She too has a little place with the circus. It's the way we earn our living." Mr. Longdon said nothing for a moment, and when he at last spoke it was almost with an air of contradiction. "She's your mother to the life." His hostess, for 3 seconds, looked at him hard. "Ah, but with such differences. You'll lose it," she added with a headshake of pity. He had his eyes only on Vanderbank. "Well, my losses are my own affair." Then his face came back. "Did she tell you I didn't like her?" The indulgence in Mrs. Brook's view of his simplicity was marked. "You thought you succeeded so in hiding it? No matter, she bears up. I think she really feels a great deal as I do that it's no matter how many of us you hate if you'll only go on feeling as you do about mamma. Show us that. That's what we want." Nothing could have expressed more the balm of reassurance, but the mild drops had fallen short of the spot to which they were directed. "Show you?" Oh, how he had sounded the word! "I see. You don't show. That's just what Nanda saw you thought. But you can't keep us from knowing it, can't keep it in fact, I think, from affecting your own behaviour. You'd be much worse to us if it wasn't for the still warm ashes of your old passion." It was an immense pity for Vanderbank's amusement that he was at this moment too far off to fit to the expression of his old friend's face so much of the cause of it as had sprung from the deeply informed tone of Mrs. Brook's allusion. To what degree the speaker herself made the connexion will never be known to history, nor whether as she went on she thought she bettered her case or she simply lost her head. "The great thing for us is that we can never be for you quite like other ordinary people." "And what's the great thing for me?" "Oh for you there's nothing, I'm afraid, but small things, so small that they can scarcely be worth the trouble of your making them out. Our being so happy that you've come back to us, if only just for a glimpse, and to leave us again, in no matter what horror, for ever. Our positive delight in your being exactly so different. The pleasure we have in talking about you and shall still have, or indeed all the more, even if we've seen you only to lose you. Whatever all this represents for ourselves, it's for none of us to pretend to say how much or how little you may pick out of it. And yet," Mrs. Brook wandered on, "however much we may disappoint you, some little spark of the past can't help being in us. For the past is the one thing beyond all spoiling. There it is, don't you think? To speak for itself, and if need be only of itself." She pulled up, but she appeared to have destroyed all power of speech in him, so that while she waited she had time for a fresh inspiration. It might perhaps frankly have been mentioned as on the whole her finest. "Don't you think it possible that if you once get the point of view of realising that I know?" She held the note so long that he at last supplied a sound. "That you know what?" "Why, that compared with her I'm a poor creeping thing. I mean She hastened to forestall any protest of mere decency that would spoil her idea. "That of course I ache in every limb with the certainty of my dreadful difference. It isn't as if I didn't know it, don't you see? There it is as a matter of course. I've helplessly but finally and completely accepted it. Won't THAT help you?" she so ingeniously pleaded. "It isn't as if I tormented you with any recall of her whatever. I can quite see how awful it would be for you if, with the effect I produce on you, I did have her lovely eyes, or her distinguished nose, or the shape of her forehead, or the colour of her hair. Strange as it is in a daughter, I'm disconnected altogether, and don't you think I may be a little saved for you by becoming thus simply out of the question? Of course," she continued, "your real trial is poor Nanda. She's likewise so fearfully out of it, and yet she's so fearfully in it. And she," said Mrs. Brook for a climax, "she doesn't know." A strange faint flush, while she talked, had come into Mr. Longdon's face, and, whatever effect, as she put it, she produced on him, it was clearly not that of causing his attention to wander. She held him at least for weal or woe. His bright eyes grew brighter and opened into a stare that finally seemed to offer him as submerged in mere wonder. At last, however, he rose to the surface, and he appeared to have lighted at the bottom of the sea on the pearl of the particular wisdom he needed. "I dare say there may be something in what you so extraordinarily suggest." She jumped at it as if in pleasant pain. "In just letting me go?" But at this he dropped. "I shall never let you go." It renewed her fear. "Not just for what I am?" He rose from his place beside her, but looking away from her and with his colour marked. "I shall never let you go," he repeated. "Oh you angel!" She sprang up more quickly, and the others were by this time on their feet. "I've done it, I've done it!" she joyously cried to Vanderbank. "He likes me, or at least he can bear me. I've found him the way. And now I don't care even if he says I haven't." Then she turned again to her old friend. "We can manage about Nanda. You needn't ever see her. She's down now, but she can go up again. We can arrange it at any rate. C'est la moindre des choses." "Upon my honour I protest," Mr. Cashmore exclaimed, "against anything of the sort. I defy you to arrange that young lady in any such manner without also arranging me. I'm one of her greatest admirers," he gaily announced to Mr. Longdon. Vanderbank said nothing, and Mr. Longdon seemed to show he would have preferred to do the same. That visitor's eyes might have represented an appeal to him somehow to intervene, to show the due acquaintance, springing from practice and wanting in himself, with the art of conversation developed to the point at which it could thus sustain a lady in the upper air. Vanderbank's silence might, without his mere kind pacific look, have seemed almost inhuman. Poor Mr. Longdon had finally to do his own simple best. "Will you bring your daughter to see me?" he asked of Mrs. Brookenham. Oh, that's an idea. Will you bring her to see me?" Mr. Cashmore again broke out. Mrs. Brook had only fixed Mr. Longdon with the air of unutterable things. "You angel, you angel!" They found expression but in that. "I don't need to ask you to bring her, do I?" Vanderbank now said to his hostess. "I hope you don't mind my bragging all over the place of the great honour she did me the other day in appearing quite by herself." "Quite by herself? I say, Mrs. Brook," Mr. Cashmore flourished on. It was only now that she noticed him, which she did indeed but by answering Vanderbank. "She didn't go for you, I'm afraid, though of course she might. She went because you had promised her Mr. Longdon. But I should have no more feeling about her going to you, and should expect her to have no more, than about her taking a pound of tea, as she sometimes does to her old nurse, or her going to read to the old women at the workhouse. May you never have less to brag of!" "I wish she'd bring me a pound of tea," Mr. Cashmore resumed. "Or ain't I enough of an old woman for her to come and read to me at home?" "Does she habitually visit the workhouse?" Mr. Longdon enquired of Mrs. Brook. This lady kept him in a moment's suspense, which another contemplation might moreover have detected that Vanderbank in some degree shared. Every Friday at 3. Vanderbank, with a sudden turn, moved straight to one of the windows, and Mr. Cashmore had a happy remembrance. Why, this is Friday. She must have gone today. But does she stay so late? She was to go afterwards to little Aggie. I'm trying so, in spite of difficulties, Mrs. Brook explained, to keep them on together. She addressed herself with a new thought to Mr. Longdon. You must know little Aggie, the niece of the Duchess. I forget if you've met the Duchess, but you must know her too. There are so many things on which I'm sure she'll feel with you. Little Aggie's the one," she continued. "You'll delight in her. She ought to have been mamma's grandchild." "Dearest lady, how can you pretend or for a moment compare her?" Mr. Cashmore broke in. "She says nothing to me at all." "She says nothing to any one," Mrs. Brook serenely replied. "That's just her type and her charm, just above all her education." Then she appealed to Vanderbank. "Won't Mr. Longdon be struck with little Aggie, and won't he find it interesting to talk about all that sort of thing with the Duchess?" Vanderbank came back laughing, but Mr. Longdon anticipated his reply. "What sort of thing do you mean?" "Oh," said Mrs. Brook, "the whole question, don't you know, of bringing girls forward or not. The question of, well, what do you call it, their exposure. It's THE question, it appears, the question of the future. It's awfully interesting, and the Duchess at any rate is great on it. Nanda of course is exposed," Mrs. Brook pursued, "fearfully." "And what on earth is she exposed to?" Mr. Cashmore gaily demanded. "She's exposed to you, it would seem, my dear fellow." Vanderbank spoke with a certain discernible impatience, not so much of the fact he mentioned as of the turn of their talk. It might have been an almost compassionate deprecation of this weak note that Mrs. Brookenham looked at him. Her own reply to Mr. Cashmore's question, however, was uttered at Mr. Longdon. "She's exposed it's much worse to me. But Aggie isn't exposed to anything, never has been and never is to be, and we are watching to see if the Duchess can carry it through." "Why not?" asked Mr. Cashmore, "if there's nothing she CAN be exposed to but the Duchess herself?" He had appealed to his companions impartially, but Mr. Longdon, whose attention was now all for his hostess, appeared unconscious. "If you're all watching, is it your idea that I should watch with you?" The inquiry on his lips was a waft of cold air, the sense of which clearly led Mrs. Brook to put her invitation on the right ground. "Not of course on the chance of anything's happening to the dear child, to whom nothing obviously CAN happen but that her aunt will marry her off in the shortest possible time and in the best possible conditions. No, the interest is much more in the way the Duchess herself steers." "Ah, she's in a boat," Mr. Cashmore fully concurred. "That will take a good bit of that." It is not for Mr. Longdon's historian to overlook that if he was not unnaturally mystified he was yet also visibly interested. "What boat is she in?" He had addressed his curiosity with politeness to Mr. Cashmore, but they were all arrested by the wonderful way in which Mrs. Brook managed to smile at once very dimly, very darkly, and yet make it take them all in. "I think you must tell him, Van." "Heaven forbid!" And Van again retreated. "I'll tell him like a shot, if you really give me leave," said Mr. Cashmore, for whom any scruple referred itself manifestly not to the subject of the information but to the presence of a lady. "I DON'T give you leave, and I beg you'll hold your tongue," Mrs. Brookenham returned. "You handle such matters with a minuteness. In short," she broke off to Mr. Longdon, "he would tell you a good deal more than you'll care to know. She IS in a boat, but she's an experienced mariner. Basta, as she would say. Do you know Mitchy?" Mrs. Brook suddenly asked. "Oh yes, he knows Mitchy." Vanderbank had approached again. "Then make him tell him." She put it before the young man as a charming turn for them all. "Mitchy CAN be refined when he tries." "Oh dear, when Mitchy tries!" Vanderbank laughed. I think I should rather, for the job, offer him to Mr. Longdon abandoned to his native wild impulse." "I like Mr. Mitchett," the old man said, endeavouring to look his hostess straight in the eye and speaking as if somewhat to defy her to convict him, even from the point of view of Beccles, of a mistake. Mrs. Brookenham took it with a wonderful bright emotion. "My dear friend, vous me rendez la vie. If you can stand Mitchy you can stand any of us." "Upon my honour I should think so," Mr. Cashmore was eager to remark. "What on earth do you mean," he demanded of Mrs. Brook, "by saying that I'm more minute than he?" She turned her beauty an instant on this critic. "I don't say you're more minute. I say he's more brilliant. Besides, as I've told you before, you're not one of us." With which, as a check to further discussion, she went straight on to Mr. Longdon. "The point about Aggie's conservative education is the wonderful sincerity with which the Duchess feels that one's girl may so perfectly and consistently be hedged in without one's really ever for it comes to that depriving one's own self." "Well, of what?" Mr. Longdon boldly demanded, while his hostess appeared thoughtfully to falter. She addressed herself mutely to Vanderbank, in whom the movement produced a laugh. "I defy you," he exclaimed, "to say." "Well, you don't defy me," Mr. Cashmore cried as Mrs. Brook failed to take up the challenge. "If you know Mitchy," he went on to Mr. Longdon, "you must know Petherton." The elder man remained vague and not imperceptibly cold. "Petherton?" "My brother-in-law, whom, God knows why, Mitchy runs." "Runs?" Mr. Longdon again echoed. Mrs. Brook appealed afresh to Vanderbank. "I think we ought to spare him. I may not remind you of mamma," she continued to their companion, "but I hope you don't mind my saying how much you remind me. Explanations, after all, spoil things, and if you CAN make anything of us, and will sometimes come back, you'll find everything in its native freshness. You'll see, you'll feel for yourself." Mr. Longdon stood before her and raised to Vanderbank, when she had ceased, the eyes he had attached to the carpet while she talked. "And must I go now?" Explanations, she had said, spoiled things, but he might have been a stranger at an Eastern court, comically helpless without his interpreter. "If Mrs. Brook desires to spare you," Vanderbank kindly replied, "the best way to make sure of it would perhaps indeed be to remove you. But hadn't we a hope of Nanda?" "It might be of use for us to wait for her." It was still to his young friend that Mr. Longdon put it. "Ah, when she's once on the loose!" Mrs. Brookenham sighed. "Unless la voilà!" she said as a hand was heard at the door latch. It was only, however, a footman who entered with a little tray that, on his approaching his mistress, offered to sight the brown envelope of a telegram. She immediately took leave to open this missive, after the quick perusal of which she had another vision of them all. "It IS she, the modern daughter. Tishy keeps me dinner and opera, clothes all right, return uncertain, but if before morning have latchkey." "She won't come home till morning," said Mrs. Brook. "But think of the comfort of the latchkey!" Vanderbank laughed. "You might go to the opera," he said to Mr. Longdon. "Hanged if I don't!" Mr. Cashmore exclaimed. Mr. Longdon appeared to have caught from Nanda's message an obscure agitation. He met his young friend's suggestion, at all events, with a visible intensity. "Will you go with me?" Vanderbank had just debated, recalling engagements; which gave Mrs. Brook time to intervene. "Can't you live without him?" she asked of her elder friend. Vanderbank had looked at her an instant. "I think I can get there late," he then replied to Mr. Longdon. "I think I can get there early," Mr. Cashmore declared. "Mrs. Grendon must have a box. In fact I know which, and they don't," he jocosely continued to his hostess. Mrs. Brook meanwhile had given Mr. Longdon her hand. "Well, in any case the child shall soon come to you. And oh alone," she insisted, "you needn't make phrases. I know too well what I'm about." "One hopes really you do," pursued the unquenched Mr. Cashmore. "If that's what one gets by having known your mother." "It wouldn't have helped you," Mrs. Brook retorted. "And won't you have to say it's all you were to get?" she pityingly murmured to her other visitor. He turned to Vanderbank with a strange gasp, and that comforter said "Come." End of Section 15. Section 16 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 5th, The Duchess. Chapter 1. The lower windows of the great white house, which stood high and square, opened to a wide flagged terrace, the parapet of which, an old balustrade of stone, was broken in the middle of its course by a flight of stone steps that descended to a wonderful garden. The terrace had the afternoon shade and fairly hung over the prospect that dropped away and circled it, the prospect, beyond the series of gardens, of scattered splendid trees and green glades, an horizon mainly of woods. Nanda Brookenham, one day at the end of July, coming out to find the place unoccupied as yet by other visitors, stood there a while with an air of happy possession. She moved from end to end of the terrace, pausing, gazing about her, taking in with a face that showed the pleasure of a brief independence the combination of delightful things, of old rooms with old decorations that gleamed and gloomed through the high windows, of old gardens that squared themselves in the wide angles of old walls, of wood walks rustling in the afternoon breeze and stretching away to further reaches of solitude and summer. The scene had an expectant stillness that she was too charmed to desire to break. She watched it, listened to it, followed with her eyes the white butterflies among the flowers below her, then gave a start as the cry of a peacock came to her from an unseen alley. It set her after a minute into less difficult motion. She passed slowly down the steps, wondering further, looking back at the big bright house, but pleased again to see no one else appear. If the sun was still high enough she had a pink parasol. She went through the gardens one by one, skirting the high walls that were so like collections, and thinking how, later on, the nectarines and plums would flush there. She exchanged a friendly greeting with a man at work, passed through an open door, and, turning this way and that, finally found herself in the park at some distance from the house. It was a point she had had to take another rise to reach, a place marked by an old green bench for a larger sweep of the view, which, in the distance where the woods stopped, showed in the most English way in the world the colour spot of an old red village and the tower of an old grey church. She had sunk down upon the bench almost with a sense of adventure, yet not too fluttered to wonder if it wouldn't have been happy to bring a book, the charm of which precisely would have been in feeling everything about her too beautiful to let her read. The sense of adventure grew in her, presently becoming aware of a stir in the thicket below, followed by the coming into sight, on a path that, mounting, passed near her seat, of a wanderer whom, had his particular, his exceptional identity not quickly appeared, it might have disappointed her a trifle to have to recognise as a friend. He saw her immediately, stopped, laughed, waved his hat, then bounded up the slope and, brushing his forehead with his handkerchief, confessing as to a red face, was rejoicingly there before her. Her own ejaculation on first seeing him, "Why, Mr. Van!" had had an ambiguous sharpness that was rather for herself than for her visitor. She made room for him on the bench, where in a moment he was cooling off and they were both explaining. The great thing was that he had walked from the station to stretch his legs, coming far round, for the lovely hour and the pleasure of it, by a way he had learned on some previous occasion of being at Myrtle. "You've already stayed here then?" Nanda, who had arrived but half an hour before, spoke as if she had lost the chance to give him a new impression. "I've stayed here, yes, but not with Mitchy. With some people or other. Who the deuce can they have been? who had the place for a few months a year or two ago." "Don't you even remember?" Vanderbank wondered and laughed. "It will come to me. But it's a charming sign of London relations, isn't it? That one CAN come down to people this way and be awfully well done for and all that, and then go away and lose the whole thing, quite forget to whom one has been beholden. It's a queer life." Nanda seemed for an instant to wish to say that one might deny the queerness, but she said something else instead. "I suppose a man like you doesn't quite feel that he IS beholden. It's awfully good of him, it's doing a great deal for anybody, that he should come down at all, so that it would add immensely to his burden if anybody had to be remembered for it." "I don't know what you mean by a man like me," Vanderbank returned. "I'm not any particular kind of a man." She had been looking at him, but she looked away on this, and he continued good-humoured and explanatory. "If you mean that I go about such a lot, how do you know it but by the fact that you're everywhere now yourself, so that whatever I am, in short, you're just as bad?" "You admit then that you are everywhere. I may be just as bad," the girl went on, "but the point is that I'm not nearly so good. Girls are such natural hacks. They can't be anything else." "And pray what are fellows who are in the beastly grind of fearfully busy offices? There isn't an old cab horse in London that's kept at it, I assure you, as I am. Besides," the young man added, "if I'm out every night and off somewhere like this for Sunday, can't you understand, my dear child, the fundamental reason of it?" Nanda, with her eyes on him again, studied an instant this mystery. "Am I to infer with delight that it's the sweet hope of meeting me? It isn't," she continued in a moment, "as if there were any necessity for your saying that. What's the use?" But all impatiently she stopped short. He was eminently gay even if his companion was not. "Because we're such jolly old friends that we really needn't so much as speak at all? Yes, thank goodness. Thank goodness." He had been looking round him, taking in the scene. He had dropped his hat on the ground and, completely at his ease, though still more wishing to show it, had crossed his legs and closely folded his arms. "What a tremendously jolly place! If I can't for the life of me recall who they were, the other people, I've the comfort of being sure their minds are an equal blank. Do they even remember the place they had? We had some fellows down at, where was it, the big white house last November, and there was one of them, out of the what do you call it, you know, who might have been a decent enough chap if he hadn't presumed so on his gifts." Vanderbank paused a minute, but his companion said nothing, and he pursued. "It does show, doesn't it, the fact that we do meet this way, the tremendous change that has taken place in your life in the last 3 months. I mean, if I'm everywhere, as you said just now, you're being just the same." "Yes. You see what you've done." "How, what I've done?" "You plunge into the woods for change, for solitude," the girl said, "and the first thing you do is to find me waylaying you in the depths of the forest. But I really couldn't, if you reflect upon it, know you were coming this way." He sat there with his position unchanged, but with a constant little shake in the foot that hung down as if everything, and what she now put before him not least, was much too pleasant to be reflected on. "May I smoke a cigarette?" Nanda waited a little. Her friend had taken out his silver case, which was of ample form, and as he extracted a cigarette she put forth her hand. "May I?" She turned the case over with admiration. Vanderbank demurred. "Do you smoke with Mr. Longdon?" "Immensely. But what has that to do with it?" "Everything, everything." He spoke with a faint ring of impatience. "I want you to do with me exactly as you do with him." "Ah, that's soon said," the girl replied in a peculiar tone. "How do you mean to 'do'?" "Well then, to be. What shall I say?" Vanderbank pleasantly wondered while his foot kept up its motion. "To feel." She continued to handle the cigarette case without, however, having profited by its contents. I don't think that as regards Mr. Longdon and me you know quite so much as you suppose." Vanderbank laughed and smoked. "I take for granted he tells me everything." "Ah, but you scarcely take for granted I do." She rubbed her cheek an instant with the polished silver and again the next moment turned over the case. "This is the kind of one I should like." Her companion glanced down at it. "Why, it holds 20." "Well, I want one that holds 20." Vanderbank only threw out his smoke. "I want so to give you something," he said at last, "that, in my relief at lighting on an object that will do, I will, if you don't look out, give you either that or a pipe." "Do you mean this particular one?" "I've had it for years, but even that one, if you like it." She kept it, continued to finger it. "And by whom was it given you?" At this he turned to her, smiling. "You think I've forgotten that too?" "Certainly you must have forgotten, to be willing to give it away again." "But how do you know it was a present?" "Such things always are. People don't buy them for themselves." She had now relinquished the object, laying it upon the bench, and Vanderbank took it up. "Its origin's lost in the night of time. It has no history except that I've used it. But I assure you that I do want to give you something. I've never given you anything." She was silent a little. "The exhibition you're making," she seriously sighed at last, "of your inconstancy and superficiality. All the relics of you that I've treasured and that I supposed at the time to have meant something." "The relics? Have you a lock of my hair?" Then as her meaning came to him: "Oh, little Christmas things. Have you really kept them?" "Laid away in a drawer of their own, done up in pink paper." "I know what you're coming to," Vanderbank said. "You've given me things and you're trying to convict me of having lost the sweet sense of them. But you can't do it. Where my heart's concerned I'm a walking reliquary. Pink paper? I use gold paper, and the finest of all, the gold paper of the mind." He gave a flip with a finger-nail to his cigarette and looked at its quickened fire; after which he pursued very familiarly, with a kindness that of itself qualified the mere humour of the thing: "Don't talk, my dear child, as if you didn't really know me for the best friend you have in the world." As soon as he had spoken he pulled out his watch, so that if his words had led to something of a pause this movement offered a pretext for breaking it. Nanda asked the hour and, on his replying 5:15, remarked that there would now be tea on the terrace with every one gathered at it. "Then shall we go and join them?" her companion demanded. He had made, however, no other motion, and when after hesitating she said "Yes, with pleasure," it was also without a change of position. "I like this," she inconsequently added. "So do I awfully. Tea on the terrace," Vanderbank went on, "isn't in it. But who's here?" "Oh, every one. All your set." "Mine? Have I still a set? With the universal vagabondism you accuse me of?" "Well then, Mitchy's, whoever they are." "And nobody of yours?" "Oh yes," Nanda said. "All mine. He must at least have arrived by this time. My set's Mr. Longdon," she explained. "He's all of it now." "Then where in the world am I?" "Oh, you're an extra. There are always extras." "A complete set and one over?" Vanderbank laughed. "Where then's Tishy?" Charming and grave, the girl thought a moment. "She's in Paris with her mother, on her way to Aix-les-Bains." Then with impatience she continued: "You know that's a great deal to say, what you said just now. I mean about your being the best friend I have." "Of course I do, and that's exactly why I said it. You see, I'm not in the least delicate or graceful or shy about it. I just come out with it and defy you to contradict me. Who, if I'm not the best, is a better one?" "Well," Nanda replied, "I feel since I've known Mr. Longdon that I've almost the sort of friend who makes everyone else not count." "Then at the end of 3 months he has arrived at a value for you that I haven't reached in all these years?" "Yes," she returned, "the value of my not being afraid of him." Vanderbank, on the bench, shifted his position, turning more to her and throwing an arm over the back. "And you're afraid of me?" "Horribly. Hideously." "Then our happy relations—" "They're just what makes my terror," she broke in. "Particularly abject. Happy relations don't matter. I always think of you with fear." His elbow rested on the back and his hand supported his head. "How awfully curious, if it be true." She had been looking away to the sweet English distance, but at this she made a movement. "Oh, Mr. Van, I'm true." As Mr. Van himself couldn't have expressed at any subsequent time to any interested friend the particular effect upon him of the tone of these words, his chronicler takes advantage of the fact not to pretend to a greater intelligence, to limit himself on the contrary to the simple statement that they produced in Mr. Van's cheek a flush just discernible. "Fear of what?" "I don't know. Fear is fear." "Yes, yes. I see." He took out another cigarette and occupied a moment in lighting it. "Well, kindness is kindness too. That's all one can say." He had smoked again a while before she turned to him. "Have I wounded you by saying that?" A certain effect of his flush was still in his smile. "It seems to me I should like you to wound me. I did what I wanted a moment ago." He continued with some precipitation. "I brought you out handsomely on the subject of Mr. Longdon. That was my idea. Just to draw you." "Well," said Nanda, looking away again, "he has come into my life." "He couldn't have come into a place where it gives me more pleasure to see him." "But he didn't like, the other day when I used it to him, that expression," the girl returned. "He called it mannered modern slang and came back again to the extraordinary difference between my speech and my grandmother's." "Of course," the young man understandingly assented. "But I rather like your speech. Hasn't he by this time with you," he pursued, "crossed the gulf? He has with me." "Ah, with you there was no gulf. He liked you from the first." Vanderbank wondered. "You mean I managed him so well?" "I don't know how you managed him, but liking me has been for him a painful, gradual process." "I think he does now," Nanda declared. "He accepts me at last as different. He's trying with me on that basis. He has ended by understanding that when he talks to me of Granny I can't even imagine her." Vanderbank puffed away. "I can." "That's what Mitchy says too. But you've both probably got her wrong." "I don't know," said Vanderbank. "I've gone into it a good deal. But it's too late. We can't be Greeks if we would." Even for this Nanda had no laugh, though she had a quick attention. "Do you call Granny a Greek?" Her companion slowly rose. "Yes, to finish her off handsomely and have done with her." He looked again at his watch. "Shall we go? I want to see if my man and my things have turned up." She kept her seat. There was something to revert to. "My fear of you isn't superficial. I mean it isn't immediate. Not of you just as you stand," she explained. "It's of some dreadfully possible future you." "Well," said the young man, smiling down at her, "don't forget that if there's to be such a monster there'll also be a future you, proportionately developed, to deal with him." She had closed her parasol in the shade and her eyes attached themselves to the small hole she had dug in the ground with its point. "We shall both have moved, you mean?" "It's charming to feel we shall probably have moved together." "Ah, if moving's changing," she returned, There won't be much from me in that. I shall never change. I shall be always just the same. The same old mannered modern slangy hack," she continued quite gravely. "Mr. Longdon has made me feel that." Vanderbank laughed aloud, and it was especially at her seriousness. "Well, upon my soul!" "Yes," she pursued, "what I am I must remain. I haven't what's called a principle of growth." Making marks in the earth with her umbrella, she appeared to cipher it out. "I'm about as good as I can be, and about as bad. If Mr. Longdon can't make me different, nobody can." Vanderbank could only speak in a tone of high amusement. "And he has given up the hope?" "Yes. Though not me altogether. He has given up the hope he originally had." "He gives up quickly in 3 months." "Oh, these 3 months," she answered, "have been a long time, the fullest, the most important, for what has happened in them, of my life." She still poked at the ground. Then she added: "And all thanks to you." "To me?" Vanderbank couldn't fancy. "Why, for what we're speaking of just now. My being to day so in everything and squeezing up and down no matter whose staircase. Isn't it one crowded hour of glorious life?" she asked. "What preceded it was an age, no doubt, but an age without a name." Vanderbank watched her a little in silence, then spoke quite beside the question. "It's astonishing how at moments you remind me of your mother." At this she got up. "Ah, there it is. It's what I shall never shake off. That, I imagine, is what Mr. Longdon feels." Both on their feet now, as if ready for the others, they yet, and even a trifle awkwardly, lingered. It might in fact have appeared to a spectator that some climax had come, on the young man's part, to some state of irresolution about the utterance of something. What were the words so repeatedly on his lips, yet so repeatedly not sounded? It would have struck our observer that they were probably not those his lips, even now, actually formed. "Doesn't he perhaps talk to you too much about yourself?" Nanda gave him a dim smile, and he might indeed then have exclaimed on a certain resemblance, a resemblance of expression that had nothing to do with form. It wouldn't have been diminished for him, moreover, by her successful suppression of every sign that she felt his question a little of a snub. The recall he had previously mentioned could, however, as she answered him, only have been brushed away by a supervening sense of his roughness. "It probably isn't so much that as my own way of going on." She spoke with a mildness that could scarce have been so full without being an effort. "Between his patience and my egotism anything's possible. It isn't his talking. It's his listening." She gave up the point at any rate as if from softness to her actual companion. "Wasn't it you who spoke to mamma about my sitting with her? That's what I mean by my debt to you. It's through you that I'm always there. Through you. And perhaps a little through Mitchy." "Oh, through Mitchy it must have been. More than through me." Vanderbank spoke with the manner of humouring her about a trifle. "Mitchy, delightful man, felt on the subject of your eternal exile, I think, still more strongly." They quitted their place together and at the end of a few steps became aware of the approach of one of the others, a figure but a few yards off, arriving from the quarter from which Nanda had come. "Ah, Mr. Longdon!" She spoke with eagerness now. Vanderbank instantly waved his hat. "Dear old boy!" "Between you all, at any rate," she said more gaily, "you've brought me down." Vanderbank made no answer till they met their friend, when, by way of greeting, he simply echoed her words. "Between us all, you'll be glad to know, we've brought her down." Mr. Longdon looked from one of them to the other. "Where have you been together?" Nanda was the first to respond. "Only talking. On a bench." "Well, I want to talk on a bench." Their friend showed a spirit. "With me, of course." Vanderbank met it with encouragement. The girl said nothing, but Mr. Longdon sought her eyes. "No, with Nanda. You must mingle in the crowd." "Ah," their companion laughed, "you two are the crowd. Well, have your tea first." Vanderbank, on this, giving it up with the air of amused accommodation that was never, certainly for these two, at fault in him, offered to Mr. Longdon before departing the handshake of greeting he had omitted, a demonstration really the warmer for the tone of the joke that went with it. Intrigant. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 5th, Chapter 2. Nanda praised to the satellite so fantastically described the charming spot she had quitted, with the effect that they presently took fresh possession of it, finding the beauty of the view deepened as the afternoon grew old and the shadows long. They were of a comfortable agreement on these matters, by which moreover they were but little delayed, one of the pair at least being too conscious, for the hour, of still other phenomena than the natural and peaceful process that filled the air. "Well, you must tell me about these things," Mr. Longdon sociably said. He had joined his young friend with a budget of impressions rapidly gathered at the house, as to which his appeal to her for a light or two may be taken as the measure of the confidence now ruling their relations. He had come to feel at last, he mentioned, that he could allow for most differences, yet in such a situation as the present bewilderment could only come back. There were no differences in the world, so it had all ended for him, but those that marked at every turn the manners he had for 3 months been observing in good society. The general wide deviation of this body occupied his mind to the exclusion of almost everything else, and he had finally been brought to believe that even in his slow-paced prime he must have hung behind his contemporaries. He had not supposed at the moment, in the 50s and the 60s, that he passed for old-fashioned, but life couldn't have left him so far in the rear had the start between them originally been fair. This was the way he had more than once put the matter to the girl, which gives a sufficient hint, it is hoped, of the range of some of their talk. It had always wound up indeed, their talk, with some assumption of the growth of his actual understanding, but it was just these pauses in the fray that seemed to lead from time to time to a sharper clash. It was apt to be when he felt as if he had exhausted surprises that he really received his greatest shocks. There were no such queer-tasting draughts as some of those yielded by the bucket that had repeatedly, as he imagined, touched the bottom of the well. Now this sudden invasion of somebody's, heaven knows whose, house, and our dropping down on it like a swarm of locusts. I dare say it isn't civil to criticise it when one's going too, so almost culpably with the stream, but what are people made of that they consent, just for money, to the violation of their homes?" Nanda wondered. She cultivated the sense of his making her intensely reflect. "But haven't people in England always let their places?" "If we're a nation of shopkeepers, you mean, it can't date, on the scale on which we show it, only from last week. No doubt, no doubt, and the more one thinks of it the more one seems to see that society for we're in society, aren't we, and that's our horizon can never have been anything but increasingly vulgar. The point is that in the twilight of time and I belong, you see, to the twilight it had made out much less how vulgar it could be. It did its best, very probably, but there were too many superstitions it had to get rid of. It has been throwing them overboard one by one, so that now the ship sails uncommonly light. That's the way." And with his eyes on the golden distance he ingeniously followed it out. "I come to feel so the lurching and pitching. If I weren't a pretty fair sailor well, as it is, my dear," he interrupted himself with a laugh, "I show you often enough what grabs I make for support." He gave a faint gasp, half amusement, half anguish. then abruptly relieved himself by a question. "To whom in point of fact does the place belong?" "I'm awfully ashamed, but I'm afraid I don't know. That just came up here," the girl went on, "for Mr. Van." Mr. Longdon seemed to think an instant. "Oh, it came up, did it? And Mr. Van couldn't tell?" "He has quite forgotten, though he has been here before. Of course it may have been with other people," she added in extenuation. "I mean it mayn't have been theirs then any more than it's Mitchy's." "I see. They too had just bundled in." Nanda completed the simple history. "Today it's Mitchy who bundles, and I believe that really he bundled only yesterday. He turned in his people, and here we are." "Here we are. Here we are," her friend more gravely echoed. "Well, it's splendid." As if at a note in his voice her eyes, while his own still strayed away, just fixed him. "Don't you think it's really rather exciting? Everything's ready, the feast all spread, and with nothing to blunt our curiosity but the general knowledge that there will be people and things, with nothing but that we comfortably take our places." He answered nothing, though her picture apparently reached him. "There are people, there are things, and all in a plenty. Had every one, when you came away, turned up?" she asked as he was still silent. "I dare say. There were some ladies and gentlemen on the terrace whom I didn't know, but I looked only for you and came this way on an indication of your mother's." "And did she ask that if you should find me with Mr. Van you'd make him come to her?" Mr. Longdon replied to this with some delay and without movement. How could she have supposed he was here? "Since he had not yet been to the house? Oh, it has always been a wonder to me, the things that mamma supposes. I see she asked you," Nanda insisted. At this her old friend turned to her. "But it wasn't because of that I got rid of him." She had a pause. "No, you don't mind everything mamma says." "I don't mind everything anybody says, not even, my dear, when the person's you." Again she waited an instant. "Not even when it's Mr. Van?" Mr. Longdon candidly considered. "Oh, I take him up on all sorts of things." "That shows then the importance they have for you. Is he like his grandmother?" the girl pursued. Then as her companion looked vague: "Wasn't it his grandmother too you knew?" He had an extraordinary smile. "His mother?" she exclaimed, colouring on her mistake, and he added: "I'm not so bad as that. But you're none of you like them." "Wasn't she pretty?" Nanda asked. "Very handsome. But it makes no difference. She herself to-day wouldn't know him." She gave a small gasp. "His own mother wouldn't?" His headshake just failed of sharpness. "No, nor he her. There's a link missing." Then as if after all she might take him too seriously: "Of course it's I," he more gently moralised, "who have lost the link in my sleep. I've slept half the century. I'm Rip Van Winkle." He went back after a moment to her question. "He's not at any rate like his mother." She turned it over. "Perhaps you wouldn't think so much of her now." "Perhaps not. At all events my snatching you from Mr. Vanderbank was my own idea." "I wasn't thinking," Nanda said, "of your snatching me. I was thinking of your snatching yourself." "I might have sent you to the house? Well," Mr. Longdon replied, "I find I take more and more the economical view of my pleasures. I run them less and less together. I get all I can out of each." "So now you're getting all you can out of me?" "All I can, my dear, all I can." He watched a little the flushed distance, then mildly broke out: "It IS, as you said just now, exciting. But it makes me," and he became abrupt again, "want you, as I've already told you, to come to my place. Not, however, that we may be still more mad together." The girl shared from the bench his contemplation. "Do you call this madness?" Well, he rather stuck to it. "You spoke of it yourself as excitement. You'll make of course one of your fine distinctions, but I take it in my rough way as a whirl. We're going round and round." In a minute he had folded his arms with the same closeness Vanderbank had used. In a minute he too was nervously shaking his foot. "Steady, steady. If we sit close we shall see it through. But come down to Suffolk for sanity." "You do mean, then, that I may come alone?" "I won't receive you, I assure you, on any other terms. I want to show you," he continued, "what life can give. Not of course," he subjoined, "of this sort of thing." "No, you've told me. Of peace." "Of peace," said Mr. Longdon. "Oh you don't know, you haven't the least idea. That's just why I want to show you." Nanda looked as if already she saw it in the distance. "But will it be peace if I'm there? I mean for you," she added. "It isn't a question of me. Everybody's omelette is made of somebody's eggs. Besides, I think that when we're alone together." He had dropped for so long that she wondered. "Well, when we are?" "Why, it will be all right," he simply concluded. "Temples of peace, the ancient used to call them. We'll set up one, and I shall be at least doorkeeper. You'll come down whenever you like." She gave herself to him in her silence more than she could have done in words. "Have you arranged it with mamma?" she said, however, at last. "I've arranged everything." "She won't want to come?" Her friend's laugh turned him to her. "Don't be nervous. There are things as to which your mother trusts me." "But others as to which not." Their eyes met for some time on this, and it ended in his saying: "Well, you must help me." Nanda, but without shrinking, looked away again, and Mr. Longdon, as if to consecrate their understanding by the air of ease, passed to another subject. "Mr. Mitchett's the most princely host." "Isn't he too kind for anything? Do you know what he pretends?" Nanda went on. "He says in the most extraordinary way that he does it all for ME." "Takes this great place and fills it with servants and company?" "Yes, just so that I may come down for a Sunday or two. Of course he has only taken it for 3 or 4 weeks, but even for that time it's a handsome compliment. He doesn't care what he does. It's his way of amusing himself. He amuses himself at our expense," the girl continued. "Well, I hope that makes up, my dear, for the rate at which we're doing so at his." "His amusement," said Nanda, "is to see us believe what he says." Mr. Longdon thought a moment. "Really, my child, you're most acute." "Oh, I haven't watched life for nothing. Mitchy doesn't care," she repeated. Her companion seemed divided between a desire to draw and a certain fear to encourage her. "Doesn't care for what?" She considered an instant, all coherently, and it might have added to Mr. Longdon's impression of her depth. "Well, for himself. I mean for his money. For anything any one may think. For Lord Petherton, for instance, really at all. Lord Petherton thinks he has helped him. Thinks, that is, that Mitchy thinks he has. But Mitchy's more amused at him than at anybody else. He takes every one in." "Every one but you?" "Oh, I like him." "My poor child, you're of a profundity," Mr. Longdon murmured. He spoke almost uneasily, but she was not too much alarmed to continue lucid. "And he likes me, and I know just how much and just how little. He's the most generous man in the world. It pleases him to feel that he's indifferent and splendid. There are so many things it makes up to him for." The old man listened with attention, and his young friend, conscious of it, proceeded as on ground of which she knew every inch. "He's the son, as you know, of a great bootmaker, to all the courts of Europe, who left him a large fortune. which had been made, I believe, in the most extraordinary way, by building speculations as well." "Oh yes, I know. It's astonishing." Her companion sighed. "That he should be of such extraction?" "Well, everything. That you should be talking as you are. That you should have watched life, as you say, to such purpose. That we should any of us be here, most of all that Mr. Mitchett himself should. That your grandmother's daughter should have brought her daughter." "To stay with a person," Nanda took it up as, apparently out of delicacy, he fairly failed, "whose father used to take the measure, down on his knees on a little mat, as mamma says, of my grandfather's remarkably large foot. Yes, we none of us mind. Do you think we should?" Nanda asked. Mr. Longdon turned it over. "I'll answer you by a question. Would you marry him?" "Never." Then, as if to show there was no weakness in her mildness, "Never, never, never," she repeated. "And yet I dare say you know—" But Mr. Longdon once more faltered. His scruple came uppermost. "You don't mind my speaking of it?" "Of his thinking he wants to marry me? Not a bit. I positively enjoy telling you there's nothing in it." "Not even for him?" Nanda considered. "Not more than is made up to him by his having found out through talks and things, which mightn't otherwise have occurred, that I do like him. I wouldn't have come down here if I hadn't liked him." "Not for any other reason?" Mr. Longdon put it gravely. "Not for your being here, do you mean?" He delayed. "Me and other persons?" She showed somehow that she wouldn't flinch. "You weren't asked till after you'd made sure I'd come. We've become, you and I," she smiled, "one of the couples who are invited together." These were couples, his speculative eyes seemed to show, he didn't even yet know about, and if he mentally took them up a moment it was all promptly to drop them. "I don't think you state it quite strongly enough, you know." "That Mitchy is hard hit? He states it so strongly himself that it will surely do for both of us. I'm a part of what I just spoke of, his indifference and magnificence. It's as if he could only afford to do what's not vulgar. He might perfectly marry a duke's daughter, but that would be vulgar, would be the absolute necessity and ideal of 9 out of 10 of the sons of shoemakers made ambitious by riches. Mitchy says, 'No, I take my own line. I go in for a beggar maid.' And it's only because I'm a beggar maid that he wants me." "But there are plenty of other beggar maids," Mr. Longdon objected. "Oh I admit I'm the one he least dislikes. But if I had any money," Nanda went on, "or if I were really good looking, for that to-day, the real thing, will do as well as being a duke's daughter, he wouldn't come near me. And I think that ought to settle it. Besides, he must marry Aggie. She's a beggar maid too, as well as an angel. So there's nothing against it." Mr. Longdon stared, but even in his surprise seemed to take from the swiftness with which she made him move over the ground a certain agreeable glow. "Does Aggie like him?" "She likes every one. As I say, she's an angel. But a real one. The kindest man in the world's therefore the proper husband for her. If Mitchy wants to do something thoroughly nice," she declared with the same high competence, "he'll take her out of her situation, which is awful." Mr. Longdon looked graver. "In what way awful?" "Why, don't you know?" His eye was now cold enough to give her, in her chill, a flurried sense that she might displease him least by a graceful lightness. "The Duchess and Lord Petherton are like you and me." "Is it a conundrum?" He was serious indeed. "They're one of the couples who are invited together." But his face reflected so little success for her levity that it was in another tone she presently added: "Mitchy really oughtn't." Her friend, in silence, fixed his eyes on the ground. an attitude in which there was something to make her strike rather wild. "But, of course, kind as he is, he can scarcely be called particular. He has his ideas. He thinks nothing matters. He says we've all come to a pass that's the end of everything." Mr. Longdon remained mute a while, and when he at last raised his eyes it was without meeting Nanda's and with some dryness of manner. "The end of everything? One might easily receive that impression." He again became mute, and there was a pause between them of some length, accepted by Nanda with an anxious stillness that it might have touched a spectator to observe. She sat there as if waiting for some further sign, only wanting not to displease her friend, yet unable to pretend to play any part, and with something in her really that she couldn't take back now, something involved in her original assumption that there was to be a kind of intelligence in their relation. "I dare say," she said at last, "that I make allusions you don't like. But I keep forgetting." He waited a moment longer, then turned to her with a look rendered a trifle strange by the way it happened to reach over his glasses. It was even austerer than before. "Keep forgetting what?" She gave, after an instant, a faint feeble smile which seemed to speak of helplessness and which, when at rare moments it played in her face, was expressive from her positive lack of personal, superficial diffidence. "Well, I don't know." It was as if appearances became at times so complicated that, so far as helping others to understand was concerned, she could only give up. "I hope you don't think I want you to be with me as you wouldn't be, so to speak, with yourself. I hope you don't think I don't want you to be frank. If you were to try to appear to me anything—" He ended in simple sadness. That, for instance, would be so little what he should like. "Anything different, you mean, from what I am? That's just what I've thought from the first. One's just what one is, isn't one? I don't mean so much," she went on, "in one's character or temper, for they have, haven't they, to be what's called properly controlled, as in one's mind and what one sees and feels and the sort of thing one notices." Nanda paused an instant, then "There you are!" she simply but rather desperately brought out. Mr. Longdon considered this with visible intensity. "What you suggest is that the things you speak of depend on other people." "Well, every one isn't so beautiful as you." She had met him with promptitude, yet no sooner had she spoken than she appeared again to encounter a difficulty. "But there it is, my just saying even that. Oh how I always know, as I've told you before, whenever I'm different. I can't ask you to tell me the things Granny would have said, because that's simply arranging to keep myself back from you, and so being nasty and underhand, which you naturally don't want, nor I either. Nevertheless, when I say the things she wouldn't, then I put before you too much, for your liking it, what I know and see and feel. If we're both partly the result of other people, her other people were so different." The girl's sensitive boldness kept it up, but there was something in her that pleaded for patience. "And yet if she had you, so I've got you too. It's the flattery of that, or the sound of it, I know, that must be so unlike her. Of course it's awfully like mother. Yet it isn't as if you hadn't already let me see, is it, that you don't really think me the same?" Again she stopped a minute, as to find her scarce possible way with him, and again for the time he gave no sign. She struck out once more with her strange cool limpidity. "Granny wasn't the kind of girl she couldn't be, and so neither am I." Mr. Longdon had fallen, while she talked, into something that might have been taken for a conscious temporary submission to her. He had uncrossed his fidgety legs and, thrusting them out with the feet together, sat looking very hard before him, his chin sunk on his breast and his hands, clasped as they met, rapidly twirling their thumbs. So he remained for a time that might have given his young friend the sense of having made herself right for him so far as she had been wrong. He still had all her attention, just as previously she had had his, but, while he now simply gazed and thought, she watched him with a discreet solicitude that would almost have represented him as a near relative whom she supposed unwell. At the end he looked round, and then, obeying some impulse that had gathered in her while they sat mute, she put out to him the tender hand she might have offered to a sick child. They had been talking about frankness, but she showed a frankness in this instance that made him perceptibly colour. To that in turn, however, he responded only the more completely, taking her hand and holding it, keeping it a long minute during which their eyes met, and something seemed to clear up that had been too obscure to be dispelled by words. Finally he brought out, as if, though it was what he had been thinking of, her gesture had most determined him: "I wish immensely you'd get married." His tone betrayed so special a meaning that the words had a sound of suddenness. Yet there was always in Nanda's face that odd preparedness of the young person who has unlearned surprise through the habit, in company, of studiously not compromising her innocence by blinking at things said. "How can I?" she asked, but appearing rather to take up the proposal than to put it by. "Can't you? Can't you?" He spoke pressingly and kept her hand. She shook her head slowly, markedly, on which he continued: "You don't do justice to Mr. Mitchy." She said nothing, but her look was there and it made him resume: "Impossible?" "Impossible." At this, letting her go, Mr. Longdon got up. He pulled out his watch. "We must go back." She had risen with him, and they stood face to face in the faded light while he slipped the watch away. "Well, that doesn't make me wish it any less." "It's lovely of you to wish it, but I shall be one of the people who don't. I shall be at the end," said Nanda, "one of those who haven't." "No, my child," he returned gravely, "you shall never be anything so sad." "Why not? If you've been." He looked at her a little, quietly, and then, putting out his hand, passed her own into his arm. "Exactly because I have." End of Section 17. Section 18 of The Awkward Age by Henry James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Book 5th, The Duchess. Chapter 3. "Would you," the Duchess said to him the next day, "be for 5 minutes awfully kind to my poor little niece?" The words were spoken in charming entreaty as he issued from the house late on the Sunday afternoon, the second evening of his stay, which the next morning was to bring to an end, and on his meeting the speaker at one of the extremities of the wide cool terrace. There was at this point a subsidiary flight of steps by which she had just mounted from the grounds, one of her purposes being apparently to testify afresh to the anxious supervision of little Aggie she had momentarily suffered herself to be diverted from. This young lady, established in the pleasant shade on a sofa of light construction designed for the open air, offered the image of a patience of which it was a questionable kindness to break the spell. It was that beautiful hour when, toward the close of the happiest days of summer, such places as the great terrace at Myrtle present to the fancy a recall of the banquet hall deserted by the company lately gathered at tea and now dispersed, according to affinities and combinations promptly felt and perhaps quite as promptly criticized, either in quieter chambers where intimacy might deepen, or in gardens and under trees where the stillness knew the click of balls and the good humour of games. There had been chairs on the terrace pushed about, there were ungathered teacups on the level top of the parapet. The servants in fact, in the manner of hands mustered by a whistle on the deck of a ship, had just arrived to restore things to an order soon again to be broken. There were scattered couples in sight below and an idle group on the lawn, out of the midst of which, in spite of its detachment, somebody was sharp enough sometimes to cry "Out!" The high daylight was still in the sky, but with just the foreknowledge already of the long golden glow in which the many-voiced caw of the rooks would sound at once sociable and sad. There was a great deal all about to be aware of and to look at, but little Aggie had her eyes on a book over which her pretty head was bent with a docility visible even from afar. "I've a friend down there by the lake to go back to," the Duchess went on, "and I'm on my way to my room to get a letter that I've promised to show him. I shall immediately bring it down and then in a few minutes be able to relieve you. I don't leave her alone too much. One doesn't, you know, in a house full of people, a child of that age. Besides," and Mr. Longdon's interlocutress was even more confiding, "I do want you so very intensely to know her. You, par example. You're what I should like to give her." Mr. Longdon looked the noble lady, in acknowledgement of her appeal, straight in the face, and who can tell whether or no she acutely guessed from his expression that he recognised this particular juncture as written on the page of his doom? Whether she heard him inaudibly say, "Ah, here it is. I knew it would have to come." She would at any rate have been astute enough, had this miracle occurred, quite to complete his sense for her own understanding and suffer it to make no difference in the tone in which she still confronted him. "Oh, I take the bull by the horns. I know you haven't wanted to know me. If you had you'd have called on me. I've given you plenty of hints and little cuffs. Now you see I don't cuff any more. I just rush at you and grab you. You don't call on me, so I call on you. There isn't any indecency, moreover, that I won't commit for my child." Mr. Longdon's impenetrability crashed like glass at the elbow touch of this large, handsome, practised woman who walked for him, like some brazen pagan goddess, in a cloud of queer legend. He looked off at her child, who, at a distance and not hearing them, had not moved. "I know she's a great friend of Nanda's." "Has Nanda told you that?" "Often. Taking such an interest in her." "I'm glad she thinks so then, though really her interests are so various. But come to my baby. I don't make her come," she explained as she swept him along, "because I want you just to sit down by her there and keep the place, as one may say." "Well, for whom?" he demanded as she stopped. It was her step that had checked itself as well as her tongue, and again, suddenly, they stood quite consciously and vividly opposed. "Can I trust you?" the Duchess brought out. Again then she took herself up. "But as if I weren't already doing it. It's because I do trust you so utterly that I haven't been able any longer to keep my hands off you. The person I want the place for is none other than Mitchy himself, and half my occupation now is to get it properly kept for him. Lord Petherton's immensely kind, but Lord Petherton can't do everything. I know you really like our host." Mr. Longdon, at this, interrupted her with a certain coldness. "How, may I ask, do you know it?" But with a brazen goddess to deal with, this personage had to fix him but an instant. "Because you're a dear honest man. You're here. You wouldn't be if you hated him, for you don't practically condone." This time he broke in with his eyes on the child. "I feel, on the contrary, I assure you, that I condone a great deal." "Well, don't boast of your cynicism," she laughed, "till you're sure of all it covers. Let the right thing for you be," she went on, "that Nanda herself wants it." "Nanda herself?" he continued to watch little Aggie, who had never yet turned her head. "I'm afraid I don't understand you." She swept him on again. "I'll come to you presently and explain. I MUST get my letter for Petherton. After which I'll give up Mitchy, whom I was going to find, and since I've broken the ice, if it isn't too much to say to such a polar bear, I'll show you le fond de ma pensée. Baby darling," she said to her niece, "keep Mr. Longdon. Show him," she benevolently suggested, what you've been reading?" Then again to her fellow guest, as arrested by this very question, "Caro signore, have you a possible book?" Little Aggie had got straight up and was holding out her volume, which Mr. Longdon, all curtsy for her, glanced at. "Stories from English History. Oh." His ejaculation, though vague, was not such as to prevent the girl from venturing gently, "Have you read it?" Mr. Longdon, receiving her pure little smile, showed he felt he had never so taken her in as at this moment, as well as also that she was a person with whom he should surely get on. "I think I must have." Little Aggie was still more encouraged, but not to the point of keeping anything back. "It hasn't any author. It's anonymous." The Duchess borrowed, for another question to Mr. Longdon, not a little of her gravity. "Is it all right?" "I don't know." His answer was to Aggie. "There have been some horrid things in English history." "Oh, horrid. Haven't there?" Aggie, whose speech had the prettiest faintest foreignness, sweetly and eagerly quavered. "Well, darling, Mr. Longdon will recommend to you some nice historical work, for we love history, don't we, that leaves the horrors out. We like to know," the Duchess explained to the authority she invoked, "the cheerful, happy, right things. There are so many after all, and this is the place to remember them. À tantôt." As she passed into the house by the nearest of the long windows that stood open, Mr. Longdon placed himself beside her little charge, whom he treated, for the next 10 minutes, with an exquisite curtsy. A person who knew him well would, if present at the scene, have found occasion in it to be freshly aware that he was in his quiet way master of two distinct kinds of urbanity, the kind that added to distance and the kind that diminished it. Such an analyst would furthermore have noted, in respect to the aunt and the niece, of which kind each had the benefit, and might even have gone so far as to detect in him some absolute betrayal of the impression produced on him by his actual companion, some irradiation of his certitude that, from the point of view under which she had been formed, she was a remarkable, a rare success. Since to create a particular little rounded and tinted innocence had been aimed at, the fruit had been grown to the perfection of a peach on a sheltered wall, and this quality of the object resulting from a process might well make him feel himself in contact with something wholly new. Little Aggie differed from any young person he had ever met in that she had been deliberately prepared for consumption, and in that furthermore the gentleness of her spirit had immensely helped the preparation. Nanda, beside her, was a northern savage, and the reason was partly that the elements of that young lady's nature were already, were publicly, were almost indecorously active. They were practically there for good or for ill. Experience was still to come, and what they might work out to still a mystery. But the sum would get itself done with the figures now on the slate. On little Aggie's slate the figures were yet to be written, which sufficiently accounted for the difference of the two services. Both the girls struck him as lambs with the great shambles of life in their future, but while one, with its neck in a pink ribbon, had no consciousness but that of being fed from the hand with a small sweet biscuit of unobjectionable knowledge, the other struggled with instincts and forebodings, with the suspicion of its doom and the far-borne scent, in the flowery fields, of blood. "Oh, Nanda, she's my best friend after 3 or 4 others." "After so many?" Mr. Longdon laughed. "Don't you think that's rather a back seat, as they say, for one's best?" "A back seat?" She wondered with a purity. "If you don't understand," said her companion, "it serves me right, as your aunt didn't leave me with you to teach you the slang of the day." "The slang?" she again spotlessly speculated. "You've never even heard the expression? I should think that a great compliment to our time, if it weren't that I fear it may have been only the name that has been kept from you." The light of ignorance in the child's smile was positively golden. "The name?" she again echoed. She understood too little. He gave it up. "And who are all the other best friends whom poor Nanda comes after?" "Well, There's my aunt, and Miss Merriman, and Gelsomina, and Dr. Beltram." "And who, please, is Miss Merriman?" "She's my governess, don't you know, but such a deliciously easy governess." "That, I suppose, is because she has such a deliciously easy pupil." "And who is Gelsomina?" Mr. Longdon inquired. "She's my old nurse, my old maid." "I see. Well, one must always be kind to old maids. But who's Dr. Beltram?" "Oh, the most intimate friend of all. We tell him everything." There was for Mr. Longdon in this, with a slight incertitude, an effect of drollery. "Your little troubles?" "Ah, they're not always so little. And he takes them all away." "Always? On the spot?" "Sooner or later," said little Aggie with serenity. "But why not?" "Why not indeed?" he laughed. "It must be very plain sailing." Decidedly she was, as Nanda had said, an angel, and there was a wonder in her possession on this footing of one of the most expressive little faces that even her expressive race had ever shown him. Formed to express everything, it scarce expressed as yet even a consciousness. All the elements of play were in it, but they had nothing to play with. It was a rest moreover, after so much that he had lately been through, to be with a person for whom questions were so simple. "But he sounds all the same like the kind of doctor whom, as soon as one hears of him, one wants to send for." The young girl had at this a small light of confusion. "Oh, I don't mean he's a doctor for medicine. He's a clergyman, and my aunt says he's a saint. I don't think you've many in England," little Aggie continued to explain. "Many saints? I'm afraid not. Your aunt's very happy to know one. We should call Dr. Beltram in England a priest." "Oh, but he's English, and he knows everything we do, and everything we think." "We? Your aunt, your governess and your nurse? With a varied wealth of knowledge." "Ah, Miss Merriman and Gelsomina tell him only what they like." "And do you and the Duchess tell him what you don't like?" "Oh, often, but we always like him, no matter what we tell him, and we know that just the same he always likes us." "I see then, of course," said Mr. Longdon, very gravely now, "what a friend he must be. So it's after all this," he continued in a moment, "that Nanda comes in." His companion had to consider, but suddenly she caught assistance. "This one, I think, comes before." Lord Petherton, arriving apparently from the garden, had drawn near, unobserved by Mr. Longdon, and the next moment was within hail. "I see him very often," she continued, "oftener than Nanda." "Oh, but then Nanda." "And then," little Aggie wound up, "Mr. Mitchy." "Oh, I'm glad HE comes in," Mr. Longdon returned, "though rather far down in the list." Lord Petherton was now before them, there being no one else on the terrace to speak to, and, with the odd look of an excess of physical power that almost blocked the way, he seemed to give them in the flare of his big teeth the benefit of a kind of brutal geniality. It was always to be remembered for him that he could scarce show without surprising you an adjustment to the smaller conveniences, so that when he took up a trifle it was not perforce in every case the sign of an uncanny calculation. When the elephant in the show plays the fiddle it must be mainly with the presumption of consequent apples, which was why, doubtless, this personage had half the time the air of assuring you that, really civilized as his type had now become, no apples were required. Mr. Longdon viewed him with a vague apprehension and as if quite unable to meet the question of what he would have called for such a personage the social responsibility. Did this specimen of his class pull the tradition down, or did he just take it where he found it, in the very different place from that in which, on ceasing so long ago to go out, Mr. Longdon had left it? Our friend doubtless averted himself from the possibility of a mental dilemma. If the man didn't lower the position, Was it the position, then, that let down the man? Somehow he wasn't positively up. More evidence would be needed to decide. Yet it was just of more evidence that one remained rather in dread. Lord Petherton was kind to little Aggie, kind to her companion, kind to everyone, after Mr. Longdon had explained that she was so good as to be giving him the list of her dear friends. "I'm only a little dismayed," the elder man said, "to find Mr. Mitchett at the bottom." "Oh, but it's an awfully short list, isn't it? If it consists only of me and Mitchy he's not so very long down. We don't allow her very many friends. We look out too well for ourselves." He addressed the child as on an easy jocose understanding. "Is the question, Aggie, whether we shall allow you Mr. Longdon? Won't that rather do for us? For Mitchy and me? I say, Duchess," he went on as this lady reappeared, "are we going to allow her Mr. Longdon? And do we quite realise what we're about? We mount guard awfully, you know." He carried the joke back to the person he had named. "We sift and we sort, we pick the candidates over, and I should like to hear any one say that in this case at least I don't keep a watch on my taste. Oh, we close in." The Duchess, the object of her quest in her hand, had come back. "Well then, Mr. Longdon will close with us. You'll consider henceforth that he's as safe as yourself. Here's the letter I wanted you to read, with which you'll please take a turn in strict charge of the child and then restore her to us. If you don't come I shall know you've found Mitchy and shall be at peace. Go, little heart," she continued to the child, "but leave me your book to look over again. I don't know that I'm quite sure." She sent them off together, but had a grave protest as her friend put out his hand for the volume. "No, Petherton, not for books. For her reading I can't say I do trust you. But for everything else, quite," she declared to Mr. Longdon with a look of conscientious courage as their companion withdrew. "I do believe," she pursued in the same spirit, "in a certain amount of intelligent confidence. Really nice men are steadied by the sense of your having had it. But I wouldn't," she added gaily, "trust him all round." End of Section 18.